just a bit. Let's get into it. And what I want to say is two things. One thing is I'm going to be talking a little differently than what the slides are saying. So there's going to be a lot more information on the slides than what I say. So that's one thing that will be importantly different about this talk than other talks. And the reason why that is there's just so much information that I want to get out about Shabbat TV, and that I can only put it in the slides here all night. A lot more information on the slides. Listening to this as like a podcast. So, Jesus, we have Judas, we have a lot of different Messiahs. The question is, what is Messiah? What is this concept of human? What does it mean? Which is Messiah? I developed primarily dear street influence period. This is a very current period under the reign of the apocalyptic. And the idea does begin to get late in the time. And it seems to be the idea of a kind of not really clear what means that. If I could present, I will refer to as a Messiah as actually a pagan king, King Cyrus. It's not even a good guy. So the idea that God picked Cyrus to do this very important historical thing. He let the Jews return home to Judea. And that was Messiah. He's the only person referred to as Messiah in the Bible. So if you the only Persian king. What's happening is that over the Messiah evolved, changed, and as it evolved, there are some views about what it means. And to be clear about this, there's never been a settled notion about what the Messiah is. Every day, the many times the Messiah never been settled. Like in Judaism, Judaism, I think it mentioned previous talk. Onto Messiah, they want the person to be the Messiah, and they kind of drag their notion of Messiah onto that person. So you pick a person as Messiah, figure out go to the Messiah. There is no Messiah out there. It just doesn't exist. And we'll talk about the very ideas of Judaism. So, for a time, what is happening is a notion of Messiah becomes becomes more and more mainstream and way the development knowledge. There are all different discussions about what Messiah means, King Messiah. There's no agreement. If you read Tractate Sanhedrin toward the very end, in the 90s and stuff, you think about what the Messiah is going to do, what you recognize the Messiah is going to take. Because there was not a debate about this. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, these in the Messiah, one of Maimonides, here's that the Messiah is going to come. It's perfectly 12 articles that makes the Jew review of what the Messiah is. So there's the idea of the Messiah, but it's still not the Messiah. And it's not because there's so many Jewish history that people kind of are going to be told. One of them is going to die. One of them will be like a military leader. In fact, almost all literature overwhelms Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the door, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah. The Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of getting created or God activating something getting created. And so the idea is the Messiah is out there. You're just the Messiah. Didn't create a Messiah in Africa. It just had no idea of that task up to now. So what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know of all the Messiah? accept Jesus as the Messiah. But it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that being a Messiah is. A Messiah with even the most liberal list. It's true, by the way, not just of Jesus. Every Messiah has people. And some things they're supposed to do are things like they have to be born in the identity. They have to be deleted by blood today. To David, we have to reveal all the religions. So every you have to consider different people. They do. People have raised and about it. The main problem with Messiah, they tend to die. So they tend to live about here. They have to bring world peace. So they will bring peace to the community. They have to call every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. Everybody becomes kind of human. But the rest judge them, so here, I said, else can judge. They can judge myself. See some based on all numbers, all Jews, based on all sides, they call all the Jews together a Jewish kingdom. It's from the Mediterranean to the Sea, which is something that's the period. And to be clear, this is the period. They're all together. This is right. They have to be. As you can tell, no person ever lived, never known any one of these things. Much less now, according to Christians, Jesus actually do all this stuff later. But living way for 2,000 years, this kind of true back up. So, here's a shoot over time. Think of side and Jewish theology. Of course, it's much more complicated than this. Typically, these were the bare bones things that make the Messiah. The Messiah, and the reason why we're seeing from we go back in time to the 17th century. Go Messiah. There's no such thing as a spiritual Messiah. I bring free manner. I think Messiah is the Christian idea of Messiah is not fixing the world. Jesus fixes sin because Jesus and it's the soul and the world. When Jesus comes back, well, the idea that these two verses can contact with death or spiritualized Messiah and they move them to non-traditional ideas of Messiah in general. They were also open to the idea that supersession, which is to say that having been raised as Christians, are told the idea that Judaism had been superseded by Christianity come along and corrected all the errors of Judaism, and that Christianity was the seemingly corrected outcome. What's important about that is the idea that Judaism in some ways could be replaced. So they're going to convert back to Judaism. They're going to revert back to Judaism, much more open to the idea that fundamental things about Judaism can be changed. Traditional Judaism would not be open to that, but many of these would be open. So they're going to be much more open to all no, which is to say, community, observance of kashrut. Negotiate with it, have to do it or not. It's not a program. These diversity communities, there's one thing you could, like, but the law is not, but the law is something that can be in a form, right? The way they treat that one did. All law is a spiritual or somehow higher in this to traditional Jewish to Christian. Further, general people experience the kind of apocalypse. That was just Christians, Jews, Muslims, basically everybody about to end. Very, very intense. Comments started appearing, all kinds of people, and so on. Further, we also have printing that's disseminates ideas very, very rapidly. That's one of the great things about printing. We can make it very rapidly. Once it is made ideas that are incorrect, for all these sheets being printed throughout crazy. And one good example is all the Jews that were through the 10 false tribes through the returned in Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia, they returned to Arabia in a massed, giant army led by general and 10 tribes of Israel overtaking that guy and destroying it. History at all. Where people really could see literally about dissemination of was very, very popular. Not just years ago, Protestant there's a big mission. Nostradamus, right? Nostradamus for his quatrains, prophetic quatrains. So, what it just happened. In Poland, thousands, the committee from may have been the like of Jews prior to the Holocaust. Killing Jews. So again, we have this situation. Born into family Shabbatai. Has become that status day yesterday. Symbols from Pesach is the Messiah born of his the morning celebration. Already we have not just an auspicious start. So mid so priest already he's not involved in the mercantile practice. He pays attention to aesthetic practice. And he thinks, I would say, you're reading these party teacher tells us take the idea so long. It's around this time around that his vision of this experience of by a demon is unclear exactly what happened, but she so they begin afflicted by demoness Naama, the demoness so or you may know her better as but this demoness Naama, who we find done something. He causes him all kinds of but this time it's experience these elimination and darkness. Justice. He is strange behaviors. It's or some points. He will be plunged. Sure. So, most psychologists they now begin to claim that he could perhaps things back to eliminate he didn't imitate see him but he really his family tried to fix him by marrying him common subject married things will be better Shabbat constantly by basically with the second common Shabbatai illuminations and darkness fits with this is a huge problem. His family, huge embarrassment for his family. He refuses to have sex with these women for whatever reason. And so, by the his friends and his family that he was the Messiah. In the aftermath of he's got a Disney. One of the things that I did know that he was a was enunciating the divine name 5 years of prayer. Around Judaism, it's being God's name, and I was in prayer along with other and this led to the taking out of the community of his new issues. The period that he thrown around is referred to as the dark period of most conservative speak. The period of darkness that we're traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't have the exact itinerary, but all around Egypt, the Mediterranean basin, and did some thing. He settled really heavily in Greece, and there he married Rothschild. Kind of thing. Got kicked out of Sri Lanka. Travel. My impression is that we good impression. So he also made the impression on people because it really you are a prophet or regardless, whatever. But it is expression on where you went into and Cairo, where he comes in of a Europe Jewish. And they were having basically a fundraiser. He went to Jerusalem and he was basically he didn't go to Jerusalem was work. And what he would do is he would go back and forth, bring money get the church back online. It was actually one of the mission of fundraising back in Cairo from the messengers that I mentioned earlier. I think Cairo. And she was these workers was staying pretty drastic from her. And she was able to on the massacres in Poland. And she traveled all the way through and where she was living her day as not exactly a quarter. As you may know, the prophet Isaiah also carried as a sign of his prophecy. Acting out prophecy by marrying and what's interesting is that Sarah basically remains she died. But in his marriage to the disciples was she died in 1674 and they were free. And so need to be here. And Messiah, I gave him, I he's a Messiah, but I gave him seems to be more dark for this. One Nathan announced that the entire Nathan is Magi spirit, just incredibly weird. And eventually, what ends up happening is that Shabtai is experiencing a profound period and where he declares that he is the Messiah. Now, again, people declare the Messiah is nothing but Judaism. Every once in a while, some believe them, or believe them, and they get themselves killed. What is happening? Well, what is happening with Shabtai is Gaza, he declares Messiah, and walking out with the announced the Hallow the code. And Master 7 was declared elected Messiah here. He's the passing armor. From Gaza to Jerusalem, south Messiah in Jerusalem. I am the Messiah. Tries to get on the mountain to perform a sacrifice, basically, to the try to recreate the reality of your temple. I think it's referred to Iraq, you know, your own foot. And some community, they're like, not going to get us all in trouble. Jerusalem and turn over to the that's crazy. So hard. Doesn't arrest him. Not arrest him. He's go around the city, running on what the big deal, except for Jesus. But for whatever reason, around Jerusalem, waving this green banner sometimes, and this is which I would follow. Really important. He's actually basically the rest of it. And just like horseback 7 times, summoning up Jericho. Further, certain parts of which is what declares to be as to violations of law, violations of Jewish law. He has a special blessing related to Jewish law on purpose, and eventually the rabbis at is dead. Rabbi Shabtai is a good singer and very charismatic. They run him out of Jerusalem after Shabtai departs for Syria. And what explaining complex justifications like sometimes a document that shows the Messiah and then people as the Messiah. So, not clear exactly how, why, I love of God's word. They were really convinced of them when he arrived in the and stayed to take a rain for shepherds. prophesying in the streets that the Messiah has come. It inverts the crowd of the media to him. I think this an important ally is the system of time. Time his son is living in his son declares such a so it's like the son of the most powerful of all time, like declaring God's son. It is a exposure. After spending there with 2 days in Aleppo, or better, man, Gaza, it's everywhere, everyone giving in, people are very excited about things that have to do. And what is happening is that Shabbat and as soon as he gets there, all the depression. Even the depression, he's in depression. It's not until Hanukkah of that year that he emerges from the depression. And throughout this time, that the local rabbi and sometime around that year, there is a explosion of tension. There are the and what is happening is the anti-Semitic Sabbath, the Shabbat high, on the Sabbath into the God. Another rabbi has them as kind of a king inside of what is saying king a rabbi out. The rabbi kicked out from town. Rabbis tension is everywhere. Increasingly, side. The idea, I think, is going to take the whole Catholic key, so he's not jail. Starting to refer to Dutch audience power and the captivity, but in a very luxurious captivity. His farms, which at this point amount probably in the thousands, representing enormous amounts of money. He lived he's still living inside of this prison, basically. Inside this prison, that he's seen emissaries from Yemen, from Europe, from all over. It's in a situation against he is in prison here in the beginning of 1666, and he's receiving these emissaries from all over. Emissaries really do believe that despite the fact that he's in prison for their time, it really is to sign of peace. And they are going back those and said this time in 1666 that the ship of theater was at its peak, although it's only been really operating for about 2 years. Is that I think they wrote this guy named Rabbi, and he's not really a Messiah. Also, happening in September 15th, 1666. He's drugging to see Sultan Grand Europe, and he's basically told a very simple thing. Here is the interior. He's a Messiah. He says he is a Messiah. Here's your test. Right? Here's the test. I'll convert to your religion. If you pass the test, we're going to bring in a bunch of partners. And we're going to shoot you from heroes. And if you survive, the heroes bounce on you. I'll convert you. And if not, they say, all right, Shabbatai, you're the Messiah. Right? Let's do this. And so, Shabbatai says, nope, I'm not the Messiah. We shall live. You'll be in 5 minutes. And pleased with the fact that he converted, and he appoints him basically. And because he becomes a ceremonial gatekeeper, he's actually an official member of the Sultan. And he gets gatekeepers basically just key positions given to in many ways, he came out all better. Really, he's here and the Sultan. He basically doesn't want to play his own conflict. They give it to him, give it up, and get attention. So they besides their craziness, but he was not there. I think he not had a lot of work. That the already in their prayer. The prayer had been changed. I speak this guy is going to basically predict God empire. The Lord going to come to they pack their bags. They put the dogs up and waiting for him. It went to break the plane. Like you process it. So how you can have it that's bad. It's bad. You and not only that, folks like Manasseh and Israel, they were able to greatly harass the factions. So this was a disaster. It was really it was one of the greatest of Jewish history. They hear about the apostasy into the summer of 1666. So actually, he left God and ran over to this time was what did the apostasy mean? You know about science that when the science do things like God or religion, it's not a problem. That's how diligent go. Whenever it's proven, delusion will be reinforced. No matter how ridiculous the is. So, I would say apostasy was not apostasy. It was part of it. It was all part of it. Now, here, these are about the same. No plan to bring out it's very important to maintain. There are actually a couple of different theories all going on about one theory, the crazy theory, is that somehow Speed really was the Ottoman Empire. They need to believe that. Not for any the Ottoman Empire somehow. In other words, he's like, he converted, but he converted in order to take power. So yes, he was temporarily powerless. The third reason was that he converted as part of a holistic to redeem the deepest darkness of demonic conflict. And the reason why he converted was to sit into the apostasy of Islam to redeem the Muslims and bring them so his apostasy wasn't really apostasy, it was him sacrificing himself, suffering the servant, plunging himself into this he was able to somehow gauge a greater act of theory about what it was, that he had not really converted and that was left behind during the Inquisition chapter. Really from a guy in heaven or somewhere else, grand act of redemption, and then another very converted really wasn't chapter. So there's a big more theory that circulates about what happened when Travis converted. It seems to be some Nazi accepted some version of freedom. He accepted some version of freedom. Freedom. And his position was, yes, Prince of Islam, but as a temporary thing. But he would eventually kill Islam. And that he would emerge out of Islam. Depression and basically apostate fell into it. In fact, he alone turned I'm done. sometimes we looking at some guys out the rankings. I think it's even here in the chat. It's going to get even more cookie. So we'll finish the section, right? Islam, because it's so fact, it's position. Muslim and Muslim target of this, they don't like the idea of living in so one country is that the rabbi is a Shabbatai two, they go to the Ottoman Empire. They basically tell the he's not blasphemy is taken very seriously by the public. Exile. So these exiles you can where he said the most obscure, most accessible reasons of the to get away from and even further that Darrow and he was Ireland in fact his and this is a bit September 17th, he died. As the king. And his last Jewish act was to replace him. So say the word or that he could speak actually he was mentioned buried somewhere that like legend is buried. There's a sea. this Jewish. Again, hey, what's up? I can't even. Cheers gonna come with me. I know. I have to. You have to do my show later here. It is in so you can fucking have something to do. It's gonna break. It's like shallow now. Later. Here we go. But look, here's. Say it. I didn't say it. I also didn't say anything. But Eric said change the stools to chairs. And I saw those chairs. And I should have said something. I'm just saying, they go, that's a small chair. And I go, well, it's okay. No, it's not. He looked right in my face and went like this. Just like that. It's been a long time. You guys hate for coming out. Thanks for being a go. Somebody doing it. We haven't seen this. Like this, Chris. Sticking like this, if he shits himself a lot, if he likes himself a lot, you fire him. Somebody said something. I'm saying that there was a moment where I was like, I just thought about it anyway. You know, like, do you want them to? Hey, you know, sometimes just like like, this is so here's the thing. Now my room still stinks. Well, really, you know, like, it was bad. Oh, wow. I'm not doing it. Shit, I'd rather shit my pants and have people smell that than think, I got a meal. If you said it, you know, I heard. I like this name, but I'm gonna give a shit. Shit, you want to let me up? Yes, dude, I got it. I figured it out. You would rather shit yourself? Yeah, just a one-time thing. Right. That's what we're saying. Here we go. Now you're with us. When you shit yourself, if you want to try it, when you shit yourself, I have shit myself. We know. So we know. We know. When you shit yourself, people think when you that's me. Right. When you shit yourself, people go, oh, surely that guy doesn't shit himself all the time. That's what you're forcing to be else. If you were sleeping, see, I didn't do that. I didn't tell him, and I didn't tell the people downstairs. I took his picture and said, hello, it's Oh, he was like released. Well, you know what? Oh, but it was the other everything. So you go. So see, you see, it's motherfucker in one of your schools. But it's shit. What's the problem? And so, I read the fact that the was walked by the lobby from the wood with the guy saying and said, and he said, I fixed the TV. And there he goes, like I got a broken TV. So he can take it for years. Yeah, we need. I no, I think I'm the same way. We're not talking about this. And like, because when I do this kind of stuff to my wife is like, no. You're a dickhead. Good job. Bill, check this out. Here comes another one. Yeah, in the 70s, yeah. I was born this year. I'm going to Vegas, right? I've been to Vegas for a while. And I was like, look at my stuff. I see this. And I'm like, dude, what? That's something I can wear to Vegas. Right? So I go, hell yeah. You know, bring it to Vegas. Put it on Vegas. Okay, I don't know. And then my wife, no, I'm going to put those pictures. Like, just a, it's pretty cool. You have some no, dude, we don't. see website, you can tell us depend on so I go, oh yeah, this is it. So I put it on and I go here. Sure it is over there. Look, last night I go restaurant. You know, the first years, I did not wake up to piss in the middle. My boring stories are short. You said this years. I wake up 2 times a night. Last night, or the next night, whatever that was. They gave me. I couldn't fall asleep. It's like 11. I go, I'm gonna go sleep. I have many beds. And so room. I was like, that sounds good. Just in there. Sounds like shit. That was really good. So, went into a different bed. I don't know. Sometimes when you know it, like my son, scary stuff. You know, like throw me off the fucking skyscraper. You know, the problem is like, where did we go? Now I'm scared, like to sleep with you. But so it's just it's made a mistake. Watch. So it's yeah, that's and I was walking back to that. He's not scared of it, right? No. He's walking out there. He doesn't understand what's really. Yeah, no shit, that's my point. You know, what he just does it just so all these. No kids are kids. Kids. We went by Palm Springs in so far where they have the free big one. So already shot. Right. It was a little bit like, what is happening? It's like a by the way, those are the things. Probably I wasn't paying attention. I was like, so I they, the other like this is really how many movies so I got and one of the other like and then Rabbi turns 15, he's good at that. So, like, that's the thing, right? I said, um, we did. It's not obviously so. So, how was it? How was the big number? First interview. I want to know. How's it going? It's like Chris Farley, but he used to do it on Saturday. Drugs. It's just like drugs, it's a long time. That's exactly what that's those sketches were so funny. Like, that's like that's what we do. John, you would think maybe like fucking that shit. It's this Brandon Shaw. So, consciously, it's like a guy with you, girl. Yes, that is so you bitch. It's my tradition. State, something else. Yeah. That's the place I would. No. Replace intermittent fasting with intermittent eating. No, what you eat. For 6 months, and I think it's so much easier. But it takes so long to get to show because it takes so long to get to. First of all, oh really? Okay. Take I know. I relax. Trust me. I know. It's hard because of all the city so long. Yeah. So yeah, 24 hours. Yeah. Are you sad? It's like, yeah, look, just centimeters, this one, going I, every single fucking time I'm not making something to me. Dude, every single time. Like, you guys have been in the house like 2 years. She's been in it for 50. And, like, you guys have been in the house like 2 years. I was like, that's a song I couldn't. That's pull this up. He's showcasing his talents, man. Like, this is bizarro me. No, my brother looks like a cartoon. Start off fun. Awesome. Savings you can get with Marathon Rewards. Join Marathon Rewards today. Start earning rewards on every gift. Get redeemed rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per gift. Forget Marathon stations are packed with conveniences. You need to stock up and live life like a marathon. Marathon available at Marathon locations. Terms and conditions apply. See marathonrewards.com for details. the next day. The next day. Sorry, dude. Anyway, I'm actually gonna go to I got this fun thing. I don't really know each other, but it's fucking. You know what this is? You're being so boring. Thank God you're a dad, too. True, true. It's true. You're a. That's why you're a. Well, thank God. I never had a job with that. That makes me cry. It's the total sad. You guys tell me this is or not. I want to buy another form. She said, I'm going to do this thing. And I said, yeah, girl, it will be real. I know. I had. That's fucking. So, see, when I try to do it with her, yeah, she's not like you. She can't get ready. That is a good joke. Yeah, just put your name. I don't like it. It's good. Yeah, good. For a lot of it, saying I'm so. Yeah, you would have been this. Shit, we're up in this. I don't like that joke. We're so much party. I know, but I'm only 45, dude. You know what I realized a few years ago? It's way. No, that's just really honest. Like kids look like let's get off the road. Get the road. I get 30 times. This is crazy. Age, man. doctors killing just saying the doctors keep saying I don't have autism, and I will prove them. You keep asking. Outside their house, dude. First time I got the book, I got my other somewhere else, and I'm like, fuck. So I just realized this today, but when you know, when you pay the thing that's sign here, and they don't have a pen, you should just sign your name. You're a bitch when you do that. Because you're that one there, you're standing there with like when others get in, you know, let's say, how they make there's no drum key in front of them. Yeah, exactly. If all the sounds are out, the voice would be like, that book is demon friend. It's one of those revenge career. He comes back and kills us. Singing, please fucking kill him. But check out Chris. Honestly, I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm not. Those though, for the reason, my nose. I like big noses. I like big noses. And you know, mom and dad. Quiz! Down to pizza. Takes well, that's where Quiz shines. Premier Benefits. Considered and every day where and dependable. Quince has essentials I love with quality. Has a slightly TV's in 100%. I got personal pieces. It works. Directly with top factory. It's amazing. We by thousands of people wearing it every day. And the only are the factories that rigorous standards for great stuff. Shorts of the shirt, the orange green, like he does stuff. So right now, go to Quince.com for free shipping and 360 it's a full year to build your work online. And you will now available at it too. Keep selling reviews that don't last. Go energy. We really tried. How much more fucking? So right now we gotta do it. Oh my god! Well, I know how we do it, Mickey. I know. You know, it's like energy is fun. So we have to. So you're still in it. Well. Well, we're not. I tried. No, you didn't. I did. One night. I'll have to think about that. Which of a bother? No, it was both you guys. I was by myself. Shirt on. But you guys. I mean, you know, coach. Yes. Monster. I'm trying to get my tickets from the box section. I get two. I get I'm just smoking like, you know what? Why aren't you out there working? 2 games? Up to practice. Yeah. This way having worked out. Then you got the kids. Correct. And then you went and did it. Yeah. And then it's fun. But there was stuff against me, right? We had a diet. On the diet coke. Yeah. Bro, you're gonna die, huh? You can't drink 10. Drink 10 a day. Says science. I guess I'm talking. I'm like, yes. What? Yeah. Honestly, put this shirt on him. Hey, 40. Anybody got a question? Just boom. Did you realize that you kind of look like this? You got a non-Eric fat. No, the blue scoop. It's bad. Since we've had kids. See now, it's teamwork. Since we've had kids. There's one major thing, guys. I don't want to impress her. Susie, I just Chris roll. You made it more awkward than putting it in no. I'm doing besides, you know. 1006. What else do you got? So many weeks. actually still do. So it was hard. We had a good time. Yeah, so we bring ourselves into it. Oh yeah, yeah. So part of the goal is your family. So let's get into that. That's a secret. Rod Stewart. Rod Sterling. Rod Sterling. So it's okay. They still have what Rod Stewart. Is the shit and stuff. Sterling, you know what that's odd. We should have just I don't know. I'm doing so many other things right now. It's cool. We're all proud of it. And you know what? some like a place kids play Kansas. Sports. What is she doing? It's too okay. There's no girls. You wonder. What's that? Said this the other day. I got back from Australia. I was going for like 11 days, longer than normal. And he came into my morning, woke up, I was with John, and I met his girlfriend later. And first thing he said was like, I'm sorry you had me away from us for so long. And I was like, what? Some kid who to me, like, thinking about how I was shocked. So that's the reason why for sure. And it was almost like that everything for a few days. You know, it was like you're figuring it out in real time. And it was like, that was great. Yeah, and there's a million from in sports. So every weekend, Tiger Dog, every touchdown, every run off the place. I was thinking it's funny that you had to go right strong down, but you get a son for everybody. You know what I mean? Because you knew that was that one thing. This is still we were the most mindset before you bring the major. A crowd this way. We knew this was going to happen. I knew he was going to be like, oh, she's going to make it. Let me just fit my shoes. My neck of the woods. I look forward to seeing everybody, actually. Hands on you, boy. I'm just like, That's right, Christopher. And I should say this is support, but it will be right. I'm gonna make it. I didn't know. I made it this week. Figure that out. Also, Chris is gonna be there at the same place Friday and Saturday. Hey, I might drop by. Somebody can drop by. Yeah, that's the first. Are you in town just for that? Interesting. You have to get stuff. I'm gonna stay 2 days. As long as I'm gonna stay home. You've been at the Ritz again out here? Listen, man. I said, I'm 50. Okay, so I'm here. So I'm like, I'm gonna be in a good hotel with my credit card, gave me $300. And that's why it's gonna be in there. And it's right there. This guy's staying 10 miles away from the clubs and stuff, which I don't understand. Dude, I can't believe Airbnb. I don't do that. Fuck. Hotel 2 minutes. I don't know. It's a good hotel because your boys were like, you just live here. It's like, all right. No, but it's he would have been near me. I walk everywhere. We could all see. Bridge smell good. It's like kimchi. And things. No. Yeah, I'll be one real hot today. It's like 90 something here now. No, it's gotta be. So that's great. Where yesterday? What? You're supposed to get 2 times a year. Okay. All right. I didn't see it opening. Air conditioning guy enough. Yeah, but who even says that to somebody else? Again, it's I'll tell you why, because of the issues I had with but I'm wearing green. Oh, that's right. It happens. I can just be reminded now. It's on Thursday, so it's Tuesday. But I'm right. I'm saying, did you remember? Do you not remember till now when I said it? I did. Tomorrow. That's right. I forgot. Because it's my birthday on the 12th, and Chris's birthday is coming up on the 24th. All freaking. Well, I'm just getting old. Wait. Yeah. But the reason why I have to bring it up is because you will have your outfit laid out. So I think I was coming up, and I know him, so I'm like, all right, let's get ready for school. like it. Okay, you know what I mean? Just think about it. There's so many holidays. If you had holidays that are like, if you had your birthday, but you not counting the fact that obviously it's fun. I know what I put. You know, take the kids out of it and put out there. Take the kids like, no, it's still great. It's still kids out of it. Take the kids out of it. But take the like, because I'm away from you know what I mean? What you think? You know, Howard's my favorite. I don't know. Sure. So we got like, you know, I told you guys, you have to, you know, end it, you know, or idea. It's like, so you know, wow, that's, like that. It's weird how I know how good I am, but you don't know. I should do this. And so what else is looking for? Probably a few games is number one. Holy smells. His birthday. How old is his birthday? At the last one, 35, this rush. He wanted to do it.
Daniel Watts joining. You might recognize him as the drummer from the movie Get Out. Okay, just a little test tonight. How about a bass player? Madness, everybody. Very exciting stuff. I mean, powerful. Things are the State of the Union is strong. Ray Ryan, J.E. drawing tonight's episode of Los Angeles, California. He draws every episode. Tony, poster. I got a great place for it. Yeah, I think, yeah. I asked for it immediately. Prototype. Yeah, it doesn't look like every past episode hit. That's what it is. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. One character. It's absolutely incredible. It's all available at gmail.com. And he draws everything. Dude, the new Kill Tony. Well, something new by round of applause of the new Kill Tony. Exciting. Flying on the shelves. Exciting stuff. Fixed vodka too, man. Yes. Vodka. Less of a cleaner beverage. Just an overall better buzz. Fixed vodka. Right, John? For those of you that don't know, content is how to say, feels good in here. You guys excited for a fun show? Feels good. Pandemic is slowly weaning off. Everybody is fearful. And more tables. Feels good. Feels cozy. Before we start today's show, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made this show available for you tonight, right now. We here at Kill Tony are indeed supported by ZipRecruiter. Recent data shows that out of all the female-owned businesses, it is estimated that 1 in 3 is owned by mom. We love moms here at Kill Tony. Do you ever wonder how these amazing moms and dads find time to hire for their businesses while juggling their families? Simple. With ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free only at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's right. CEO and founder Talia Goldstein is one such mompreneur. Besides being a mother of 2, personalized matchmaking company Freedom is constantly growing, and she needs to hire a second matchmaker of the month. So she uses ZipRecruiter's powerful technology comes to her life with the right experience and actively invites them to apply. But Talia is not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter. Out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter to get quality candidates on the first day. And the first day, right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. And it's the web address, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. This special offer is ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. Because they're the best. ZipRecruiter, smartest way to squeaky doors, infinity engines, when things break around the house, you take care of it. However, something's off in the bedroom, you just tried it out and you're about it. Come on! What are you waiting for? You get a free online evaluation and ongoing ED, all from the comfort and privacy of your home. And you professional work with you to find the best treatment plan and medications verified and starting to go free. Sharing process is straightforward and started a second. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED with a clean in your home. Complete an online visit today to connect to a healthcare professional. That's right. If you love Tony, take care of your family. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now and you'll get $15 off your first month. It is time to take care of your ED. And remember, get started today and you'll save $15 on your first order ED treatment. You love stand-up comedy. The only thing that should be harder than stand-up comedy is your boner. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony. And we're back. Are you guys ready for the show? Fuck. It's an exciting one tonight. You know, sometimes I pride myself on not only booking, you know, people that have been famous for decades and this and that, but also here on Tony, I like to be famous. Introduce you to lots of comedians and guests on the show. Not just out of the bucket. It's guests. You can just see the future always get promoted here. Maybe like one of the first podcasts I have like Tim Dillon on. Listen, on here. All the monsters come from here. This is one of the guys that has been rising through the ranks. This is his first time as a guest on Kill Tony. Years ago, he was working the door at the comedy store watching it. Got all the way up to paid regular. Monster, he's been absolutely shredded on shows here in Austin, Texas. He doesn't come here. The general goes for tonight's guest. Here, and everybody, here we go. This is the future. Yes, this is all of us. Because you're looking at the future right now. stare a sign up and like, oh, I gave him a bug taking 60 seconds. Uninterrupted on his show. You know your time is up and here's the sound of it. He's wrapping up that, or else we're going to bring out the angry passion district thing. Oh my god, it's so annoying. No one wants to hear that, so just do your time. Fast. I don't know. We're always so drugged up in here. I don't know. Yeah. No one wants to admit that they wear the card off. It's a weird thing. I go laugh. It's like, where is it? And then you just get 20 different answers. Like, oh, your mom's house. Alright. That's where the game was. Where else do you get a pair of rainbows? At least he thinks it was a weapon. So you really just. Oh shit. Wait till it signs up one day. You'll ever sign up for the show? You can just wait. Here's when you start for that show. One week we pulled out a very legitimately homeless guy. I mean, truly homeless. It was actually incredible. Like, and somehow he just signed up. I guess he signs up for random things that have sign up sheets. He had no idea what was happening. Pretty crazy. So, isn't that a fun thing to hear like, before the show starts? Like, hey, homeless people, have you ever heard before? Isn't it? You bought a ticket, you came into a venue. Alright, here we go. Tonight's show will start with comedy stylings. Hans Kim. Hans Kim is in it. First, until here we go. Hans is moving fast. This could be one of those cases where the meeting is out of breath immediately. On the start of their decided to spring on the ring. Here we go. Here's Hans Kim, everyone. What's up, guys? My name's Hans Kim. A lot of the ladies that I did like to call me a premature ejaculator. Yeah, guys, it's premature to me. I can't run at the perfect time, but I felt amazing. Thanks for tuning in and please yourself. I'm an Asian man. A lot of Asian women have different romantic positions here than us. But we would be back to the same right here. I can throw it away and be relax. Running late can put my dudes. I can put my dudes. Get all of my dudes. Well, a lot of people make fun of me just because we like dogs, which I just think is very shocking because in America dogs should do like family members, but in Asia we treat our family members like family members.
kind of,
I've seen the new line from Honda. It's very sweet. It looks so much like my girl.
I love it.
Imagine if you were like long hair and I'm going, you're sorry. Yeah, you really need to the picture for Red. Hard as a rock right now. What do you think about this guy?
That was a great thing. The training thing was, I like training for so really.
Who doesn't love training for, right? I know. Anyway, I did like training for shooter for it's like the girl would take with a dick. A normal girl though? Yeah. That's straighter than a guy. Yeah. Yeah. All these homos out here watching dudes looking chicks. I love it. What's your favorite kind of porn? What's your sneaky type of? You seem like the kind of guy that would be into, like a step grandmother or something like that.
Definitely toilet porn. Like, I would just like,
my goodness, what are we talking about? Like, what's your perfect? Like, what's your favorite porn? Like, what did that look like? Pillow explodes and that's I can't really get into tickle porn. Yeah, not really my thing at all. It's like the opposite. You should watch tickle porn when somebody's really they're like tortured and you're getting fucked at the same time. It's like it's crazy. It sounds to me. Who can laugh and really get fucked at the same time? Like one of those things isn't work if you're really ticklish at first. Wow. Are you ticklish? Yes. Just ignore the tickle stick in his hand. What do you do for fun? Asian hobbies, karaoke, or take salty pepper shakers.
To basketball, I'd like to start out to real-time strategy game. I'm into watching a lot of podcasts. I'm into living in my van, like finding a good place to go to the bathroom. It's pretty exciting.
That's a challenge. How long have you lived in the van for?
About 3 years.
In Austin.
About 2 weeks.
Okay. Where do you park it?
My Zilker.
Are you here?
That's like so transitory. It's hard to say, but it's the whole month. I love Austin, so I'm trying to stay here because it's like up and off.
I can show Wednesday. Well, we got the company. I'd love to have you on.
Thank you very much.
Wait a second night, huh? What are you gonna do to celebrate?
Go upstairs and be like, motherfuckers.
Look at that.
Strut myself a bit and I go to the blind pig for another open mic.
There you go. All right. Absolutely. You did it, man. That's exactly how it's done. You come in and you do jokes. My favorite part was when you said, I'm an Asian man. You said that at some point. Those words came out of your mouth and now I'm an Asian man. It was like,
I'm putting this thing on the face.
he's got a song on Wednesday. Found him here. Ladies and gentlemen, one more on screen, everybody. Wait. Stop. Why's your Twitter? Hold on. Wait. Why's your Twitter handle DJ? Are you a DJ?
No, it's not as funny. It's like the same thing, DJ comedian.
You're right. Because DJ, I mean, on Twitter and probably Instagram too. Like spam. Right. I was gonna say, very rarely do you see an Asian. Oh, look at this back. Hey, look at this back, everybody, from the Yellow Rose and Red Rose, the two best eyebrows here in applause. Some very happy people there. And everybody. I mean, I wish there was as many people that are fucking color. Instead of out there and strip. Forgot to pull a name. Let's pull a name and see what happens here. Makes it really start. Dean Stanfield. Here we go. Dean Stanfield. Do you guys understand the show? You have any fun yet? How many of you think the next comedian is going to do great? How many of you think the next comedian is going to pump? Wow. Alright. Oh, shit. Here he is, Dean Stanfield.
You want to hear a hot take of about a chicken restaurant with a mother man? Woo! Chicken restaurant, man. My favorite Popeyes. You think of bullshit at Popeyes, right? You go in, you get the shit, you get out, right? That's what I love about it. I want a good Christian conversation. I go down there with the people who the chicken down there, the chicken. This is Popeyes, right? So yell at me through the microphone, put the butter on the chicken. That's how I feel about that. Look, church is chicken. So this place to go, I'm a black lady call you baby. Right there at the counter. She looked, can I get you anything from you, baby? Some stereotyping in my life. Texas chicken, man. Right? So this place in Texas gets some chicken. Right? Because they treat you like right? They treat you like family. I was the other day and they were like, hey, how's your movement? I was like, how do you know my movement? They like, make sure we don't hold the bullshit in the area. What I'm talking about. Oh, you know, there's hungry. There's chicken leg. We can think about it. For that comment about my mom.
So there it is, Dean Stanfield. Trying the best chicken restaurant. Seconds there. You've been on this show before, right?
No.
Wow,
We got good shows. We did, you came to, we did Shakespeare's together.
okay, absolutely. It's all coming back to me now. What about you?
Shake it off, I spent mustache, that's why.
Absolutely. Look at you now, like a Theo Vaughn with the cross with Bert Kreischer. Fred Reicher. You have the fucking body of a retired pro wrestler.
Who lost steroids in their class?
Oh, you were on steroids?
They had a lot of steroids in their class.
Okay. Okay. What's your story, Dean? You look like you'd be anywhere between 17 and 75.
He gets 27 years old.
27 years old. You're a real Texas boy, right?
Yes, sir. Born out in Texas and moved to Florence, Texas when I was 3. And then South Texas when I was sophomore in high school. And I finished up high school there 6 years ago.
Those players sound like they're at least an hour away from your parents.
It's pretty big, right there. They're all like an 8-9 hour drive from each other.
So what do you been doing your whole life? You drive like a lawnmower or something?
So I built power lines for 9 years, and then I started doing stand-up comedy 3 years ago. And just for my job in January to do stand-up comedy.
Okay. Quite good job. Absolutely. Hell yeah. You living in a van next to an Asian guy yet? That's awesome. You live by yourself?
No, I got roommates. We got a house in Georgia.
Okay. How many roommates do you got?
One roommate is a girlfriend. That's sad. You heard of
It's like some type of magic or something. What's that?
Old red flag magic light. Yeah, that's like such a hair.
Yes, you did. Son of a bitch. You're wearing what does the shirt say?
Right.
Yeah, that is interesting. You're wearing a brand shirt that is wearing the jeans right through the cinch. Okay. Authentic Native American metal.
So, I mean,
Chewing tobacco?
absolutely.
You're like a Texas Build-A-Bear.
Power lines for a long time. I think the crazy story, like freaking electric. Yeah, I watched that little like ID from it. It went to reach the junction box with the 1,800 to 1,400 power lines. He reached in there without his glove to grab something, and so like back hard and like he's still light. He's still on the power lines too.
Wow. Hell yeah. Just a real one-trick pony. Oh yeah,
But he does.
you never had any post-its?
I've been electric 22. Oh yeah, I know. Soccer. It's really had a dad growing up.
Alright. Different thoughts on these. Look at this guy. You look at that?
Most of my family's from Louisiana, and
I
heard occasionally. Yeah.
It's also they might actually be like we were playing. They're like bonbon. Yeah, you just say it twice. Okie dokie. Is there anything crazy about your life that we should know about? You seem like a guy that has like a sister that's missing or something. Jesus Christ.
Got a fucking talent over here. It still has a nail on it.
Can you imagine that? You guys I saw D Madness a little bit. That's how disgusting that movie is.
Other than that was right outside of high school, and outside of high school. And that's about it. I like guns.
You
Yeah. So
that's cool. Anything crazy about riding?
yeah, I got some bad friends. I think one was like sticks out of my mind. Right outside of the shoot, tried like 2 times, threw me over the front of it, and took my vest open, and I was stuck in front of it, and he was like breathing to get me off, and he threw me like 20 feet against the gate, and the clowns got it, pulled me out of there.
You ever did any clowning?
Clown for like practices and stuff for guys, but nothing big videos that I was focused on. Not getting hurt,
Right.
That's just like okay. So
Is that true?
just fun. Yeah. No, those guys are great.
Oh, no, right. You were doing bumps and coke here. Well, Dean, fun times, man. Sunshine. Come back again soon, and hopefully do more about you. There's everybody.
He's on Instagram. He is Facebook.
He is Facebook. You would have heard he has Linebacker with the Red Rose. They celebrate their 1-year anniversary Thursday, April 29th. South Congress. Can I set that bundle? Austin's first team adult nightclub. Complimentary limos 7 days a week. And they have a world famous cheeseburger. Okay. McKaylee works at the Yellow Rose, an Austin legend for 35 years. Alright, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian. Everyone. Hold on. Nobody's before, you know. Sometimes people are in the bathroom, they miss the spot, but we'll just keep moving. Your next name is very interesting name. Makes a noise for Maximilian Mentecott. Very interesting. Oh, really? You're an everyday guy. Maximilian Mentecott. This guy's definitely going to be here. Maximilian, don't miss their opportunity for Kevin. Maximilian Mentecott. Here it is. We're going to make some noise for Maximilian.
What's up? When it's time, just me, these are losers. That's cool. I grew up, my sister was on weed, she's not anymore, so we could talk about it. She was fat, right? And when we got to high school, I wanted to include everything. I fucked your sister, and I was like, well, who's fucking? No, it's like, I'll do. I'm staying the way just that. Just kidding, guys. So, good.
20 more seconds if you want it. 20 more seconds if you want it. 20 seconds. Now it's 15.
Hey, what is it? I'm popular, guys.
Okay. Closing out hard in 34 seconds, everybody. Maximilian Mentecott. I love it. Welcome, welcome, Maximilian. That's a minute. How's it going? Good. How long did I see you about? 4 years. That's fun. How old are you?
25.
And you're born and raised here in Austin?
Went to San Diego.
Sweet. Absolutely. And is it true you're always look at that? You want to swim? I'll just play. How was there?
You know what I mean? This man gave me a couch to sleep on when I was a stranger to him. Really? Swear to God. This man gave me a story. He's like, yo, when you're sleeping, I was like, I'll do a couple spots tonight.
Wow. Sign up.
See the deal? I was like, oh, shit.
Do you think Rangers have feet or something? Why would you do that? Everyone has Derek Force's class to give them a hard left-handed hand job, and that's why he also has an MVP. Like Maximilian still wearing the breeze after all this time. If the old dry rub, you know what I mean? The old we believe that these are no jokes, Derek. We are forcing this to give you a hand job. What was the next thing in there? This place we want to know. I thought of it. Right.
Strangers, and I was like,
So, you're looking across this guy to stabbing him.
you had cocaine energy, but it wasn't bad. It was what you the store, and people in the store talking about
You were moving the and it turns out he did. take health advice from a doctor over here. So you ever thought back to Million? What year did you this? That's a lot of other than stand-up comedy. What's something else that you do?
I tried Muay Thai.
Okay. Is it near wrist?
No, I was still.
Okay. Any chance like if you didn't see me throw the like stand-up show was a little bit of one time, just to improvise trying to fight. And then you might even do some air points. How do you want to see the some air point high? Whatever you want to do, sure. Don't explain it too much. Just fucking give the people a show. Here he is showing you some hair or something. Next to everyone hands it up. You just pretend like someone's in front of you, like trying to attack you like this to me, you would go on, because unless you're fucking like holy girl, so you're thinking that. You would go on and speak. Demon is going to beat the shit out of you if you did that to the street. Max and Elliot, it's so hard. Influence is a fully off. Tell us something else interesting about your family or your life or something like that. This is a very heavy episode. Alright. And wild experience. You got there all by yourself?
Yeah, I got it. Street, everyone's drinking. It's a fun time. Still love what's wrong with yourself. If you don't know that, it was kind of weird. Once you're alive, really, you just street, right? You're feeling, you're like, I'm alive.
Yeah, totally felt all the black like the macro inside of the even and then okay. The three, I'm only myself and skater, but I guess I'm not funny. Thank you, terrible. Joke a few more months than married to me, and when I do, you'll be there. You'll see. I'll tell you. I'm running with the bulls. Fucking fire. You never got hurt when you did the bulls, though.
No, I've seen people get destroyed.
Actually not surprised of a bull. Actually, you do it. Load up himself. You have a girlfriend? You seem like that was really good with the ladies. What do you do with your girlfriend? Okay, we were doing that.
I don't say anything. Watch me.
That's it.
Socially.
Oh, shit.
Military girl. She's a black. I was like, what? I can't sit on this. What?
So, you come up when you bomb, that's perfect.
I mean, it's not a regular day, but just the way he did. I was like, well, that's super duper.
Did you say you do good? It's like, that's me. It's the man I fell in love with. He's like, you're something here. I would like to fuck people that suck. Yeah, she's gonna from the no one's fucking damn. Totally didn't fucking. Such a cool name. What ethnicity? So, just so I should. Here he's popular, but besides, he's popular. It's really a damn compliment. Very funny thing because everybody is going to hit him from there. up against a wall or something like that. You know what I mean?
So,
okay, this thing looks familiar. Maybe I've met this person before. I'm really hate for me. Like, up here seeing it. Nice thing, like, friends over. You can buy her. You can put your work in the yellow rose. The red rose. The red rose, that's right. The yellow rose, the legendary 45-year club. The red rose, the new club. Both the same family. Because the feeling, but the yellow rose, red rose. Full nude. Leo Kanaka's next to Kel Tony. Is it really fully nude? The Texas players don't fuck around. Which is like unheard of at first clubs. Yes, there you go. Leo Kanaka's next to Leo Kanaka. Leo Tanaka? Leo Kanaka. There he comes, everybody. So very simple. One more time for Leo Kanaka. Here we go. What the fuck is up, dude? How you feeling? Who's this drinking on a Monday? Yes. I just been here. You guys don't give a fuck about me. You don't care at all. I've been home for cocaine so many times. You guys been so many pandemic. I thought people were I walked through the door. This dude broke right to my face. I was like, I think I want to start out. Yeah, let's do this. Sick. I single-handedly blamed Joe Rogan for the health issues here. I agreed to here because they all fast. Stopped watching porn recently. I think it was rough when I was on a date with somebody and she choked her on her own thing. And I got overdosed. Yeah, she went. She went. She went. Here, look at her. It was good times. Thank you. Derek's lived here 1 week. Position yourself as his spot deal. Come from Baltimore, and he comes in here. He was there to visit with Rothschild and Chan. So, okay. He invited to his parents. See if he can visit. Do you keep anything? You're a video, so they can see it. Do you keep anything in your chest there? Just your tip? Okay. Alright. I'm always curious or something like that. So, Leo, you were just in the show recently, right? She was in weeks where I was a week Wow, that's a joke for your grandfathers. If you want to get them into the show, duty. Duty joke. Leo, tell us something about you. Find out. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I did it again. Oh, shit. I was drinking with fucking goobies. Wow, my goodness. They knew you were drinking because of the Shane Gill? That's a big name. So, how much did you drink? Too much. Yeah, I know. How much? Now. So, anybody else here? Cool. When you like black out a little bit and then come back and then you come again, and then you come back again, and then remember Green You greened out in Vancouver. Yeah, that's a real thing. I greened out in this place that Doug Benson. Yeah. They're like, hey, you gotta be careful here because we have 2 months in this place. With some of the exhaust fans, this old company club in Toronto, tiny, very low to the lights, and it was a dispensary in the back, but the front was, it's hard to describe, but all this smoke was sticking from me. So I basically just didn't breathe oxygen for a couple hours. It was really as I was smoking and inhaling secondhand smoke. Unlike Tony, he walked outside into the office and just laid on the side. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And I remember very clearly sitting on that curtain straight up, sweating. I was sweating in bullets. It was like freezing cold. It was fucking shitty Toronto. Anyway, you blacked out, then you come back. And I heard you go black, you never go. Alright, anyway. Hey, where's it? Hit with a poltergeist, so 100-year-old man, taken over by soul. So, Leo, very interesting. What's your love life like? So, single, and so here's a suggest putting a condom in that sweet pocket and letting the girls like the guy in the outline of the you can have an outline of a condom, and girls will be like, this guy wants to safely fuck. Actually, the girl throw something out here, it's like rings in the puss, and like she like she has a removable one. Are they about to no, that's the real dirt in it. Right? My God, she showed it to you like that's what's gonna stop me. Just fucking throws it back in there. Where you just swap it and put it in there. The girl wants to head her ears with like a lot of girls, and it was the worst. It was felt like a reverting, but it felt good. One time came out of so it's creepy that much, she said. Control. My goodness. So, when's this chick with the when's the baby coming? Listen. Leo. How long have you been seeing that? He's 3 years. 3 years. What do you think about Leo there? Any thoughts on this guy? This little bag of biscuits. Here, look at this little tiny little baby Ruth. Appreciate it. I swear to God, here 1 week. Everybody from somewhere said, I don't know, once I was in a place to stay. Congratulations on getting it so many times in such a short period of time. And there's Leo. Leo.comedian. Let's have some fun. You guys ready to want a special treat, huh? Not. Yeah, was like, oh, that's what I thought. I didn't know that name either. I mean,
never done it. I mean, but I think it's sober, but
So gross. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a special treat for you. Kill Tony, regular ladies and Skype famous for his incredible joke writing and roasting abilities. He's back from Los Angeles, California. Make some noise for the great and powerful David Lucas, everybody. Here we go. The legend teller, David Lucas.
I don't deal with the kids anymore. I had a better experience. I spent the night at my girl's house and woke up the next morning to her son put my shit to school. And he was in the fourth grade. Like, why don't you figure out clothes, bro? This shit don't even fit. If men disappeared, I think that women would die over 2 years. Because we've been doing real shit. Like, y'all and fight all the time. The only thing y'all agree on is rape. Every time we get along and we're trying to break a nigga down, you know what I'm saying? Like, he touched me. He touched me too. That's the only time y'all fucking agree. Like, the reason you have women making singles because they argue about that shit. They argue about the shit. Bitch, really come on my outfit? So you don't want me, you know?
That's how you do it.
Yeah, what's up, dog?
Looking good. David, good. Hope you look. Tonight, you're just out there letting it all hang out.
Yeah, man, I found a new big and talk. When you your picture with us.
They make them tall your size.
Tall, 6'7", 6 inches long.
You go to big and tall, they're not big and fat.
Tony, you should be a gender on us.
White people. That's not how it works at all.
No gender.
Oh.
Yeah. You shop for people who don't look like a man. That's what you shop for.
I was so offended that you called me. That's the shame we do redheaded people in the show. Calling me. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah,
Like the Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters got roasted. The Marshmallow Man. That's like the end of Ghostbusters right now. No, all female the Ghostbusters. Anyway, what you been up to? It's been a couple weeks. You been on this show?
Man, the killing show is past. I think they're on there that shit. For 20 minutes, dog, you know.
Yeah, Derek's still right now. He's on his own. Still on the show. Getting it done. Shaking hands with everything that comes on. Comes out. That's people can know which area to move out. finally I get to eat out there.
It's pretty simple. You just pick up your kid because the baby mamas really don't care about food.
Right.
They don't care if you see them or not.
Right.
If a baby like please go up my phone with them.
Wow. I love it. If you're good, I think your daughter's super, super smart.
Yeah. She wants to be a comedian.
Yeah, she's gonna be a big star. She's gonna do whatever she wants.
She's already sick. She knows she wants to be a comedian.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, but young ones. Yeah, so she took that.
She call you if you're every day late on the payments.
Like, so this is what this is. It's not black people about right now. They won't say I need some money. They be like your daughter needs some money. And my daughter's sick, so my baby mama has coached her to FaceTime me. Like, Daddy, somebody like this, you know, right? She asked for us.
Oh my god. Money transfer out. Yeah. Derek, you know David Lucas, you guys were just up until the pandemic, you guys were co-workers.
I think Derek was only there like 2 weeks. Like when I started, I think he was 11. Yeah, I'm gonna when he started out. It was nice to me. One really got to get one. He was running something to do. Like I'm friends going there. Smart niggas.
What's the point? 2007, honestly. No, it was a Cutlass Supreme.
Cutlass.
Wow. Man, it's snowing.
Black people even allowed to drive.
That's true. No one stole any cars. It was great. Alright. So glad that you're back in town. We have a big weekend ahead of us. A bunch of stuff's about to go down. I'm super excited about it. Absolute monster. And for your incredible work with every time on the show. Very David Lucas, everybody. Tell Tony regular. It's only 7 or 8 in the history of the show. That's a big one right there. All right. Fun times. Oh, are we in for a special treat right now? I'm so excited about this. This guy made his own show 6 weeks ago. We all know all about this. On the Death Squad shows and other things on the spot. Security here every single week at this show. Here. Oh, shit. This guy is very, very talented. Lots of acting. It's a special team. I'm excited to bring it up. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for Antone's is everybody. You forgot to put you in. Here we go. Best spot. Already famous. Just wave. Everybody loves it. Everybody. And so, make some noise for time. Oh, there's a t-shirt on him.
So we gotta get.
Absolutely. You have talent in there. Welcome back. You're right. Watching the podcast, we are easily penetrable.
Yeah. There's a lot of voices of
You're like you're almost like a young version of the cool black from Police. Monster. Do you make other weird noises? Is there any noise you can't make? It's like a. I didn't smoke too many cigarettes.
Turn me down for Darth Vader.
Oh, there you go. That's sure you do.
On that for the line to 2 weeks. No, I said I.
You said I.
So now he. I have noticed when you're on stage, there's so many chances for you to mix comedy with what you do. And you have a few things that you do already. Are you constantly thinking of like comedy ideas for mixing your talents with? I like to mix a couple of elements. But you know, most of the things we do, we tell them not to show. I do take song requests if anyone has something they'd like to hear.
Oh, I love this. Does anybody have a request? Anybody in the audience? What an incredible talent. Here's a rumor, Ben, and maybe I'm wrong about this. I heard that your father is yeah, it's honestly one of those things that like, you're like, drums are cool, but this is cooler. Like when you have like review about stuff like that.
Oh God, I can't do tricks.
Is your father?
I don't want to play the blues band.
Is your father a big supporter of your beatbox? He is. I love it. I was really excited this week. I went to my first time at Antone's The Records. Did you know Antone's The Records?
Absolutely right here. Right.
Well, it's different. That one is cool, but there's another one. What is that?
Just Antone's Records. West Campus, right around like 20 years here. But sometimes I got some work over there too. So I think more people these days.
Yeah. It's like there into my shop. The guy working security there. And operated school 10 records. Easy breeze.
Like incense, you walk in and they're like rubbing into your hand. And so it was a fabulous concept. I like that. That's the reason we grew up.
The yellow ones, that's a big deal. The world famous cheeseburger with the yellow rose. Did you eat that?
I tell catch was hookers. I don't need condoms because I got 2 inches of foreskin. I think it's already protected. First time I had sex, the girl told me, it would be right about my daddy and shit, but 30 seconds ago, the virus that went a long time ago. If the dude that was drinking too many Christmas, but it just wore a condom. My daddy snores, he jacks off in his sleep at the same motherfucking time. Okay. Agabomb. Am I saying that right? Agabomber. Okay, yeah, that's an R. Absolutely. Welcome back, Agabomber. You've been on the show before. Tonight it's like you're dropping a resume somewhere. Shit. My goodness, I remember last time you were not dressed like this at all. I feel like he hasn't changed since he's absolutely. I think your style very unorthodox style, like Jones. How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing stand-up for about 3 years and a half. 3 years and a half, absolutely. And where are you originally from? California. Oh, okay. One of the rare black people in America. Very, very rare breeds. In Harlem or in Canada. Okie dokie, I got true that you have 2 inches of foreskin? Yeah, really? So technically you're always in the hood. Agabar, have you thought about getting a late-term circumcision? I just did it. I want to eat it. Wow, about 26 years old. Was that why your dick shape when you get on it? I don't really know what his dick shape was. Yeah, it alright. Look at you, Tony. You look good and shit. You gained a little weight. Thank you, Agabar. Yeah, I love these compliments. I get these he calls me a fucking ginger.
Oh my god. Agabah, you don't do it, man. It's shit. That was the greatest thing you could have done is fucking absolutely. I knocked you all the way. I had your back all the way.
He tried to go surfing, but he drowned because he didn't.
You better stop. You better stop, Agabah. He went back to the kitchen. He's not even here anymore. I love it, man. I love it. You have a good style, Agabah. Look at you up here trying to roast. Something adorable, looking like Denzel, Washington, D.C. It's a real thing for you. D.C. It's an older rapper. It's a big serial killer from 10 years ago. I love it. Agabah, tell us something. You're such an interesting guest. I find you to be so intriguing. You have so much swagger, confidence. You have a great look. Look at you taking off the glasses for a second. You're just you actually use your front pocket. I'm like the lead that was up here earlier. Agabah, what else about your life? How can we learn? What kind of fun facts about you or your family or your upbringing or anything?
Well, I've been out of the country. I was in Egypt for 3 years and a half. Okay, and I enjoyed the Egypt women out there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, sandwiches.
The coochie was the closest thing to a camel's ass.
Coochie was the closest thing to a camel's ass. Have you seen a camel's ass?
Yes.
You lifted up the drum. Look at it.
No, they walk around. They're all around.
Okay. All right.
All right. So, what you doing? You all right? Yeah, you can hear it. Coordinated over here, man. Oh, man. I didn't think I'm gross, man. I see this.
I was about to say something. Agabah is like Drake's angry grandfather. Agabah, what do you do for work?
Tony, what you doing? Not good?
It's not that good, Agabah.
I work at Billy's barbershop.
Okay.
Springs and
Okay. Cut hair. Hey, do you have a barber yet?
not yet.
Okay. Look at this. This is the only guy you don't have a bond with in some ways. So now we have to make something happen here. It's fortunate Bones crooked, but yeah, he's a barber. You don't Dude, he's gonna roast you right now. He's gonna roast you.
Like he got kicked off the motherfucking beach for picking up too much sand.
You're funny, don't you? That seems like a close thing.
Red man, why I'm just talking to you, City Wise.
Oh my god. Well, not only does Agabah dress like a white man, he roasts like one too. Now you're so much fun, man. Thanks for picking up. You're so interesting. I can talk to you forever. You don't crack, that's why you have to buy it, right? Man, instantly that. Man, you also roast like a white man. Stop.
Red man.
Here you go.
Hey, it was Red man. What did you talk about? What did you talk about? I can say one more joke. And I'm right here.
Yeah.
Chicken skipper. Oh, for Gilligan's Island.
Oh, Gilligan's Island reference. Here we go.
Super beat.
It's just a show.
So looking at this. Look. This guy played back up for
D-Man is doing you. He would have roasted the shit out of you.
played back up.
Alright, there you go. There you go, everybody. Social media. Underscore. Hell yeah. What did he just say? I wouldn't even let you come back. Oh my god, that is a national treasure. Why is that should be like a next series, and we're gonna have a segment just called Back Roasting. And he's gonna roast like super roast guys. You know what I mean? Corey, Sun Kill Tony. Where's my last tonight? Where's my grocery since 1945. So we just started eating it. Groceries. Lord! It is one more time you're next to me. This is good everybody. Hey, everybody. Who likes sports movies in here? Yeah, sports movies! My least favorite part of the sports movies was the essay writing. Yeah, for them. Who else hated that? Essay writing. My dad, he thought, I can't be, and then he was be racist. Right? Because that seems to be the story, Coach. That's not racism, right? What was it? We are. No. Bring it on. What was that spot? Yeah, that was fun cheerleaders. Oh man. I don't know. We were Marshall. I forget about that one. It's a good thing for. Maybe in like coffee shops or stuff like that. You do have good coffee. Yeah. What do you do for work? I work at the chicken factory. Oh wow. Welcome to the Chick Dick Corey. Tell us some interesting stuff about you. What makes you different than all the people that have been up here? I mean, I really like interviewing people on the street. Just not in like a funny way, but just like sit on someplace. Just like hearing like what's you, and just kind of figure out. I'm really big on just so like just someone think this way, like fucking stupid. It just means like having history. Everything political. Really? What's your what do you think about the new Georgia voting on Major League Baseball moving the All-Star game? Oh man. Yeah, you have to show your ID and vote in Georgia now. Sure, I think it's a little too far away. You think that? which is a force.
Yes.
The mess. Oh, no. I'm traveling around late, so I was wearing shorts. I didn't want to wear shorts on stage, so,
Wait, grab your khakis?
yeah.
Much color.
Stretchy. You look like you're about to be yeah.
Stage.
Green hat, fly on a wire. That'd be fun. Do you seem like the kind of guy that's into like axe throwing or something like that? No, not axe throwing. I like handbags. Yeah, I love it. And I got confused for homeless a lot, and there was one time on my birthday when I put on my handbag in the morning, and then I was taking it down, and then this guy running by and said, "Hey, it was a nice night." What do you mean? He's always living in our night. Right? Yeah. What an asshole that guy was. You were just taking it early. Yeah, right. Yeah. What's the longest that you've laid in a hammock for? I don't know. 3 hours. Yeah. It hurts afterwards, right? Yeah, no, it does. I once slept in the on the shore. Now, there was a time in which when I very, very, very first moved to Los Angeles, I mean, very first, like very first, 19 years old, with my brother, huge stoners. We were smoking like blunts and blunts and blunts every day. So I was just walking around stoned, having fun. And I had a small budget for a new bed. And we went to like Costco or something like that. And there was a hammock for sale for like $45. I'm like, wow, if I get this $45 hammock, I'm going to have hundreds and hundreds of extra dollars.
You talk about like a hammock.
Like, one of those was like, that's fun. Wow. The biggest fun fact about you. Fun facts. Guys, okay. All guys, it's like a lot. No, I love it. What was that like? Anything crazy ever happened there? Like during, like after I graduated, there was this one teacher I was Jewish, and he was including all these principals, all these like different teachers. So the French teacher was on French listening basics, and then he like posted that shit. Same thing with like a and then our principal got outed for saying like the way we take care of pens in the kids. And I was like, yeah. That's how you had one. These other like homosexual like listed and stuff. And I had a bunch of like Christian brothers. A lot of kids in the 90s. Yeah. My goodness. Yeah, you were never a victim of any. I wasn't. Right. You were the raper. Yeah. All right. What life like now? I'm single, but back in Chicago, I've been hanging out with different comedians. And then, you're really active. Not currently, no, the past few months. Okay. And then I'm supposed to go to oh, look at that. With a girl. Yeah, real. What do you know about her? I know that she is pretty short hair, like in bangs. I mean, personally, I know I'm grown up, so she seems sweet. She seems like she's into that energy shit. That's good. What are you gonna do with her? There's like this doorway that I don't know. She looking at the club. You're gonna. Okay. We're gonna like reading like theater stuff too. Like do some things. Oh, that sounds cool. discussion over coffee after going to a theater performance. Like she's not going to watch you and like, oh my god, he's so long. She's going to watch your comedy act and be like, oh, he's doing like the acting reading thing. Other people. And puppets. Anyway, times good. Thanks so much for your John. We haven't had a lady up here for all night. You guys taking the week of the lady, huh? It's funny, only the guys or the ladies. It's just what? You wanna perform? Did you sign up? What's your name? Mariano. The man's name, that's an L. What's your name? You get told first. Kyle, you're Kyle. I know Chewy. I might actually bring Chewy up here. Chewy's new show. I know Chewy. Kaylee perform. Jesus, Red Day. Jesus. Ow, Dave. Open it. Male comics. All right, here we go. Your next comedian. Bloodshot. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Christina Hyena. Hi. Hello? Yeah, here we're scraping the fucking bottom of the barrel. Actually, that's a full-time magician. Okay? Yeah, that's alright. Full-time magician is in. You should check it out. Very much. Confident. Full-time magician. Before the first meeting, he looked at me and he was like, hey, just so you know, I'm only looking for something capital. And I was like, you know, not that problem. I'm not doing shit. It's like, do you think I know that my friends have I was like, no, guys, come on. Can't wait for the fucking doves somewhere. But the way he said it, I just want to be honest. I don't think you know. I just I was like, isn't that your fucking job? Eyeliner. He's got face tattoos and I'm stupid. It looks like a sexy potato bear. Can't wait. Because I'm gonna blow him and I'm gonna finish. Then he's gonna be like your ear. Hi. Oh. Very fun. Thanks for having me. 1 year. Texas. Texas. Lost my job right before COVID, and now back in here. Okay. In New York City. Awesome. You still you're happy there? I'm happy now. Last month, Sideman had to. He only had to pay 10,000 quarter pounder. No. They're my retirement plan. Wow.
How small were they before they grew it?
When it gets to be a small city. Funny, I also imagine that you got season in school as well. The report card too. Everybody for this game. Orgo. And where you make the paper, like the birds and stuff. Yes. Absolutely. What's Orgo? Organic chemistry. Okay. Yeah. Seems like, yeah, chemistry. Chemistry is like a real test of can you pay attention. Real. Yeah, and I looked very long about it. Been working for you? You're single?
That's exactly. What's up, big dog? What'd you say? What are you talking about? What? Yeah. It makes your game smooth. I don't know what kind is. Okay, I'm actually doing something right now. Maybe I should look at it another time. Is that okay? Okay.
Coming out of your ass. Fucking 6 times. What the fuck is going on?
He drove a white Ford Bronco. True story. He drove a Bronco.
Really?
Yeah. To hit me. So Delta.
He's just asked if it was a black because a white Bronco is a famous black man called O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, that was the first red flag. Delta didn't get by. You know. No.
You remember the black man? Whoa! Look at Should it tickle her? She has a one vote. Will you stop with the bird and the pussy upside down? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Oh my god. He doesn't have birds in her fucking pussy. It's so crazy if she's like, actually. Everybody, thank you. Sorry to Michael Meyer, we ran like we got everybody. You guys talking about like a giraffe, baby. It's just technology. All that representation today. Wow, you were so funny, Tina. To be honest, I really was not expecting it. After being in this business for 14 years, when I saw a female wearing makeup, trying it all, I immediately thought, wow, this is going to be the absolute worst. And it immediately sent me to the actual punchlines. I was shocked. Really? Wow. I would love to do your work for you. Never saw that coming. Absolutely incredible performance. I loved it. Thank you so much. I lost your piece of paper. There it is. And there she goes. And very impressive. Let's do one more. When I was in the melee, holding out names to get a female up, I pulled a name of a guy who I actually know, and he was driven, I think, 4 or 5 hours, many Mondays, to come here, to sign up for the show. I made friends with him when I did crowd work one night at a stand-up show in San Antonio. I did crowd work on this guy. He was funny. He responded funny. We had fun. We hung out afterwards. We went to the whole thing a few weeks ago. The guy ran into the audience member in one of shows the golfing with me. He's so likable, so cool. Wait to see what he does up here. For the first time in company history, he's been going for my pal, Chewy. He's excited. I do believe this is his first night ever. Come on, you guys give him a big welcome. It's my friend Chewy, everybody.
What's going on? I am a dreamer. A daydream. I'm a lot of daydreamers. I'm dreaming out in the house back. At the front door of my house, I'm gonna have a big wooden door shaped like a wagon. So to get into the nightclub, you gotta get on the wagon, stay on the wagon, get across, then to get off the wagon, you gotta go down the staircase that has 12 steps. And the bottom of the 13th step. Plus, it's so well. I'm gonna open up another club on the gangster side of town. I'm gonna call that the G spot. It's gonna be so successful. I'm gonna open up a totally nude. I'm gonna call that the baby club. And I'm not gonna forget about my hood rat. I'm gonna open up a strip club on the ghetto side of town. It's been ghetto. You guys see it. Mercedes. Coming up to the main stage. Put your hands together for it. And on the back, on the main stage. Give me a hell yeah. Lingerie. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Chewy, fuck yeah, man. I don't think you're allowed to call them hood rats anymore. Perfect, Chewy. You're 4 or 5 hours from the middle of Texas to be here today.
Wait.
My hood rat friends there, Derek, what do you think about him?
Yo. What the fuck is the ghetto side and then the gangster side? Oh, no. What? These rats and Porsches and Benzes?
The first person in the show's history to get murdered by the police up here.
And what happened to the Michael?
Oh, come on. Chewy's our Mexican friend, Michael. He's on vacation in Hawaii.
All right. That's good.
By the way, it's very rare when someone's more racist on the show than they were at the golf course. See anyone being really nice and normal on the golf course. Just come here. Wait, where was the hood rats at? Some gangsters. They're on too. Love it, Chewy. Tell us about you. This is your first time doing stand-up, right?
First time.
First time ever. First time ever. Chewy, you. First time ever. I love it. Welcome, Chewy. And, how old are you? You're 57. 57. It's a fucking absolutely no fun. What have you been doing your whole life? What have you been doing? Tell us about it. Working. What do you do? Wow. I love it. Oil fields of Texas. This is a real man right here. What do you think about electric cars? You think it's good?
Be homeless.
Exactly, right? So you guys did a real thing, like when you're in people talk about that. Yeah.
I put this business up there.
It's like saying YouTube stars of people stand up and
Regulate taxes so bad that I'm just going to from home. So, I need to get the kickback from a foreign company. That is America.
oh shit. Yeah. He's out there. He's a magician.
Here's
You guys all right? When's the last time you used the word? What are we talking about over here? Really? You got a big
Because I'm a,
yeah, what's your handicap?
I am a traveler.
What does that mean?
A couple of years ago, I was with a little dick. Now, in this people era, child. I'm fucking trash.
You can't get your dick to work?
Oh, it works. It works.
Does it work in the oil field as well?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I wake up with more than moving every day.
Wow, look at you. Fucking chewy what you do. Wow. So, like, if you had to guess when the last time you kissed your girl other than your ex-wife was, what would you guess? Years?
No. I've been up.
Oh, okay. So you did some of these liver nuts or something like that?
Well,
Okay. I'll go with that. See Morenos, right? You wanted to come up here for this. Because you heard of the Mexico. We don't believe you since you said good runs earlier. We don't think you would lie about making out with girls. Like, you have white hair, you don't really body's a kid. It's not You're just a good soul. So have your first time. It's not that you can sign up for multiple times. We got it out of your system. You think it's going to be something you're going to do again?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. Social media.
you. Now, this is when you're in a restaurant, you're always like,
Wow, very interesting. We found out my What's funny is time around the town, I would order extra food for the hotel room. Like, that's my backup chicken sandwich. It's like, you never know. It's like you get the backup frosty from Wendy's. So many hotel Sunday afternoon cleaning up his backup food from the refrigerator. I'm just kidding. He eats it before the meeting. My prayer.
I moved to Austin so I can fucking do rumors in the sunlight. You know, I grew up as a fuck up family. I can make money.
I've never seen you laughing at something up for a joke like that before. I've watched you hundreds of times at this point. I've never seen you engage with that much. Are you talking to someone specific? I'm telling you, girl, we got off. You didn't forget about Arizona. Wait, I want to say that, Michael Leonard, before we got Yellow Rose and Red Rose as a sponsor, went to Yellow Rose. Yeah, he said it's on February 13th, by the way. He sent us a text message. Yeah, and his text message, seriously, I quit everything, Word for because Yellow Rose is all I've ever wanted. By Felicia. Yeah. Literally told us he was retiring because he went to the Yellow Rose. I don't know. I guess he was just planning on spending the rest of his money. And this is definitely during the small cocaine bender that he was on. Again, he retired from doing what he loves to stay at the Yellow Rose at one point. And just says, by the way, this I just realized I pissed all over myself in his stall at the Yellow Rose. Ruined everything nice. These are real text messages from Michael.
Oh man.
MichaelBlairComedy.com for everyone. Michael Blair. It's Ron, Brian, J. Email, J. Redman, and all the way down to the details of the baseball cap on everything's available on baseball.com. it's just a nice clean buzz. I have a show every week at Vulcan Gas Company this week. We have it on a Wednesday, but as you can tell, two of the people on this show are going to be there. And also, I can say it now, maybe William Montgomery. So, yeah. How loud can this place be? My guest is first off the guest on the show, Darren Winston, everyone. He's got a great podcast. It's called Spoil the Beef. Listen to it. Follow him on social media at DERICPOSP. We're all on there. Fun times, man.
The most fun ever. Every time I listen, I'm really getting serious, but bro, just keep going. I was working the show. I was a door guy working the show. He was going to be on that motherfucking show. And then 3 years later, I'm on the show. So
Be right, you are.
don't stop, bro.
Right.
Keep going.
Derek's on the show also, so come see him kick ass. He does need to keep going, but also with the keep going, I also means right, hard, think about this all the time. By the way, he has like one of the best podcasts ever. He does it with his girl Sam. Yeah, it's amazing. You have to check it out. Follow it on social media. Spoil the beans. I absolutely love this guy. Like I said earlier, in the future, you're gonna remember him here. And how can I forget? We ate tonight with amazing food at Steve's Smokehouse. Thanks to our friend Yodi and Best Barbecue Show. Absolutely incredible. They're going to be some live music on Thursday. Unbelievable food. If you guys haven't had a chance yet, check out Steve's Smokehouse. Golden Cream, is that right? Right, they can do a party cream, golden acres, blah, blah, sparkling bullshit. But their place is unbelievable setup, incredible food. And let's do the art from Bruce Rogers' art tonight. In person, that's a real joy of the Undertaker, Boston resident. Sure that while you all sit there doing absolutely nothing, yeah, it's a real joy of the Undertaker. Like, we're going to put up his art pieces that might be for sale. I'm pretty for the Undertaker, and no big deal. I did Rogan's podcast with him, and haven't we all? You know what I mean? The audience, so much for coming. Austin has become our new home. It feels like home. We love you guys so much. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Yeah. I'm ready. diet, feeling pain in that whole thing. Thanks, vodka. There's vodka out there. The first ever alkaline vodka. So if you like vodka at all, then hey, there you go. First try Fix vodka. Straight up now tell me. Got a hand for the great John D's on the keys. Matt Mueller on guitar. D-Man is on the bass. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. And all who's behind us, everybody, the original house artist for Tony Ryan Geneva. All the way from Los Angeles, California, born and bred here in Texas. He's going to go. First time in a long time getting Ryan Geneva to Texas. And the first time here in Anthos. And we're pulling art as members. Ryan's art right there. So, it's an art film. Ryan Geneva is the official posters for episode 500 of the film out there. And it's a super, super, super painting of all brand new painting. It's crazy. You gotta see it. He has a for sale of a brand new Kill Tony cover. Go see it after the show by finding Ryan Geneva. How fucking cool is that? He's here, everybody. Or you can get him online at RyanGeneva.com. Hell yeah. This is gonna be a banger tonight. I'm so excited. We started. Here's a little bit about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you right now for free. I don't know what it's like where you live, but lawns are a hard thing. Boston here just a ton of wild weather. We're talking hail, tons of rain, this and that. Taking care of your lawn isn't always easy. There's brown spots, bare patches, weeds, grubs. See your lawn dry this spring with your own custom lawn care plan from Sunday. Sunday is more than just lawn care product. It's a custom lawn care plan with a variety of ways to help you grow a beautiful lawn, weeds, and remove excess. They take out all the guesswork and unwanted chemicals so you can grow a beautiful lawn that's better for people, pets, and the planet with Sunday Brand. You just use this on your brand new lawn.
Yeah, it's my first lawn. I've never had a lawn before. It's a fun lawn. When I moved in, my lawn had been taken care of for a few months, and there was dead grass. There was places where there was no grass, and tons of weed. I put in my address on Sunday's website. They used satellite data to find exactly how big my lawn is, and they sent me based on the location exactly what my lawn needed. And I threw some seeds down. I killed all the weeds with their weed killer. They sent me a bunch of dandelions. They had some just for that. Already seeing results. My lawn has gone from brown to green in just a few months. And it's amazing so far.
It's incredible. This is technology. Something people want now. We've seen it with other things before. Uber, Postmates, this and that.
Hanging out with your DNA.
This is basically the 23andMe for your lawn. Sunday makes your taking care of your lawn easier than ever. Just go to Sunday.com, you put in your Google address, and the free lawn analysis takes care of your grass. They use climate data to create a tailored nutrient plans, all the stuff that one needs, and you have to get done. You absolutely will love your life. Everything is waiting at your door when you need it, when you go to Sunday. Very, very good stuff. Best of all, it works. And your grass will look better.
It only takes like 15 minutes. You don't have to working on it the whole day. They have everything super easy.
Incredible. Sunday, take the guesswork out of growing a greener, more beautiful lawn this spring. Get Sunday.com/Tony to get $20 on your custom lawn plan at checkout. That's $20 on your custom plan at GetSunday.com/KillTony. Water is a coffee alternative with more adaptogenic mushrooms and high-fermented herbs. With 1/7 the caffeine is a cup of coffee, you get energy without needing flavors and crash of coffee. Each ingredient was added for a purpose. Coffee, chai for food, and a microdose of caffeine. Lion's mane for alertness. Cordyceps for support. Physical performance. Chaga and reheat to support your immune system. Turmeric for soreness and cinnamon for antioxidants. You know this stuff, Red.
Yeah, I got my pack. It came with a nice little support and everything. I mix it with some nut milk, a little bit of honey, and it's great. I've been trying to find an alternative to coffee for a long time because I coffee for so long. I drink so much of it all day. This doesn't give me the jitters, but it does give me the energy. But it's 30 approved, 100% USDA organic, not vegan, vegan, kosher, certified. little drummer that we looked at.
Soft serve. We have GUINNESS. Look at him.
Wow. Looks like
So welcome back, guys. I'm the great Mark Norman about the Continuous Right podcast, drawn by Sam Morrell, and my favorite special of the year, 2020, out to lunch on YouTube. A wild viral success. It's Ellie Nikovsky built here. She became a regular she was on the show under the age of 21. Yes, sir. Started at 19, right? And absolutely killing the opening for Joe Rogan all over the country. Bitch, podcast, available everywhere. Allie was Tony regular. We're gonna watch some Canadians. Some people trying to be Canadians. Maybe they're up. Anything can happen. We have some real legends here in the Blade and business is a movement. A bunch of people sign up. You guys probably know how it works. If not, they get pulled out of the book and they sign their names for it and for another piece of it. Their name, I think, in 60 seconds. And then time is up. You're the senator. Let's wrap it up. I'm sure you're going to be angry. Fifth Street over here. You guys ready to start the show? How many of you have listened to the show? Alright, that's all. You guys want to start it with a special treat then? Alright, well, let's kick off the show with one of our three unfucking talented regulars. You know what? Fuck it. Why don't we just start it off with the longest regular of all time? This guy simply will not stop writing a minute every single week. From Los Angeles, California, you call him the Big Red Machine. Representing from the middle. It's the great William Montgomery, everybody. Just debuting another brand new 60 seconds for us. Come on, make some noise for William Montgomery. Thank you so much, David Cunningham. It's great to be in Texas where everybody's not on move. So now you got Delta Airlines staying on move and Major League Baseball on move. Now the only thing out move these days is DMX. I would like to thank my father, Larry Montgomery, for sending me that joke via text message a couple days ago. And in the text, he said it's funny because DMX OD'd and was in a coma and now dead. I hate to say it, but if you are watching C-SPAN 3, you are officially gay. Let's give it up for C-SPAN 3. You hear that involved? You play with Tiger and the next day he decides to drive off a cliff. It's a dated speed jam. Man has been playing golf since he was 2, and the one day plays with David Spade and wants to give it all up. Makes you wonder if he played golf with Chris Farley the day before he died. Jesus, William Montgomery's good. It's a Kansas here tonight. It's the wrists. That's what we call wrists. It's one thing to take a shot at the great DMX, but I mean, my God, I'll never like it. White Chris Farley. And you throw your dad under the bus. Like, hell yeah, my dad said he told me to say that. You forget you were the one who told me to say that. That's what I thought it was funny that his dad say that DMX joke. I love it. William, did you find out what's too much video? Perfect time to ask that question. He's a musician. He's a rapper. You notice? Yes. You know, hell yeah. Very good. Did you find out what C-SPAN 3 was this week? Yes, I did. I saw it on HLN. HLN. It's another television channel. That's the brand of files. Alright, Liam, what else has been happening this week? I guess there's a lot of places to live.
someone, so I think maybe that hurts.
Anybody want to take a guess at William?
Masturbating in a burrito.
What do you guys think of what do you guys think about like Walking Dead?
I can't over the end of right. Like, and you got to see my feet stand underneath my shirt.
What?
And they got to see my feet stand underneath my shirt. Your feet stand.
Yeah, it is pink under there. It's very interesting. I see what you're talking about. It looks like someone called the fire department. Really, have you been eating a lot since being vegan?
Yeah, it's today. It's a lot of stuff the day before.
You're schooling around in circles around the block.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. It's really fun. I was here to ask you if I could start opening through my fucking set. Just got sabotaged. Or if I need I start opening up. Oh shit, I didn't even comedy. Fun stuff.
I'm gonna ask Larry to open it for me.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
Larry wrote that DMX. Absolutely
I know.
hilarious. Banana?
Sorry. Mark, I know you're in the beers or you're really trying to get on trucks. A blue one. Or speed. This showed back up. What did he say? He was stuck. Do
Do you remember anything that he said?
I don't.
Yeah. I'm gonna be canned for it. It's not easy, right? Every week. Hardest job in the show is that you don't believe me. Rewind 6 minutes and rewatch that. Everybody makes noise for William. Everybody. You never really make fun of William. William said, I like that Larry's first Ghost Rider. DMX is his Rough Rider. Make some noise for everybody from the Euros. Sometimes the Euros. Two strip clubs and all those vintages.
You should see what she did. Episode 500. Crazy.
I'm sure there's going to be more fun moments in the future. Alright, this looks like a new name. Let's see what happens here. Forge, Forges, or Purge. Perhaps Large. I think that is because your name begins with a B and it's in Cortez. I'm going to send here. V-O-R-N, and handwriting is always very probably not that sure.
Anyway,
The wilder the person, usually the wilder the handwriting. So this should be interesting.
This person is brilliant. smoke weed. I love to smoke weed without any social anxiety, which is social anxiety. I can remember. But next to it, it starts to figure out where it comes from, you know? What the hell? Okay, cool. Only a couple, 3 times, and they was able to get the strike straight. Yeah, I'm leaving on Molly, but they wasn't do shit. So the only reason I'm interested is getting my hair brushed and take a shower. If I want to take it to the next level, I can't take my hair rubs on my chest. Okay.
One more time for Cortez, everybody. There he is. A lot of energy. You on fucking HG, bro? UFC fighter energy. You seem genuinely angry when you seem like a guy who's sweet. I would be frightened.
Yeah, you can run a job.
Yeah. Is your handwriting matches your body muscle ratio? Does it age?
No way, it's
Jesus Christ, man. This is the atom that happens in us and every once in a while. Once every 4 steps, all out of the 100 people are just fucking gapped out of their mind.
Yeah.
We're up and down Rainy Street. They smell like food at this point. Barbecue sauce on their fucking floury skirt. She's not even listening. She's yapping to the fucking ass. Like a real life. Real fucking sloppy mess. Alright, begin with you. I'll begin with Santa.
life as well.
Music.
Anything else? I mean, I think that's what's on that garden. Just like sweet
Sweet. What did she do?
She's
Hey, I mean, he's sweet. He literally looks like he's the
Bathrooms out of
You sweat a lot?
I just find the big energy drink. I'm making it. I gotta make it back outside for it.
The old bang energy drink when you're here. Doing the bang. It's like that lady. It's only bang. Okay. All right. Do you have any special maneuvers in the bedroom that you do on your girlfriend of the year?
Pretty humble ass, I'm pretty good ass. I'm not trying to put like a miracle worker around here. I'll leave my
You say that like you just go straight for that first.
conversation first. In this day and age, you gotta
Ask with their face. She said, I act like that. Like, hey, how was your day, baby? Good to see you again.
Well, you didn't talk to me. So I'll leave it out.
It's so much fun to have you on. Thank you very much. Talking about being along in here, you know what I mean? That's a premise. Yeah, Phil Garcia shirt on. I did. Phil Garcia. Tony famous. Pulled out of the bucket on still have his car getting towed on the way tire. And so we gave him a ritual of like $500 ahead. It's over a ritual. Just one letter there. For his toe. And it would get the fuck. All right, awesome. Everybody give me a say. They can actually use Anthony Zamora. Here we go. Here comes Anthony Zamora. Let's see what happens now. Anthony Zamora, I do believe we've seen this thing before. This is your first time from the Tony live. Anthony Zamora is coming down the stairs. Here he comes. Put your hands together one more time for Anthony Zamora. All right.
It's a good one.
Likes to get out of the hard ground. What's that for Anthony Zamora? Get out, let's not get out on that like he's got a standing ovation. Thank you. Everybody's like, oh, disgusting. Alright, Anthony, you've been to the show before.
Once before, yeah.
Hell yeah. Welcome back. Are you the Bucky's mascot? Anybody else see? Think of this last video. might be the most, it might be, you know what I mean, right? You know that other people have done that, right?
I had to give a shout out to my friend Rothschild.
Give the shit. So we just asked you about it. That's like, oh, look, it's like, cute and after that, you were like, I don't know what guy gave you that. Like, it would have been funny. It would have been cute. And you could have put by credit.
Who's your hero?
This fucking giant Boy Scout. He was that's right. It's not going well. I'm just so happy to be steal jokes, street jokes, your own jokes. How old are you in this thing right now? 3 years old. You gotta, especially in a show where you're going 60 seconds. You have to summon, you have to show us you're in demon. And then you want to do one of your jokes? All right, I think the GP joke as well. We haven't measured how you. What do you want to see? 1 second. Brand new sound effect. You will hear the sound of nothing they say. This was Vegas. I was good for this. Is about to suck. Ladies and gentlemen, the 11-second show represents you starting now. Anthony's Corner.
Fantastic. The U.S. census, 7% of Americans have major depression. That's 22 million people who practice stand-up comedy.
Steal jokes. Groans. Anthony, what exactly do you have stuffed in your cheeks right now? We all want to know. Is it cold? Some people are saying that russet potatoes, perhaps. We want to know what is in those What's up? What's going on? What do you got in there? What do you do for work? You sound like Anthony. Over here, what do you got? What do you got?
It's kind of absurd. Whatever company.
Start writing your material. I'm sorry.
Fat cheek. Tell us something interesting about you that we didn't find out about you last time you were on after the episode. Were you like, I can't believe I didn't tell them about the time that I heard anything about you?
Anything?
Something interesting about you, Anthony?
The only thing I can remember right now is I juggle.
Really? Can you juggle?
What do you got?
Lemons or something like that? You juggle lemons?
We got a lemon.
Can you juggle?
Let's do it right now.
How about a hand for that green set here in hands, everybody? Lemons from you guys? Here we go. It's a lemon tossing music here. Those of you that haven't heard it before, this is the official song of lemon tossing. I will do anything to make Anthony's Zamora seem somewhat talented. We're going to juggle some lemons. It's a real lemonary party here in Kiltody. Here they go. You can see them. 3 lemons. Hell yeah. How about we're here for the staff here dance on? Look at your eyes. Family. These are our K1s in Kiltody. Yeah, the great Kaylee. Some lemons. Here we go. Let's see if he can do this. Oh shit. Is there like a big thing you were getting to or anything?
No, we'll keep going. I've seen a clown do that before.
Yeah, man. It's
Go ahead.
true. It's
I got
true. We
something
see
to
guys
go
with
around.
face paint and you have his cheeks. Alright, here he is trying to do his big lemon closer. Let's see what he does with here. That was just a trick that he bought off the homeless guy. Let's get some lemon tossing.
All right, 200 brothers, right? The first one, he went to theater kino. He was in the theater. The second one was really in the movie, so he went to fucking movie kino. The last one had horrible ADHD, so he went to concentration camp.
Alright. How many of you think Anthony Zamora should kill himself right here on this stage right now? Only 3/4 of the crowd, some real virtue signalers in this room tonight. Some real fucking phonies, some real woke. I don't want him to kill himself. Boring. Alright. I love it. Anthony, you were pretty terrible in every way. I'm going to be honest with you.
Rabbi!
Miss Aquarius, how was Rain's birthday?
I got a cookie. I'm gonna get cookies. I got cookies or whatever. I got one big piece and like 3 little chickens. And I knew I was a little cookie. I got a cookie. And it was good. So it was a good time. They had a bouncy house. And I had a little swing set. I already put it up. And
Excellent. What kind of cookie? What kind of
it was
cookie?
like a sugar cookie. It's a sugar cookie.
Sugar cookie. Okay.
Huh? No, it was like a sugar cookie. It was like one of those little, like, little cookies with the pink ice in it. So whatever, yeah. It was cool.
Gotcha. Excellent.
Yeah, so I just tried something to cookie. I was ready for the kids to get the cupcakes first. I was get one. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get the cookies. Cupcakes already got. I was trying to let the kids get their stuff first.
Absolutely. What kind of cupcakes did they have?
Just like little yellow, whatever you want, cupcakes with the icing on it.
Okay, excellent.
Pink and yellow, white. Mm-hmm.
That's cute.
Yeah, a little green.
Excellent. Yeah, but a good.
I got a little one. She started crying because she didn't want to do the thing.
I was gonna say.
She loved the heck out of her.
Usually there's some kind of issue that arises at that age.
You might have to give stuff back. So, that's clear. She didn't want it. She didn't want it. She wanted to look. But, you know, our other auntie, not my cousin, but her other auntie was like, oh, she didn't get a pop. Yeah. You could get a pop.
How many children are there?
I can't really count.
Oh,
I can't really count.
how many?
Probably a good 5 to 10.
Okay, and how many adults?
Well, I ain't gonna be counting all that, right?
Okay, I mean,
That was a good crowd.
it's just an estimate.
Next time, tell you about to get on the scene.
Yeah,
Next time, I'm gonna have a big birthday. I'm gonna say, hey, Rabbi, come on, put your party. Come on, just
I didn't need exact figures. I just wanted to know if it was a small party or a big party.
It was a good crowd.
No, that's a pretty big party there. Bouncy house and like 30 people total. It's big. Excellent. Okay, Miss Aquarius, I did something. I don't know if you'll like it. I thought about it a lot though. All right, so
What?
nothing. Just yeah, but you see, they went to their highest their highest what's the word their highest opportunity, or they weren't living their full life because they were muted in there. So what I did,
That's right. That's right.
but look at all of the radio stations now. How many there are? And I want you to go into every single one of them and tell me which one you like the most. Okay. So I want you to go into the go into all of them and just check them out. They're all different. Yeah, that one just for you.
That's me. Thank you, Lord.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Yes, I do. I thought you liked it.
Yes, I did. Look at it in my look at
There's all kinds of cool. There's all kinds of cool cozy music in there, and dreamy music, and sleepy music. And now, I do my best to keep an eye on them. Like the bots that I got, they're pretty consistent, but sometimes they just have some kind of error. I don't know why, and they need to be done. And, this one's just like and I have that one in there just in case we all get booted. You know, this clone's been going for 48 hours, which is yes, yes.
They just
Yeah, it's like the word it becomes too much when other people are trying to talk.
Right.
And the word I was trying to think of previously for lo-fi boy and lo-fi girl, they weren't living up to their highest potential. They were just in here muted. So now they're living to their highest potential. Right. So hopefully they, um, you know, people enjoy them. But I've got a lot of them. They're not, they're not super easy.
That's why I want to make another. That's why I want to make another account so I can just be here where I think and then I can just go out to the music account.
Okay, so why don't you do that? Now that's a real idea.
Right.
Okay, so why don't you do that?
Just make that account just for the kids. Why did you go on our little, you know what I'm saying?
They can do whatever you want.
But you got so much to do with yours. Take the music.
Yeah, music.
I can do this too. I can just keep doing it and go to the other one. I'll go and do it. Listen to music. So I'm looking at my YouTube or something.
So go,
That's a good idea.
yeah, so go create your account. You know how to do it? Aren't you gonna get like Aquarius butterfly or something?
Do you like it? Or you don't like it? It's a happy.
No, I do like it. I don't know if you'll be able to get it, but I do like it.
I don't do it.
If you don't get it, then we'll come up with something else. You should be able to get like Miss Butterfly.
First one. Butterfly fairy or first one?
Um, whatever one you like.
What do you like?
Okay, which one do I like more? Well, I like Miss Aquarius the most because I don't have one.
Okay,
And
so put the numbers in. How about that?
numbers are kind of hard.
Let's have a quick do something else like you got. Rabbi, how did you get both of those? Oh, yeah, right. So maybe I can do like you and just put something in front of Mr. Curry.
You could do that, put a dot in front of it. Now, I have Rabbi Rothschild as well, just regularly, no dot. But the reason why I have the dot is a strategic advantage in different servers, along with the exclamation point. If you use that, then the servers many times organized by name alphabetically. And if you put one of those characters at the beginning, you're automatically at the top, which makes more people see you, which means that you can promote yourself.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So maybe you should do that. That means nobody's at the top.
Mom? Mom? Brandy. It could be my baby, you know. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, thank you. We're back home. I love you. Everything is okay, okay? I love you and I miss you. All right. Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. Right here.
I like to miss you. I
Right?
think I feel like crying about it. It was a little hard for me because I was in there reading and everything, and he was like, listen, you know, I was going to get so hard for me. mean shit, but you wasn't up there like I was. So it's more harder for me. I got around it though, you know.
It's Aquarius, you're doing great.
So I had my mom and I guess.
You're going to keep technology with Aquarius. We're going to get him back someday, reunite him with Virginia, and have everything that you ever wanted. You never know. You're a young lady.
I remember when we went to the rain birthday was grandpa was with us, and we drove her from my uncle and them. Remember that?
I was not in your life at that time. Oh, we've known each other about a year. Rain turned 3 today.
But yeah, she was one. She was one. And grandpa was with us.
I know this part. That was 2 years ago, and
No, Miss Grandma.
you just got to be strong. Have you had your nap today?
Good night. Good night. Just got back. You know this.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, absolutely. Well, then that means you need to take your nap. So why don't you break? Come on. Time to be a good girl. All right, here's Aquarius.
Okay, I go take naps. Okay, I take naps. Okay.
But first, you got to create your new account.
Okay, I'm just straight. But first, take a bath. Okay.
Make your account first.
I gotta get another email. That's another job.
You can go create an email account.
I don't want to take that. Oh, I can do it. Like me. I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
Miss Miss Aquarius and I go viral. Something that we're going to add to all social media platforms is the ability to limit what you see based on age. I don't want to see anybody with that at least 20, and I'll need to have to keep pushing people like they keep pushing young people, adults, and I don't want that, and I know that I wouldn't want that as a parent. And I keep I'm on TikTok, and um, it's like I think that they should make a. I don't understand why they don't. And I know you agree with me.
Well, say that again.
So there should be a function within, let's say, Discord or TikTok or Instagram that says, "Don't show me any children." You could do that on Tinder, or like you can say, "Don't show me anybody over 6 So I don't understand why they don't do that. I don't understand why they don't do that on social media. Every single time I send an invite to this Discord, it always says before it, please join only if you're a adult. And if you join this Discord from a yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Hold it up, okay?
Yes, ma'am. fun. We just got on a new platform that like basically has no rules on it, and people are learning that they're but that's okay. I'm okay with that. No, it's no, I don't think it's but the reason why I shame on there is because they archive footage, and that's important.
What is the number?
It's called BitChute, and the first person who commented on that it's so easy. I'm going to spell it because I don't want to set off any sentence. They said
Right.
KILL space, and then YOURSELF. What a what a warm welcome to the platform.
Right.
But that's that I said, that is one. So I was just saying where that I think that social media. I really think that teens should not be on social media. I can't come to that conclusion. Or if they are, they should only be amongst other teens. They should not be around adults. That's not what I think is good. That's not good for me. That's not. They see what the adults are doing and think that's normal behavior, especially online. Um, you have to clear my computer. What's going on this clear?
What you mean? What they mean?
What is a trade suite?
No, no. Oh, yes. Trying to find me.
That was my I couldn't put my device. I like the one that you currently have, but you need to make it different. I know, I know. Oh, come on. That's on you right now. Restarting my computer right here. like it. I like your current. I love it. You, you go have a good day. We're good. We're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right. What's that? Yeah, that's my other account. What don't you like? What's up with all your demands? Give me a profile picture. Bring back JC. You sound like Rain. You sound like Rain and that 1-year-old fairy godmother. All right, let's send him a message. Man,
Did you see it? And your other
it says your name, Fran. So the one that you it says Brandon H channel. Brandon, the one that you have that says Brandon Alexander 07. Do you see that one that says Brandon H? There you go. So whenever you go in there, it'll say your name. And Brandon, did you see all the music channels below? Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you should check them out whenever you have time. No, not that one. That one's fine. But no, below, you see 24/7 radio stations, and ambient music, and Asian music, and Boston music, and classical music. You see that? Yeah, those are all individual in the station. So if you ever want to listen to different music, you can there. Uh, it's below the create. It's below the join to create voice channel. I did that last night. Right now, but not always. Sometimes some people join. Sometimes people join yours. I joined it about 10 minutes ago with my other account.
I think they're but I'm not gonna do it because I
Yeah, yes.
no, but I don't have a lot. So I'm not like that. I'm not another. I don't have a lot.
I don't know. I appreciate it.
How are you? You're a doctor, right? You like it? Rabbi, can you like it? And then make it bigger. Anyway. Yeah, but it's really little.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that person is there looking up.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a various way though.
yeah, looking up.
There's a two on the corner. What's that? Thanks, you ready?
And look,
We're still stripping, dog. Hey,
yes,
here.
yes, sir.
I do the son. You see this? Oh, I'm just stripping.
Brandon, when I go viral, you're going to work for one of those major companies. You're going to be a producer. You're going to tell them exactly all the TV shows that they should have, especially for sports. You do. Sir. Was it Thursday? Or wasn't it on? Yeah, they're all going now, right?
Right here. Okay. Hi. Hi. Hi, Cindy. Hi, Brandon.
It's traffic.
Are the cameras? What about the cameras?
It's traffic cameras on YouTube.
What did you say, Hannah?
The traffic
The
cameras
average
on
traffic.
the traffic cameras on YouTube.
I just talking about what you be looking at the street. Yeah. It just goes to some sleep or like that's what they got. Isn't that you? Yeah.
Ain't W.
And then and they got different ones. And you find they're you're a we can just go and get one.
What are you?
That is streaming. Yeah, it's streaming. It's streaming on this. I just keep saying I do the screenshot. Yeah.
Oh.
It's sister to it. Yeah. Yeah, look, I was behind. Yeah, I about to get ready to take a dirt. What you say now?
You like the Kentucky Derby?
I'd rather. I wish I could go there. Okay. Oh, you're so cute. Her name is pretty. Yeah,
Okay. Let's see how.
let's see, how do I get in here?
Let's see the dogs. Oh, look how sweet. Look how sweet. Look how sweet. What's your dog's name? Oh, hello, Princess. Very colorful. Princess is so sweet. Princess is so sweet. Hello. Hello. Hello to all Princess. Hello. Oh, hey, this is funny. Jason's back.
Yes, Josie!
Hello.
Wait, that was really no more this kid.
Hey, what's up? Oh, my camera. I got disconnected. Hey,
Hey,
did you see my that was playing last night?
yeah, that's what Brandon was just asking how to do it. And I told her what you want to go to YouTube and start window view and you just scroll down and hit right and how do you do it, JC?
Oh, you know what? And I just like live stream. Like I go just for live stream.
Yeah. How you do it, Brandon? That's how I do it. Mm-hmm. Hey, Brandon. I got to figure out how to do it here. I got me another account so I can put my other one. I got so many channels. I got another account that my own academia, my own channel, and I can have a music video. By you. You Rabbi.
Good question. You're reading Rabbi Rothschild rule.
So I can get in there.
Mr. You can just get the link directly from this channel. You see in the upper right, it says there's a button. At the very top, there's
I'm gonna do that when
okay. I was just gonna say send it further.
I'm my other file.
Okay.
I do it. They just say myself. What you say?
He's just drawing.
Let me see. You see me. My grandma got the wear.
Okay. These-
Hey,
Okay.
hey, Mom. That's Mom.
Reset your computer.
Okay, so Japan. Yeah.
Here, listen,
How did you say?
listen,
How did you say you get the thing?
listen, Claire. I just sent you.
Where is it?
I'm making it as easy as it can be. There it is.
Where are you at? I don't see you anywhere.
Send.
No.
Okay. Check your message. Copy that.
I forgot to do that. I would think so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Here I am.
There he is. Multiple cameras. Yeah. Comfy. Sweet. Yes, sir.
I love you, Mouse.
Go. I love Mickey Mouse, Brandon. He is doing his own. He's got his computers. He's just doing his own. So,
This score is real. It's awkward.
what's awkward about it?
No, great.
You're going to create another account? Okay. Looks like it. Yep. I'll be right back.
stupid shit telling me to goddamn verify them verified, right? But it won't let me come in, so fuck it. I'm not doing it. They got no time. I ain't got time.
Miss
I'm gonna
Aquarius,
send them an email to tell them. I got too much going on. I keep doing all this stuff. You can't sit up here. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't get started. There's so much that you have to do. It's too late. I ain't got time for that.
Miss Aquarius, calm down.
No time for that.
Miss Aquarius, calm down. What did it say that you had to do?
I mean, you know it did. Pissing me off.
Okay, did you refresh?
Delete. I did all that. Delete it.
Don't delete it. Miss Aquarius, don't delete it.
I don't know what's going on,
I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did, but okay.
but I was talking. The damn thing. What I'm saying is, fuck you. Got you. You're not this good. Okay. Let's get some of it. What's going on with my damn food? I'm trying to do my little cell phone. You come to his house, you already got that for years. The verify it already. What the fuck is it? What's the good? Tired of it. I'm just like Jason. I don't keep my damn account.
Do you want help or no?
Hell no, good.
Okay.
I'm not verifying shit. I already did. Keep sending to the damn shit. I'm not doing it. Fuck it alone. You don't have to do it. Not you. Every time you got to go to somebody's damn stuff, it's always a time. You got to damn verify it. Fuck you for this shit. I don't like you at all. Can't even come to the damn shit. You always got to sit up there and damn verify stuff. Nobody ain't got time for that. Nobody got time for that. You want somebody to have faith. I need to have faith on this. You got kids on this. You want somebody to have an age thing. Have an age thing. Because we have to verify stuff. I can't just come in people's shit. I have to keep on doing it. Fucking boys. Fucking boys. Fucking y'all. Goddamn out. I got the damn verify. I want to fuck out there. I got the damn out. Damn, what the hell? What a count? I mean, that nitro and all these damn counts. It's difficult too. I know that it's crazy to have this one. Rich friend in my life. Can you see my rich friend? I want a rich friend. Hey, damn. Damn, trying to finish cheap. Fucking verifying the damn. an account every day with 5 minutes. Fucking bullshit. I don't believe that. Yeah, fucking bullshit. I already told that. I already said bullshit. Yeah, I'm trying to get the rabbi to a new account. But she having me the rabbi, and I did.
And the server is not like a verified verification.
Trying to verify email.
Okay.
You ain't gonna put no dang up in there.
Not now. Not now, Zoo. Zoo, are you ready to play? Zoo, are you ready to? Zoo, are you ready to play? That's what I like to hear. Okay, before you think that you're going to do that, I want you to go to the section below this section in the Discord and look at all of the 24/7 radio stations. And I want you to go into each one and tell me which one you like the most. Zoo, you're so cute. Zoo, just check out the different music. That's okay, dude. You don't have to do it now, but some other time. I want to know what your favorite is. Dude, are you ready for an invitation? Zoot, Zoot, sending you an invitation. And Zoot, you should know that this is 9 ball, regular, no trick shot. Excellent, but you didn't listen to any of them, and that's fine. Zoot, are you gonna accept my invitation? I know you have Zoot. I know you have Zoot. Just 12 hours? No way. You listen to James um, McCann. That was 3 or 4 hours. You listen to Elon Musk. That's 3 or 4 hours. You've listened to a lot more than that. Oh, shoot. That was beautiful. Yep. You know what's I don't know. You know you know what's wild about this one is you can literally do absolutely no work and still win. I've heard of that. Yeah, dog. There are 2,500 episodes. Okay. Do they also stink at mini golf? Dude, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this performance? Look at this shot, dude. Look at that. That was fortunate, dude. Dude, are you seeing this? Do you see this? Are you ready? Are you ready for the shot? Big
Can I call you?
Dude, did you see that? That was maybe the best game ever.
Rabbi,
Dude, absolutely.
where do you guys go with?
I am
What state do you think?
Melbourne, Victoria,
Probably. I don't think it's gonna be South Australia, but
South Australia. Are you saying raw comedy or world comedy?
it's comedy.
Oh, okay. So, do you know that you have an invitation?
Why do you think I did?
You weren't focused.
You know what I should have done?
That you're going to lose.
I should have just started up. I have a lot of friends, but this has been like praying since I was 9 years old, so they can
All right. Well, way to think of something a month and a half after it occurred.
think I would have funny if I started with that.
Yeah.
There's a way you can add that.
Yeah, but that's a big if.
So, like,
Dude, are you ready for the shot?
are you gonna win?
Dude, are you seeing how well I'm playing? I haven't missed the shot.
You know how
No, why?
if I go there and that goes on the market, so, so
All right. Dude, that was amazing.
I don't know.
You're like Taylor Swift. You want the originals. Dude, no way you hit this. That would have been one of
Taylor
the.
Swift?
Yeah, she wants the original copies of her content.
That's
Dude, are you seeing this? I could.
by the way,
I
goes a bit. That's where I was.
the ones where what?
The old and
All right. Does McCann stink? At, James McCann stink at 9 ball as well?
yeah, probably. All the April, sorry, all the can. That late shows have been like,
Okay, that's phenomenal. Are you ready to lose?
I'm gonna watch.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Did you get verified?
Yeah, no, I tried it.
Oh, phenomenal. Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Jason. Hey, I see it. Excellent.
That's my friend.
Yes, he is.
If you're my brother, okay? Thank you, baby. I didn't mean to disturb you. Thank you.
If I may ask, what was the issue? If I may ask, what was the issue?
But the issue was the email, so I had to go all the way to the house. Just said, where's my email going to do it? So that's it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I like
Yeah.
Rabbi, I nearly went to break.
Okay, good job, Zoo. Well, I'm glad, Miss Aquarius, you got. I'm glad, Miss Aquarius, you got it. Shout out to J-Ski for his help. You can get it.
Somebody's clipping this. I'll be careful what to say.
Of course, everybody in here is being recorded on more devices than you can count.
Somebody is moving.
Zoot, are you ready to lose?
And I do. He said he don't want nobody. He's just doing it for people that come here.
I know, you got fortunate. That was really good, Zoot. Zoot, that's rude, and I'm giving you a warning. Yes, Zoot.
I'm filming tomorrow night.
Are you?
Open wide.
It's the first time in like a month, right?
Open wide. Yeah.
Is Chelsea gonna be there? That's baller. And you haven't seen her since Raw Comedy? Wow, that's pretty good.
I had my shirt, same thing. So I knew to come.
Dude, are you seeing this performance? Yes, sir.
My podcast. Good at it.
Are you excited?
I hope that it. No, I hope like I don't come all now or something. I did not make it.
The next top what, girl?
Top.
Oh, dude, I just lost.
You never know what could go wrong.
That's true. Oh, go, 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 go! Oh,
Do you think the podcast from on that anyone could go wrong?
no. All right, dude. That's good for now. Come back later.
It takes a lot of time. That will tell you like the whole my bar and like the guy who was running the channel describe this people being head into content regardless of whatever they put up there.
Okay, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I didn't like that background. I was like,
Yeah.
That's why I tell Rabbi. So for other people to create their own voice channel. Can I do this? stream yours. Wait, I don't have a server. I'm in. You are. Stream with something there? It's streaming here.
He
I know
wants
it's streaming today.
he wants to stream in your server
I don't have a server.
or your channel. Apologies.
I don't have a channel. I'm in my channel. I don't have a channel, Brandon. I don't have a server. I'm in my server. I got a channel like yours.
Yes, sir. I know.
So you can buy people and tell them about Rabbi? They screw you. People tell them mine. Everybody can come to ours. And Rabbi got another thing we can come to you. Right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, somebody came in here and doing this. Somebody came in my channel. We're going to have to move. We have to bring it here. Maybe come to your other channel. Yep. Oh, I don't so great. Sorry, I can't come to yours, Brandon. Yeah. I don't have them in their account. Where do you come to here? Where do you want me to come to here? Come to yours?
Yes, ma'am.
What? That's crazy. Never mind. I don't like my I'm the yours.
Let's see.
I'm going to I can find this. Yeah, I don't know. What is it? I think no, something there. doing. He's doing something. I think he's playing.
No, I'm gonna start with some people. Oh, geez. Yeah.
No, it's basketball day. It's the Blazers.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Yes, I'll definitely just to follow every single person in here. Please, I would appreciate if you follow me back. I will provide the highest levels of content. It is the best, perhaps, exit route you will ever follow. I also wanted to include that I was on a recent podcast in Australia, the Michael Holt podcast, and Michael felt a 8-time gold medalist in the 2008 Olympic Games. And I were just chilling in the hot tub, uh, but I was able to shield the coin and certainly had my Sproto merch on as I did it, told them all about it. Absolutely. And I was invited to do 5 more of them. So I'm going to have my own little series. The first one will be on life extension technology. The second one will be on how to improve the earth. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on on space tourism, and the final one is going to perhaps be for the search for intelligent life. So I will be putting those in the Telegram as I have the opportunity to get them recorded. So thank you for letting me pitch that. That was not a project in which I had any leadership, but I can tell you some of the things that I think are really positive for life extension are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone stem cells, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, fusion therapy, perhaps things like testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, absolutely. And then the big development I think will be in the realm of microphone technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain through a computer like a CAT scanner from MRI, but where every atom is a perceptual system in your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic unit, one of yourself, a robot, a thinking being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you all is that there may be an opportunity, perhaps, to do a immortality, and I think that's very exciting. Well, the key is within reason. So the idea of living forever could actually be an incredible punishment. So that's why it's important to have a caveat that whenever you wish, if you'd like, you should be able to remove your consciousness under your own consent.
Oh man.
Well, the idea of conscious space really is going to become an issue. You can fit the entire, I believe, consciousness of a human being on something that less than 10 petabytes, but 6 petabytes for the average individual. Okay, I mean, that's just like your opinion, but wait, that's what I just said. It's about 6 petabytes. And, and the idea, of being able to perhaps expand on storage capabilities because you all here were of similar age. You remember when computers maybe didn't even exist, but then became it was important to have kilobytes, and then megabytes, then gigabytes were big. Now we're the terabyte realm. Oh, that's exactly right. And so if you think about it, in a generation, today's terabyte would be tomorrow's petabyte, and so on. That's it. And what I'm basically saying is that in the same way that you have in a video game a slave code, you might be able to have some type of digital insurance on yourself. If something were to God forbid happen to you, if you fell off a cliff on base jumping or skydiving or you're in some type of accident and your family wanted to essentially regenerate your previous existence back to that same point, you may have that opportunity. And for anyone out there who's ever lost their commodity, this gives you a lot of hope perhaps that you may be able to benefit losses for future generations of your family. And there's another type of technology known as revivification technology, where we may actually be able to bring people who are once dead back to life. Apologies, I had to fill up. If I may ask, has anybody heard from our favorite mascot, Omelet?
he did. Yo, Rabbi.
What up? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How things in the sun. Bitcoin Mandela took a poll of the entire Bitcoin verse, and they all want to know where you're going to follow me back. All right, well, enjoy that. We celebrate TikTok on that. Any news on Bitcoin Obama and we'll see. Okay. Please. He's alive breathing. What about his friend? His vertically challenged friend? Yes, how is that? How's the cell phone store? How's the cell phone store? Does Nigeria have a Captain Five? You go from selling iPhones to Androids, or vice versa? You don't say. Last I heard, he was attempting to get a 2011 white Mercedes Benz. Does anyone know anything further on his vehicle choice? Hi, sir. How are you? Yo, dog. I'm lovely. I'm in the middle of a call with Chicago Homicide and Eating Crew. How's life in your neck of the woods?
Oh, very good. Very good.
No, are we gonna watch documentaries? Okay. I watched it all. I, dude, yeah. I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news, but did you see why they don't do that contest anymore? I mean, you would either know or you would. It's not like a not really fair. No, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying who can stay on pace the longest. I'm talking about this dealership in Texas. Why they don't do it anymore?
Okay, why is that?
They don't do it because in 2007, a contestant, after 50 hours or so of hands on a hard body, went across the street to the Kmart that was closed, broke in, loaded a shotgun that he stole from the store, and offed himself.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's awful. Hi, Mama Riser. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, absolutely. You as well. So, Riser, yeah, how terrible is that?
Well, I mean, that's pretty sad.
Oh,
I mean, I feel like that's perhaps will do it against Roger and medical stuff.
yeah. I mean, the dealership got sued by the widow of the guy, basically for not having proper like psychiatric care. And so here's the breakdown. Here we go. Pardon me, it was 2005. So the contest became a national phenomenon. It was ultimately discontinued following a tragic incident in 2005 where participant Richard Thomas Vega, is what I said, after dropping out of the competition, leading to legal actions against the dealership regarding the effects of sleep deprivation. Well, I don't know exactly, but that's really sad. I mean, um, when you're sleep deprived, you begin to hallucinate, your body becomes weak, and you're basically pushing these people to their limit. And rest system, I don't think is really wasn't that great. It's like 5 minutes per hour and 15 minutes per 6 hours. Um, Also, you're dealing with the heat. Boy, wasn't that one guy like extremely excited about his air conditioner? A 20-ton air conditioner. You recall this part of the? I wouldn't say that. I immediately had to look up how big is a 20-ton air conditioner? It's huge. He's like, you can kill yourself. You can freeze to death with my air conditioner. I'm like, wow, how big is this thing? And apparently, he did get it at a good price or whatever. And he could literally turn his living room into a refrigerator, which was pretty fascinating. I was,
That's the ego. And then, like they were both in teams, and like was missing one team in the cross, and he was missing the two on
yeah,
together. When they kissed, it was like a full no form, and
that was
the wife, like they had to move them over to the house. People just to acclimate her to the heat. And I thought he was going to win. Like, my like, you, like, just stay out for like 100 hours. And I didn't even understand what the competition really was at first with the rests and stuff. I was like, wait, I think it like take nap time or like what's the hell? But as soon as I was like a deprivation content, basically, the hand holding the truck is like the east part. It's the thing, like the real challenge, like that's like the whole thing, basically. And
in the same. And watch this, it was heartbreaking to me that we have people have millions and billions of have trillions of dollars, and yet you have other people who have absolutely nothing and are just giving everything of themselves for a trust that is going to depreciate within a year of its ownership to have value, and then from there, eventually, it will just become scrap. Yet these people were sacrificing everything. They were sacrificing their jobs. They were sacrificing time with their families. It was fascinating to me their mental health, their physical health. Um, it was fascinating to me. Really religious lady who kept listening to cassette. I wonder what was on her cassette. And she was
really funny to me.
she had her whole religious congregation. Like I love this that one lady was who was like, I was praying for her at 6 a.m. and she told me at 6 a.m. She just began to laugh. Well, I'm not taking credit for that, but I know other people were praying for her as well. I just thought that was so like, that her whole congregation was going for her. Um,
No one else had anything like check something had like 5 cassette tapes, like 2 Bibles.
she made that thing her desk. It made me think like, where would I want to put my hand? Would I want to put it on the bed? Would I want to put it like on the side here, like on the hood? And I found it interesting. There's all kinds of like strategy that I was thinking. And then, you said the sleep deprivation would be difficult. It absolutely would. I think another issue is the scan. Like if you notice, the third to last person to leave, the guy when they were doing drug tests, I that man who had won the previous year or 2 years or whatever. It's like they don't have some kind of like condition in this contest that says you can't just keep winning trucks every year. But apparently they didn't think of that in the time. usually a contest like that says if you win once, you're done, or you can't compete for 10 years or 20 years, so you got to give somebody else a chance. But that guy was back, and I thought he was going to do better. But I found it sad that he was so confident too, but he just could barely walk to the drug test, and he never returned to the truck. And I was really sad. And that lady just jamming along. They figured no one's touching this lady. No, that one guy just basically gleaned. The guy who won gleaned all of the information that he needed. But the other issue is you weren't allowed to squat. I thought, well, why wouldn't you just squat? But no, there's none of that. I would have an issue with the bathroom. I don't know. What if I go to the bathroom? I know every 5 minutes or every hour, 5 minutes or whatever, but sometimes you have to just go and help them. That would have been a challenge. I was.
Yeah, I have one to do too.
Exactly.
Because you have to time it for is it the 6 hour interval?
Yeah, which is not a lot.
Yeah.
I would have told them when I was on my break, don't talk to me. That's my break. I'm using all of that energy to rest. You can talk to me when I am against the truck, but they weren't using that type of strategy. That one
on their breaks, they get
massage.
Absolutely. That's people are getting massage breaks for cigarettes and eating polarity there.
Right. That one guy.
Some people are getting vitamins or other guys are.
Right. I was very happy that. Go ahead. What movie? Yeah. It's something that is. I found it interesting that they were that one she was a great lady, especially for the conditions she was under. She ended up winning the next year. I was really happy for her. She made it 40. Yeah, and that I think is a great story. That they made that documentary into a musical.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it was at the San Diego Playhouse in 2013. I don't. It was a
Interesting topic. Normally you have things that this going to this they change the background, but basically we have a map and we're all putting our heads on it. So people are again.
the documentary was adapted into a musical, Hands on a Heart Body, commissioned by La Jolla Playhouse, La Jolla, California. The book is by Doug Knight, music by Amanda Green and Nashville. That guy's famous. He did something big. Uh, he's in Fish. He's the guitarist, composer, and songwriter of Fish. Lyrics by Amanda Green, music by and stated by Super Trujillo, and direction by Bill Pope. After a run at La Jolla in 2012, the musical had a brief engagement on Broadway at the Brooks Atkins Theater, with previews beginning February 23rd, 2015, opening on March 21st, 2013, and closing on April 13th, 28 previews, 28 performances. The musical received 3 Tony Award nominations.
I know what the music look like. There might be a soundtrack somewhere.
I can imagine the names of the songs. My legs hurt. When can I sit down? How much longer until the break? And all of the classics. Yeah. I thought it was interesting as well that they were very strict, or like people felt that the judges should be stricter, and the marketing director or the contest is like, look, they're voluntary, they're doing their best, but there are people. That one lady like exploded. She was like, "They took their hands off the truck, and you're not going to enforce this. I don't want to participate." It's like, all right, calm down. No, I understand. I get what you're saying. That's a legitimate right, but I don't know if there's one person getting her head off, like slower or better, and then keep the hand down and like the judge. They didn't win. Um, like, yeah, if you're gonna have a competition, I don't know, could have enforced it better, and it's kind of free the do all that. And it was a small dealership in rural Texas, and it didn't have. What's this thing? Oh, of course. Wasn't it a Nissan? Yes. Um, yeah. So it has to be a popular thing that radio stations and dealerships would do. Dealerships are very common advertisers, and so you can get the radio station at your location for long periods of time, and also they're going to talk about how nice the car is or the truck or whatever it would be. This was very popular, I would say, in the 90s in the United States. Until this incident, I wondered what happened because they stopped. Now, I understand with the YouTube world where you can have people have perhaps better waivers and such that becomes more popular, but there's just a big one that they used to do was you could drink the most amount of water, and that killed people. And then the radio contest to do that, that was another popular one. But the car contest and everything else. Oh, sir. And I'm just crushing it. Oh, sir. But they're not like advertising. I would love for them to do a Where Are They Now of the people in the documentary. Hey, you guys did this. You could tell they bonded over each other, and none of them really got too upset at the other person, even they took their hands off or whatever. And if you saw at the end when the guy and the lady, the person who became a person, the person who became a second, they were embracing, like they've gone through like trauma together or this like enduring challenge, which I thought was really interesting. That they weren't mad at each other. That lady was really nice, and I would have liked it to have had a narrator because it's just like I needed more information regarding like the rules, what was going on, who was who, what was what. It was a lot of just like my feet hurt, my legs hurt. So that were like 5/8 of the way, like the like one of the was like some Mexican like pretty they only showed her like up the very that like I didn't even know. Yeah. Um, I thought it was really interesting. I found it interesting as well that Quentin Tarantino recommends it as one of his favorite documentaries. I was trying to interpret it like the camera work, the sound and things. It's just like a beautiful snapshot of American life in the 90s. And I thought that was really interesting. I found it very sad, though, how poor the people were. That they were making such major sacrifices for perhaps get nothing. A lot of them, most of them walked away with nothing. The first prize got a truck, second prize got a $250 gift certificate, and the third prize got something gift certificate to some restaurant or something. But that's it. But these people, all the participants, That's funny. Whenever these things are mentioned, it takes me back to the 2012 giveaway for some video game contest, and I mentioned it often, but what the grand prize was, and then uh, numbers 7 through 10 or something like that, or maybe here's what it was. The famous Bitcoin video game contest occurred in 2011 during the AOVICC Cup, IC Cup Star League Soccer Broadway, where the fifth or eighth place finishers received 25 Bitcoin each and consolation prizes. At the time, the prizes were worth approximately $41.25 total, but if held, they would now be valued at $2.5 billion given Bitcoin's current pricing. So basically, yeah, I don't. The Bitcoin pizza, the first ever documented transaction of Bitcoin for a commercial product was for Papa John, May 22nd, 2010, for 10,000 Bitcoin for two pizzas, and considered the most expensive pizza in history. So it's worth about $1 billion, which is just absolutely fun. One that we were watching yesterday, the second one, but so we should. I don't want to say we finished that tonight because it was kind of boring, but it's something that was fascinating. That they were doing this.
Finish the last half hour.
Yeah, absolutely. They were doing this contest for £5,000. Now I understand £5,000 in 1960s pounds is more significant because of inflation and stuff, but
And
which which to me seems like somewhat low.
for risking your life on water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, so what's on the agenda for tonight for documentaries?
I think we're gonna watch internship for the documentary. But I feel there's a few. I mean, there's always research. A lot of so I will. But I just want to call and talk about that Mazda car.
Isa.
Funny. Yeah. And it's like I just want to protect that I sent you.
Yeah.
One lady said, like, they're unprepared. There's something like her hands are like,
Right.
and there's like,
What she said, she didn't realize her one hand was burning, so she took her other hand off to itch it, and then she had removed both her hands, and she was close.
I was gonna if you would have had some roof and over like the metal because like leaning like not no leaning was like the one where that would be standing they structured as a like leaning on the car and all that.
Right. I mean, there's not really a great loophole around that, but you could, if you wanted to, use some kind of stilt system that I've seen, but it wasn't really around in the 1990s. But basically, imagine like leg, not leg stilts, but leg.
Yeah, the actual spell
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen that, and you can somewhat make it look like you are standing with that. But I'm sure it would have made some kind of sound, or somebody would have been like, "You're taking it, you're hunched over a little bit." I think that if I were running a contest like that, I would not have it. You had to keep your stand on it for whatever, I would give people like it had to stay on continuously for the entirety or whatever, aside from breaks, unless it was less than 5 seconds, something like that. Because really, get into um, if you get into like physics, no one really touches anything. If you really think about it, it's just like molecular repellent. Uh, the atoms don't really actually touch, and so you aren't really touching.
Everyone's just
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would say that I found it interesting the drug test at the end. I don't know if they knew that that drug test was coming, um, and it made me think.
I may have been produced out of a murder. One thing after the first I wanted to talk up on
Well,
the break.
well, imagine you were like, I mean, the synthetic stimulant would probably be of certain advantage to you, and then all of a sudden they would be like, "Oh yeah, we have a drug test. You think, oh, I did all of this only to test hot for a drug."
I was gonna say that there's like when you have ADHD, which is literally amphetamine, so like if you medically need the drug, it's not like an illegal substance, would not be allowed. You can get pharmaceutical and person, and you can get a lot of
In 1990s, rural Texas, no one had ADHD diagnosis.
Oh yeah,
Now, let's say you did have to have something, have a doctor's note, and then it would perhaps be allowed. But those people, no, they never. I would highly, uh, high confidence that not a single person in the documentary had ever heard the phrase ADHD or that acronym. No. If anything, in the United States at that time, perhaps Ritalin, that was more prescribed to children. And I found it interesting that the guy who came in third and the guy who came in first, they weren't like perfectly standing straight. They were like kind of dancing a little bit, like swaying from side to side, which kind of, in my opinion, would have been a little bit of a waste of energy. I
like the guy who was and he went off to the washroom. He's like, I know that a few other people said that we're getting on and standing still. So I think that was like why looking at her probably the previous winner told him like you keep your body moving and circulation and your legs or else it's like that. And then it's not going to be good.
I wonder what that kind of contest would be like if you allowed people the opportunity to, if people would just go for like hundreds of days, which I imagine they might. That's why you force it to do that. If you allowed like an 8 hour sleep break, it would basically be like, who doesn't have something that they need to go to for the next year? And so it's really about sleep, perhaps, and the standing aspect of it was interesting too. I wonder, they were talking about like the heat, and at least they weren't exposed to the sun. That would have been an issue. Um,
The
the
one guy, yeah, they're and let's make it up. Like the hunt cars scolding on,
yeah,
burning,
a,
see how many people last.
a black tarp. That's an issue. That lady who won the next year, she was funny. She was like putting on her makeup like on the truck bed. The ladies were taking their real estate on that truck bed with the lady with the cassette tape. And the other lady had her like compact and she was like putting on makeup. And there was one lady who lost dropped out pretty early, where she was like, who's a waitress or I'm a waitress or whatever, and I need this. I absolutely, they all need it. Nobody does a contest like that if they're not seriously something. And I wish they all could win it. I would love to see a.
Sure, they might have like a $1,000 truck being given it's, it's like a lot of money for
I would love to see a where are they now with these people. Many of them, I'm sure, have died. Some of them, though, I'm sure are still alive and could give a really great sequel. They should do it again. Everybody who's still alive, there should be some dealership out there that should recognize that this is an excellent opportunity to capitalize on nostalgia. And they could have all of the necessary medical treatment for anyone there. But you take all of the people, they'd be like, they'd probably be in their maybe middle age, or if not older. Obviously, some of them are middle aged too. And see how well they could do for a brand new Nissan truck today. I want it.
the leader guy from a previous year. Like, I think the only guy that could this would be like some guy who recently got like a Marine Corps. And they like show the guy who's like, I recently got a Marine Corps. But he only left for 2 days. It was a little surprising. He said he thought he was handing us maybe.
I would have been like, I would have been like the one guy who was like, I was so excited for the contest that I didn't sleep the night before the contest started. So I'm already like sleeping deprived. I would have been exactly like that guy. I would have really had some trouble getting to sleep. I would have been thinking about my strategy. And then his friend was like, yeah, you should be eating that candy bar. Candy's the thing that'll do you in. It's like, no, maybe it was the fact that you hadn't already slept an extra day.
Did he actually say that?
Yeah, he had a friend of his who was, well, the one guy he had a hat on, he's an African American man. He said, I was just so excited that this contest is starting Monday morning, and I wasn't able to sleep the night before. And so I'm already going into it really tired. And then he admitted like at least 24 hours or something. He was just like, he was worried about the rain and the lightning and thunder. It's like, dude, that's what's gonna scare you, not like being having no sleep or having to stand or whatever. Like some lightning and thunder, but he dropped out after something like 24 to 36 hours or something. And his friend was like, "Yeah, you shouldn't have had that candy bar. Candy's not the way to do it." And I didn't really give his response. But I just remember thinking to myself, "Wow, way to kick this guy when he's down. That he's already exhausted. He already didn't sleep the night before the contest, and you think that he didn't do well because he had a candy bar. I thought that was unfortunate. Another thing.
I like how the camera crew is like trying to like find
Right.
Just wandering like 4 a.m. and like 4 I drove her home.
The fact that they
Barely got to the girl who quit. He was being he was like hopping in the car.
right. The fact that they don't have food and coffee, and I'm sure they probably have water, but like I would think, or you would think, that there would be some type of restaurant or something that would want to get involved in this to make sure that the people were adequately sustained. But it didn't seem that way. That one lady, the pretty lady, I had to have some police officer go give me a cup of coffee because I was just drinking something. And the other people, like, you wouldn't expect like a police officer to have to go get coffee. That wouldn't happen today. There's not like that type of relationship between the authority. I mean, they'd have to put it on TikTok. exactly. Um, you would think that they would have had just like coffee there for them and water and lemonade or something, but it did not seem like they had that. Look, they had to have like their families come and support them. And the guy who won, he said he was going to give the truck to his wife, which was a nice thing, and he already had it. He seemed like he seemed like he could have gone wrong. It wasn't like coming down to the end for him. But yeah, I thought it was a very interesting. Pardon me?
So,
Right,
the soldier,
right.
like, I wouldn't just body it up for the one that would win.
I agree. They were. They,
When they said background stuff, like used to go and he would just have to sit and wait for the information and more. So he was just like fast and just like,
but the key word there is sit.
also like another good thing the winner or whatever was the contact who can keep that being on this.
I agree.
Like your mind goes crazy on this.
Well, that lady just laughing like, randomly. That would freak me out. I'd be like, what is on those cassettes? Why do you think this is so funny? Um, and uh, the guy who said he would be in the theater band or whatever, you sit in those things. So I didn't know if that would be such an advantage. They talked about the age, the like right age of someone. Like some people were saying like 19 to 27. I would probably think that there'd be some advantage to that, but then again, just having experience is another thing. But like Mama Riser said, the guy smoked, the winner smoked. He wasn't super thin. Like the guy who came in third at one previously, that guy seemed thinner. The lady who came in second, she was not in good shape at all, and yet she she did really well. It's interesting to me too that it went for like 70 hours, with the year before went 87 hours, and just the toil that that must have had. I found it to be I appreciate you sharing.
The record was like 102 hours, which is like 4 decades being away. I mean, you can die like speculation.
Oh, certainly. Clandestine organizations used it against people. Kind of torture.
Yeah. Do you have any strategy to awake or what's the
I think I did 3 days, and um, the strategy was basically like tons of caffeine, and will say that that's about my maximum. I'm just so tired that I don't hallucinate, but I just like the world becomes very slow to me. My processing skills are weakened, um, and I don't like to do that. On this stream, the longest I've gone, I think, is 2 days of sleep, and usually that would happen under a case where I would sleep a lot the day before, like I don't know, 12, 14 hours or something for one reason or another. And then I'd be trying to get my hours back to normal. Um, whether that would be, hey, I'd be able to do that. Um, so I have done pretty long endurance without any type of uh, medical prescription or something like that. Your body after like 36 hours starts to slow down. You're not able to process certainly um, be your sharpest one. And also, like whenever I've done it, I haven't been very, having to have to be very physically active. Um, that causes a lot of issues. And you just become tired. And if you are extremely honest about it, they'd be able to like meditate, rest, like actually like somehow not request for longer. Uh, yeah, perhaps I would learn about like MK Ultra, what you're actually going to sketch. And one of the things that they would do is take people and I think the longest that they had, so I don't know if this is published, is like a month, and they did it with light and sound, and the people were never the same thereafter. So there's a certain point that you reach where you become like reprogrammed. Like it's a really awful type of torture. And, I do my best to not go down that far. Uh, if anything, I just try to, sleep and rest. Ryan who was on was like we can stay in prison for like 50 days, and they like wouldn't really let the guy leave like on his own, and they were like keeping the lights on and would bring this guy, and he was like traumatized by it, and like serious. Like, trying to like work as like with a quarter of her brain, and like half of the brain, and then be awake for like the rest of the brain of the day. So they could do this contest probably forever if these are. I can recall one time I was on spring break with some friends, and he went to Las Vegas. And we were going to go to Mexico, and we did. And I'd been up like already like 36 hours or something, and I was already really tired, and I needed driving to Mexico for 1 day, and we needed a driver, and all my friends were like, we don't want to do it, we don't want to do it, and I didn't want to do it either, and I was so tired that I had to pull over, and I said, look, either one of you other guys drives, or I'm going to fall asleep while I drive, and so fortunately, we had coffee, and somebody else drove, and we were able to get some rest. But I can recall that was one time where I was probably up for 4 hours or so because of all the traveling we were doing and such. Then another time, you had a power where you would just go and 22 hours and like 2 hours. For that over every single day. Right. Yeah, which is wild. Yeah, he's been in my house. Yeah. I I had another incident. This was on stream. In like 2022, I want to say, and I would get up really early. I was running projects for a corporation, and I was running big projects, and so I had a group that I was helping in what's called APAC, that's Asia Pacific uh, area, and EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and other projects, and then I was helping a Latin and then a Canadian team. And basically, I would be up at like 3:30 in the morning or so, and I would be on a live call by 5 a.m. And I would just leave what's called a scrum. Like basically, I was a scrum master, basically leading these projects at different developments. And I would do that until like midday or so, until maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I did this one day. It really was just got a rest. I know. And I was burning my candle at both ends, as they say, and I just kept losing more and more sleep. And I was driving home live while streaming on GoPros, and fortunately, my car had a self-driving element to it. Basically, had lane protection and and I fell asleep for about, I would say, like 30 seconds going 70 miles an hour on the 405. And I was really close to my house, but I remember being like, whoa, like I had to snap out of it and roll my windows down. And I was very close to my house, but just thinking to myself, like, I can't do this. I cannot run myself to the point where I'm absolutely exhausted. It can be very dangerous. Like Apollo would do, there's something called West Coast turnarounds, which are like pet pills, caffeine pills, and they used to be much more legal, at least in the United States. Um, uh, Different over-the-counter type, they call pet pills or like weight loss supplements that were basically legal stimulants that people would use to lose weight. That became illegal. It was called Fenmen. It was called Fen. Was the big lawsuits that occurred because they caused cardiac arrest. But this used to be something that people would do to stay up for a really long period of time, truck drivers especially.
I was driving to the airport with 5 a.m. We were like in a taxi thinking them up. And the car right off. I kept being like this, but the guard room in front of us, park for just hang out. And my car was running through people like 7 seconds and then the car and then woke up or something driving along.
Did that person fall asleep?
You're either drunk or fell asleep.
Dangerous. And like it's like that. I would have expected the the dealership to recognize that they're pushing these people to the limit. I was also really interested. I found it really interesting that they had wireless microphones. If you notice, they had wireless microphones that were live on the radio. And I understand why you would want that because a cable to a radio station would be extremely prohibitive. But that seemed like pretty advanced technology. I just found it to be a pretty great time capsule of what life is like. So, it was very accurate.
Yeah, I guess. Was it just happening during that?
No, these happen.
These,
These happen in every city in the United States at some point. So every small town, every probably medium-sized town to large cities, and especially when the radios got involved, because that was constant advertising for the commercial.
right. But nowadays they don't. It's like a crazy contest.
Because the
More.
lawsuits became so people became so litigious that it caused mental strain against me. So and so cheated. They're they don't do them anymore.
Another strategy that no one did in that particular contest, they're all like nice people or whatever. But even like the Mr. Beast ones where it's like, okay, everyone's going to sleep or whatever, and this one person just trying to the competition versus screaming all night with no one else.
Well,
Just to like make it much more sense. So even though the one girl after the girl was like being like super annoying and annoying people and being her lady was like, I'm just not doing that.
right. Well, the Mr. Beast ones they let people sleep, so it's the big hindrance to these. I also think that the dealership uh, model has changed a lot. So dealerships used to make their money generally on selling new cars. They didn't make so much on selling used cars, because they always push new cars. And then they made some money on the service. today they make more money on the service than they do the selling of more used cars. So basically, they have you as a customer for much longer time, and it's more profitable. Back then, when you're selling a new car, you're doing that to get attention to your dealership. You're, and there are only so many different ways to advertise. There's television, there's radio, there's print media, and perhaps vertical media like billboards. But there's not a whole lot of other things. Now today, you can target your audience. You can use social media. You can use digital advertising. There's just a lot more ways for an organization to be able to get business, and they don't need to do that. I also think that radio stations aren't as willing to participate in these things because there's some liability there. After the 2005 incident with this person, no one wants to have their business connected with anything like that. So you can say, look, it would be great to drum up some business. That's great, but there's a huge risk here that someone might go up the deep end and absolutely ruin the business's name and open the organization to some type of liability. And so I just think companies have really pushed away from that. But I I I know that there are a lot of businesses out there that do uh, contests that people get really excited to do them, and there's a certain um, there's a certain competitiveness to it, and you know, people, people I know, an organization that was giving away coffee for a year to they were opening up a stream. They were giving out coffee for a year to the first 300 customers of their new business, and you had to be there by like 6 a.m. and you had to wait. And I know that I I was working nights at the time, and so I would get off of work right around that time. I just walked there, got a stack of 300 free things with coffee. There are 360, like one coffee a day for a year, and there were people who had been waiting out there for like many hours basically. I just was able to be one of the last people, and I was able to get the same price that they got. They don't really do those things anymore. I think it's just become more expensive as well. That they just don't want to give something away. Giving away a car is very expensive. Giving away free product of anything is very expensive, and the organizations just aren't that willing to do it anymore.
That's true. Um, the advertising prize they'll do.
The advertising bounty and prize real people.
Or the marketplace.
The marketplace that you mean uptake?
Yeah.
Did you tell your mom about it?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Big idea. It's not I was thinking back that executing on it because anytime we come up with something that's going to change the world, we have a lot of blockers, a lot of things that we need to figure out and get out of it. Because it's new, right? It's not a sponge daddy. Then it's, it's a one-time thing. It doesn't change. If you've worked in software, you're a scrum master.
Absolutely.
Any software have to be updated on a regular basis. There's, customer issues. It's just it's a big
I
and
agree.
it's a challenging one to do as one person.
Oh,
And it's changing, right? It's a brand new thing. So, I it's nervous with this, and with hard people finding it's a good idea. It's really good.
Oh, absolutely. I told Riser, launched this thing out within the last 10 years or so, and be open for any type of music is so great, especially in 2026, that that's usually prohibited. There aren't many startups that are forming that don't get acquired very early on if they're a really great idea or absorbed into some large company because they either fail due to capital restraints or uh, they're just too big of an idea. And in this case, there's not there. It's a great idea, and I think that if we're done correctly, it could be very successful. But at least when I ran the startup, I had like an unlimited budget with an angel investor. That helps. That's what you would need to be able to do this. And you would become an enemy in the marketing world to every single marketing department of every Fortune 500 that exists. And and advertising agency. So are you going to be able to shake up the market that way? But it is, Riser, I sent you something. We talked about it a little bit that uh, Meta at least has stated that all of its advertising by this summer will be perhaps AI enhanced, or they will at least allow for that option. Whether how much influence that's going to have, you tell me. I can tell you, I'm on social media, Meta, so Facebook, Meta, so Facebook. I can tell you the TikTokers that I see. I created this robot that basically makes my entire life into short music videos, and it is uh, basically every 7 minutes a random song that I have created, not created, a random song, a top 100 song from any decade, basically, is in a giant playlist of like 20,000 songs. In it. I made this robot that automatically automatically takes 1 minute of my life and plays music over it. And while the video is processing and uploading, TikTok shows me a random creator, and these creators are getting so good. The AI for some of these creators is so good. I can't tell them. Sometimes I'll look at these things and I'll be like, "That's a real person. That's a real person. That's a real person." And then I'll look and at the profile and it'll say AI account, and it's to the point. In psychology, it's called the uncanny valley, where you can't tell the difference between real and AI, and we're at that point. And it's going to be very easy for these large marketing organizations to no longer need to pay actors, no longer need to pay musicians, basically do everything in AI, and it looks very realistic, perhaps better than what the human eye would be able to perceive. And once that happens, we're at a point where something like a cake or whatever you call it, riser, becomes uh, perhaps almost old technology. And you'll have to bring. AI advertisements that can be created for okay, that's great. How do you actually measure which one of the AI ads or the thousand ones that generated is going to be the most effective against real actual people? I agree. And so this replaces measuring how effective it is. So it's not just like the creation of that. I agree. It's basically grassroots focused. And
right? So AI is already, yes, we do. It's going to have that data on it's a model. It's going to have that data. So we don't go through it. AI is taking over for you.
I agree.
So I interesting study here is really research on what
needs to from the actual subject content. How they figure it out how
looking for the slide, you're looking for the purpose, and then we just do it. We try to get points, and then we analyze it to see
so
what people are looking for.
that's correct.
The more I read about AI and jobs taking over the impact on the economy, because that like, jobs are going to disappear. It's wild. So I think we should do a little bit of research on what AI, just test it, just to see where they AI thinks it's something.
And I think like artistic standpoint, I might be focused. Produce the plot, but it's not necessary. I mean, I haven't really like looked at it. I haven't looked at video and but it's actually free for those website that's extremely good observations. I mean, any type of image that you want to be addressed, but you can plug in. I make up a very mild part that here, but you can get a space into this AI, and then adjust it to how much you want it to look like, and then hit the button. And it'll generate it. Feeling totally different. And what amazed me by that was like the amount of variation that it's able to do, and still creating things that are unique and creating it different every time was just something exciting. Right? So until we have the remix, creativity, um, to get better, but again, that's not mentioned. As creative as but there is outside the box thinking that I think at least update or whatever you want to call it. There's another aspect to it that hasn't been mentioned that I think makes it powerful, and that is the fact that users will have to use their own social media to link to update or whatever it's called. I'm just calling it that. And thus, you will have crowdsourced advertising that may stay on a user's profile for days, weeks, months, and years, and it's free advertising for a corporation. And that aspect of it, I think, would be very attractive to corporations. That AI can't do that. AI can't force you to post something on your platform, on your account. You don't want it. It can show an ad there, yes, but somebody has to pay for that ad. Free advertising is the best kind of advertising. And so if you have the market, basically the users of the platform who are willing to make some penetration either by themselves or whatever, and post that on their own profile, that's an incredible tool for advertising that isn't currently utilized. The idea that it would be a content like system is exciting to people. It brings back that competitive nature that people have, like hands on a hard body, that everybody wants to win. And so, yeah, somebody's gonna post something on their social media account, link it to updates, and then see how it does. And maybe they'll take it down after the contest ends. A lot of people won't. A lot of people will want other people to see the art that they created, and it's basically kind of fun of it.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. So that's right. Yeah, I'm based out of California. which if you're familiar with, just south of Los Angeles, about 5 minutes.
I've heard of it, right?
It's between San Diego and Los Angeles. It's where Disney
Oh,
Irvine borders Anaheim, which is where Disney. You know where Disney.
yeah.
Right. So, yeah, and, we're talking about AI and how powerful it is. I want to reiterate your point. We don't even know what to expect placing people's jobs, and quite quickly. I started this stream while still employed with a major organization. And I've been able to use statements that I'm not familiar with. And when I started this in 2021, I was able to live my life during the pandemic. So this we said what the pandemic was like. But then moving into November of 2022, I early adopter of ChatGPT, and then was actually a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. I basically have this like pre-AI part of my stream and then post AI, and I've been able to see the development of ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, 5, its competitors of Grok, and Claude, and Gemini, and what they've done to society. And I think this is a really exciting opportunity to be able to study, especially from a historical standpoint, my students as a time capsule to be able to see what life was like before AI and after AI. I was on a podcast earlier this week, an Australian podcast, and we were talking about basically what you and I are talking about, the impact that AI has on our society. Basically, we know, there are so many questions that exist, but perhaps I think that we just minds in the future might look at it. We might find people who have huge amounts of data to actually be able to get a porthole or a vision of what life is like, and I think that'll be really exciting for people.
That's my perspective. It is a really, it is so, you know, so efficient that, in 2 weeks, hours and hours, actually that leads to job loss. It's given to a lot of job loss now. And that's really sad to me.
Agreed.
I mean, even like doctors, and the point to that doctor's supervisor, like for 30 years. Call and a receptionist answers the phone, and within like 3 minutes, right? Then now you call and and there's no one for the audience or anything, but it's just it's auto recorded, and the recording tells you, your wait time will be 12 minutes, and then we say wait time will be 9 minutes, and 22 will be like it's just all screwed up, and I just so sad. A doctor's office with 14 workers and on board of reception office. And you're just like, it's like everybody else, so they can take a little bit more money off of it themselves, and then it's my service. It's really going downhill forever. It's really going to die. It's just going to be everywhere. Absolutely everywhere.
And we don't have robots that are part of our business. When that occurs, it's probably 3 to 5 years, we're going to see massive loss and systems like blue collar workers and we already see similarities in like
No.
customer service is no longer a career anymore. And very soon you'll see positions like perhaps certainly truck driving or any kind of long-haul driving will have been additionally it'll move into even positions that people would think that were almost irreplaceable, like electricians and plumbers. When you eventually have a robot that doesn't need a break, that doesn't need to eat, that can work 24 hours a day, and all you have to do is invest in a team them or whatever, they just have to be plugged in. Why wouldn't you do that? You could create your own business that way and reap the rewards. Now, do I think this is good for society?
We're going to do that, right? What are you going to do?
Well,
Where's the purpose?
that's an excellent question. And, I have a discussion with people, and I really think that we may, and I could be wrong, but experience a new type of resurgence in arts and items that will be a desire for people to have art still. It's something that people enjoy. And AI art will not, I think, be as valuable as handmade art that people have. And thus, we may see some type of secondary renaissance of music and art and pottery. And people won't have anything else to do. Everything else will already be replaced. So the only thing that humans will be able to do that is of more value than what a robot can do are the art. No one is, or very few people may want a piece of pottery that was created by a robot, but they may want a piece of pottery that was created by another artist just because they know that it was actually handmade and what goes into that.
I mean, I think like like a teacher might not be some kind of like a robot has the data that I think anything with like a man to like human connection or physical place.
I, I disagree to some extent because people will just not know what it was once like to feel that type of vibe in the future. And they'll just understand that they lived their life through the pandemic where everything went remote. And instead of a teacher who normally would have a classroom between 25 and 30 children, now has 100 or 200 people who they're teaching. But since they don't have to control them and everyone is in front of the screen, they basically have all the attention they need, and they just have to go through the lecture. And even at a certain point, that can be basically AI. Now in healthcare, we already have robotic surgeons that are more accurate than normal surgeons. I think this isn't even an old study, but they had a robotic surgeon that was I think 86%, or no, not just surgeon, doctor, a robotic doctor that was able to diagnose people with 86% accuracy. This was 2 years ago, when a human doctor, even the best ones, it was less than 80%, like 78%. So already, this is old technology that's already more accurate than a human. And then when it comes to surgery, surgeries are already, there's something called the Da Vinci robotic surgeon, that surgery can be done anywhere in the world with extreme accuracy, laser precision. Um, and you can have basically a robot that has some human guidance be able to perform 8 or 10 different surgeries over the course of the day. When normally that would just be one surgeon. A surgeon could only perform one, either for the beat or whatever it may be. Um, and certainly when it comes to the idea um, of properly diagnosing different diseases, doctors are always it does. And and in law, well, AI wins. When you go to law school, to just for 3 years on top of having a 4 year degree and just learn how to breathe, and it might take you 2 hours to the top law firms in the world will essentially um, collude to have software that's better than different competitors, and it's very expensive, so that small attorney practices would not have the same opportunity to take sale and such. It would be very expensive to be able to get a membership or the credits to be able to use it. And basically told um, much of the legal world hostage because of the A1 of the different software that they use for legal briefs and looking up perhaps legal prior legal cases. And thus, you would have to use one of these major um, law firms, or else you're going to be at a significant disadvantage that your briefs and your legal arguments won't be as good as the big guys, the big firm. And looking at things like accounting, I mean, I already would trust AI accounting more than I would trust it.
There's no more headache in your machine or anything like that.
Absolutely. And that's why you quality control, absolutely. And that's why the influencer, you were asking, at least in the United States and America, young person, what the content designer job is. It used to always be athlete, but now it's become influencer because there's some, I think that the ability to becomes financially self-sufficient for a long time by gaining the network and gaining community may have more opportunity than your previous lawyer, doctor, sports star. And there may be some truth to that. And I see these streamers and those that I know that it can be extremely lucrative for the top, top streamers, not for everyone, but given enough time, long periods, but if you're able to do anything for a long enough period, generally you will gain traction and become successful. Not saying you absolutely will. When you look at, I don't know if you're familiar with a podcast like the Joe Rogan Experience, it's the most popular podcast generally in the world. It started out as just Joe Rogan talking with his friend in his apartment or his house, and they really didn't gain too much traction for the first 5 years or so. They didn't have many sponsors, but eventually, Joe Rogan's approaching becoming a billionaire just by talking into a microphone because he's been doing it now for 17 years. And a lot of people have jumped on that podcast.
Music playing in your like all that.
Most certainly. I would agree with you. Is it echo or is it?
There's like background music.
It wasn't happening previously. Okay. I will. I'm going to mute my comfort section. Tell me if it shuts off when I shut. Okay. No, I know. I was muting myself. Did it shut off when I shut it off?
Like how it
So, there are some other people here who are, some of whom may be playing some kind of support market content as well. I'm not seeing the true, but they all seem to either be my computer and so I'm in terms of the influencer world, though, I probably 10 years ago would say to a kid who said I'm going to be an influencer, I'd laugh at them. I'm like, come on, get a real job. With the AI revolution that's ahead, that seems like a viable option. And the younger you start, the more advantageous it can be. And I was saying previously that TikTok is just, it throws content at me. And the devices that I'm using, these music videos are, probably like 10 or 15 feet away from me. So I don't necessarily, I'm not paying attention to them. But many of them say parent run account, where parents are uh, basically monetizing their children at whatever age they may be to generate more income to the family and perhaps give their children a head start. And I can say, is that good parenting, or is this something that I endorse and generally think that we should have kids to be kids? Um, but this was done previously with child actors and pageant kids, and, those kinds of things. And I recognize that parents are becoming more and more desperate for money, and they see their children as perhaps, when I say children, you have to have at least have a social media account. You're supposed to. Um, but for those kids who get a big following as a young person and become an adult, that's quite a head start that they can have in selling things and partnering with different organizations. And it may seem
Well,
like
it's a big part of it too, right? It's like teaching them some other, I don't know, not a vital skill, but it's a skill and it's a potential career path at a young age. I'm interested in it.
I agree, but there's no insurance, there's no retirement. Like what do you do if you get a copyright strike? You lose access to your account. Are you just a better person to security? You have to have something like that. And it's it's um it's a dangerous game that the influencer route poses. And
Well, it's funny because that's exactly what I was talking about this last week. Just the notion of social media has really promoted and it's really, really promoted this notion of not working for anybody else and being an entrepreneur, making your own money and why share the pie and all this stuff, right?
right,
But essentially, all of that, when your kids are an entrepreneur, don't have health, like you want healthcare benefits, and you're on your own, right?
right,
You have, I work for a local corporation, IT, but I have a pension plan that
exactly,
they put hundreds of thousands of dollars over my career into a pension plan. And then I retired, I'll probably get that where I am $300,000.
right,
These are significant things. As an independent entrepreneur, you have to build it to the point where you are actually put it in state these kinds of benefits for your employees, but also for yourself. Not different content at the beginning. That's years and years into it. That's when you get that massive investment, which again may make it sound like it's super easy to do. It's not that easy to do.
you're absolutely right.
90% of startups fail. Yeah. So anyway, it's just interesting. Like whether you're an influencer or not, something happens to you and you're a host or anything when you really on your own. Yeah. So Gisette, that's visualizer. So that brother is a YouTuber.
Right, very successful.
And very successful YouTuber. And it's like crazy how much money he's made. Crazy. Uh, he's kind of teen in high school.
Absolutely.
Like, we're from, who just started putting money at 23 years old. And more than you have at 23 years old. But that carrying on, like, now he's 24. But but that he didn't really get lucky. He worked hard. It was his fourth attempt at doing something alone. And he is just, I don't know what to call it. He's just got the right set of skills for it, and people love it. But most YouTubers are not category as far as I can tell it.
Oh, you're 100% right. You said 90% of all businesses fail, and I think there's this statistic: 90% of the restaurants in the first year fail. And when it comes to influencers, it's got to be 99 out of 1,000 fail, or at least never reach what your other channels have been able to reach. I mean, it's just like you said, a needle in a haystack. I can tell you, as someone who is fortunate to not have to do some type of what we're going to call it, to go viral. I recognize the long game that I'm playing, and
Right.
I recognize also that it's just my life. It's what I enjoy. That it may have some value at the future. But I can tell you, like, I'm not alone on this. I had a space, which is like Twitter, which is on video, and I had it open for 24 hours a day for 365 days. And I gained 31 followers. Like, I think that's it. I can tell you that I had many of my channels. I'm live on quite a few different channels, but I don't have to pay attention to subscribers because it just makes sense to me. But I don't have more than 100 subscribers on most of my channels. I can tell you that there's another person I know who live streams for like 24/7. They're on their like 210, and they have 300 followers. Like basically, they get one follower a day. And if you don't have some kind of niche, like catch someone's attention, kind of idea, people think it's going to go viral by just sitting there, staying there. Unless you're going to play a really, really long game, it is not going to be too fortuitous to you. I can tell you, at least like from this Discord, I have a lot of pride in, because it's 3,000 people I've been able to meet, really interesting individuals, and I didn't start this Discord originally. And it's only been around for almost 2 years. But to get even 3,000, 3,000 people with whom I can interact, uh, is, is difficult, especially because Discord doesn't allow you to promote yourself very easily. I can tell you on Instagram, I have like 10,000 followers, and on Twitch I have like 50,000 followers. But those followers don't pay attention to me nearly as much as people in the Discord, or even the people on X. It also depends on like what platform you're on and how engaged people are. I was in a call with someone. Friends, you may know this guy. He's a hacker from Uruguay. He's very popular in the Twitter space. He has like 45,000 followers or 50,000 followers on X. And he had said that 10 years ago, when his account was 10,000 followers, he had much more interaction with people and made more impressions with people than he does with an account of 50,000, just based on competition and based on like lack of reach and how things that can happen. I many times brainstormed with Riser about going viral, and I I think that I have a good strategy, which is this, which I haven't been utilizing as much as I should have. I go on people's podcasts. So I said previously, I've done this Australian person's podcast earlier this week, and he invited me to do like a 5-part series. So the first one is going to be on life extension. The second is going to be on earth improvement. The third is going to be on mega project. The fourth is going to be on space exploration, and the fifth is going to be on the search for intelligent life. And basically, these are interesting topics that I'll be able to someone's going to hear what I say and say, "Hey, I heard you on this podcast. I'd like you to be on my podcast, or I'd like to, like basically to get my brand out there more." And I did this recently. I only started this like this week. Like, why didn't you do this before? It's just a thing. Like Riser and I were trying to give it a name, and we called it ambush guesting or something like that, where you just put out a bunch of requests to people with podcasts and see if people will request like allow you to come on. And I did this to another person, and they're going to have me on their podcast. And I basically said to myself, if I make this my job for the next 52 weeks, and I'm at least on one podcast a week or so, uh, somebody's going to hear what I do and say, wait a second, you mean I can go back at any moment in your life for the last 5 years, essentially, and see your life from multiple angles, and you have all this data, and data is the number one resource. It surpassed petroleum in 2018. There's something to that. That's a really interesting project that perhaps I'll get more more influence because of that. And really, I do this because it's enjoyment. I get a lot of enjoyment out of recording my life, like a journal, like a diary. So it doesn't cost me anything from a personal standpoint. I love getting married and have children and those kinds of things. But fortunately, as a male, I'm able to not have the biological clock that I'm fighting against as much as perhaps I would be as a female. And I can delay some of those decisions. If I were a female, I don't think I could have taken 5 years of my life and just dedicated it to live streaming. I would have wanted to. Pardon me? Well, perhaps. So, I Bryce and I have discussed the podcast element and having your own podcast. Both me and I have had our own podcast with limited success. But the idea of just if you have at least one account, like a Twitter account, and I have Twitter accounts with tens of thousands of people, but they get banned for whatever reason. They don't always know why you get banned. It's kind of this uphill climb that you have, and then they can sweep your legs out from under you, and you're back to square one. But enough people know about me now that it's a strong enough medium-sized Twitter account that I can go to people and it shows that I have some legitimacy that other people have listened to what I said. And I've been on other podcasts now. It's basically using those to say, hey, if you found what I was interested in this podcast, let's get on this podcast, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a lot that at least personally, that I can talk about from the science perspective, from the project perspective, from just like we're discussing the future of humanity that people will have a 30-minute or an hour-long conversation with you. And so that's the strategy that I'm using. Whether it works or not, well, we'll see a year from now. We'll see where we're at. But I think that from an influencer perspective, you have to. Everybody needs like something different. Like your son found a niche that is extremely extremely successful. But who knows if that's absolutely.
In there. He did not do this for his own personal enjoyment. He researched and found through deep research that he felt it would everything found that would be the most successful. So the niches that he's in, one is true crime. I think he kind of likes that. The other one and anime is what he couldn't care less about.
That's interesting. But it makes money.
But he produces all of the anime, and he's been very successful in these things and the true crime space. And he's explored like other ones like Space and History Channel, and he's learned along the way, but he spent a heck of a lot of time. So his focus was, how do I do this? How do I be successful at this? And I'm going to follow that path. I don't care if I like it.
Right.
So very, very different than that. This is something that you are really, really
30 years old, I'm going to be in the military. I think, but it's really, very driven and focused on it. So this was really about being successful. Yeah. And not about, what from different. So it's such a personality. Like that is really a personality. Like you're going on, it sounds like you've got a plan and we'll have a podcast and you're being very deliberate about that. Which is really important.
I've been in this stuff before. I've worked for major organizations. I think a good group like for the age when I started this, doing this without it. To me, this is something that I think is really drives me, that footage that is being recorded, and that's extremely valuable different to supervision. I just look at how we look at old photographs, the old video, the vintage, and the nostalgia people have for that. I would be disappointed if I did not connect to that. If there was something really special in that. I wish we had more of it with lost footage and all the other aspects of society. And I do know in the back of my mind that data is the number one resource. And I got quite a bit of it. I really need this. I think of more content. I'm almost certain I more content created by money than nobody is on YouTube on Friday for almost 5 years.
I don't get it. Like, what do you want to go
Yeah, this. Absolutely, yeah. Like I said, I had companies. It's more difficult to do IRL streams because of the data issue, overheating the phones, power issues, and like you're driving in a car, and unless I'm in an Uber and I've done that, it's just more complicated. And I'm only live on one stream, and I like being live on 20. Yeah, if there was someone that you can't interact, I am all on board with this live stream. I love it. I want to live with you. Let's do this together. I'm not saying that I can do it once, but I'm not looking for that. I recognize that this project has the opportunity to make me and my family and my generation to come looking at the other one. And so it's almost like just patient. And also, I might be able to get some. I'm not saying that one will be wonderful woman now, or that I have had that past, but the fact is, I'd be able to get a single woman I want to live with. This has gone viral, does this go viral. There are a lot of people out there who find it a challenge to be on the world's largest timeline and to make merge their life with the world's largest timeline. And I realize that if I just keep focusing on this, women will come, and I'll be able to have my leader, so to speak. But I mean, really, I want someone who would be on camera and live their life on camera. But if she said, "Hey, I want to have privacy," I'm all about that. It's absolutely fine. I understand that too. I don't. It's not a deal breaker. And no cameras in the bedroom, or no cameras for our children, or something. Right, exactly. So I understand that there are some limitations, but I really I want a woman. I've always felt this way, that I would be older when I would get married, because I wanted to be established, and if I weren't doing this, I would still be in the corporate world and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Recognizing though that this opportunity, in addition to being able to archive the world's history, uh, make me not just a millionaire or a billionaire, but into the one who distributed. Be just like generational wealth that I never be my children, never be my grandchildren, but then the opportunity to get back to the world. Help every single person help me on this. Not just be able to take care of themselves and that's nothing, but charities to help the world and not-for-profits to help the world. Really start my own in my own way a peaceful revolution. That's really exciting to me. And I recognize that it's not advice that I don't make, but I think basically it has most people you're just relaxing and perhaps watching podcasts, watching sports, and interacting with kids. If I may ask you, that's an interesting point. Couldn't you imagine in mid-90s Texas, one of the contestants is there making that argument? No, according to physics, none of us are actually touching this knee. They look at you like you were bonkers. Well, you most certainly would that. I mean, one of my favorite quotes is uh, Arthur C. Clarke's, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic," and that would certainly love that. I mean, I know what I first used. Actually, the first month that I used ChatGPT, it stunk. It was very unimpressive. I mean, it had that I've used customer service websites for years and this stinks, but it got very good. Very soon thereafter launching. Just like holistic things that make them taste W. Well, that's the people are trying to use that in California courts. They will not allow you to be represented by artificial intelligence. You still need to representative who is passed the California law. Even though ChatGPT has been able to pass the bar from a test perspective, it's not to be a human. And I think that there will be some kind of restrictions on some professions that perhaps the ones that are very powerful, doctor, lawyer, CEO, venture capitalist, perhaps they say, oh, you can't replace these just because of the power of those roles, they may be, I don't want to say completely irreplaceable, but certainly not as easily replaced as a standard customer service agent.
Yeah. Even like fighting a fire, like actually saving life from a robot.
So there's an organization in San Francisco called Stop Killer Robot. Yeah. When I first heard about this organization, it's uh, almost humorous, such name, but each day that becomes more and more serious. And we've already had incidents. There was one in Dallas, Texas. I think we've discussed of a robot that actually killed someone. It was basically a remote control, but it killed somebody had somebody hostage or something. That was like the first documented killing of an individual by a robot. That was not in war. We see what's going on in the Middle East. That the best tools of war are no longer aircraft carriers and battleships, but are drones, basically.
Yeah, I was getting that firefighter or saving and then rescuing a dog.
Right. But there's a fine line between a tool and an active master. We have in the United States already police departments that have robots that are basically for awareness on the streets. I don't know if you've seen them. It looks like a giant pig, like Humpty Dumpty, and it basically has cameras on it and goes around different parts and has like a little speaker on it. And if you run into trouble or something, you can go up to it and it will press a button on it. It'll notify the police or whatever, but um, and somebody's watching it from a remote location. But it's kind of one of these things where there's a fine line between that and RoboCop.
Yeah, I mean, what if robots are and what if like improve with like driving robot cars or like people that are generally safer to have like robots with less trigger regular
I am a huge advocate of non-lethal alternatives in law enforcement. And I have always said this, even as a young person. Why do we give police guns, or why do they have such active um, ability to use a gun when there are tranquilizers out there that could have been used for last century to bring down big game? Meaning, you can take down an elephant with a tranquilizer dart almost immediately, and that elephant will be incapacitated for 30 minutes or an hour or something for you to be able to do whatever you need to do. So it's an individual. Basically, I think that society should replace firearms in law enforcement with tranquilizers. Now, do I think that?
I mean, the argument before was like, oh, what currently from, but even if 1 in 10 people die from a
exactly,
Not the word.
exactly. And you could use different types of concoctions or tranquilizer chemicals. You could get something down that, I mean, I am a perhaps naive or just a positive individual who thinks that you could use the same. There is a world out there. I don't know exactly where it is, but science could find that you could use a dart on a small woman and a large man and not have to change it. Whether the dart knows like, in a sense, the size of the person, or how much dose it's going to give, or just it basically will not kill them. It will just, like, here's an example with the taser, or like use of like electroshock. They don't take into effect the size of the target. It's like you're going to get tased. You get the same taser as a small woman as you do as a large adult, or a large man, I should say. Perfect. Exactly. So I think that the same thing could be done on with non-lethal weaponry, and um, I I don't know. So at least in the United States, there's a big loophole that's known as qualified immunity that allows police to be able to use excessive force at times if needed for the um, to ensure the peaceful restraint. But even at times, it can become lethal, and you can't sue them on this ground. There's a major push in the United States that, and I think it's going to be brought not by not by a ground grassroots level, but I think from insurance companies. Insurance companies are finding that it is becoming I should say local environments. It's extremely expensive to pay out on bad cops. Like basically, like 10% of bad cops cause 90% of the force's problems. Something like that. And if you require police officers to themselves, just like you do with a car, if you're a bad driver, eventually you'll be unable to drive. You won't be able to drive your insurance as a police officer. There's a push for this. I can see this potentially happening in the future. And there's going to be a time where there's an overlap between AI and robotic law enforcement, and and perhaps some type of insurance regulation or restriction on bad cops because it just becomes that is getting sued all the time, and eventually some cities and jurisdictions are just going to no longer be able to fit the bill, and they're going to say, "Look, small town or medium city or large metropolis to the individuals like that, the police officers." Do you think if that happens, we'll see a lot of many fewer accidental shootings of people, or people will be far less, police will be far less uh, motivated to pull out that gun.
Yeah, I agree. I have a hypothetical or like question in my mind earlier. At the end of my coffee.
Do you need a police officer to get you a cup of coffee like that lady on Hands on a Hard Body?
That would be nice. Yeah, that would be
Very
nice.
well.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that AI advertising, like uh, AI
like democratize access to AI, where anyone can create their AI ad, AI ad. That it's like the same thing. It's like that ad that's just using the camera systems that now made the best AI, the exact same competition. The tools are essentially unlocking your creativity, and if you ever use AI, like video generation, like the prompting is important. You never hardly get what you want after the first time. And also, I think that like the target marketing, like the type of advertising is also important because there's some ads that you might see on Facebook where it's like, yeah, sure, it's custom, where ad would make sense. But if you have an advertisement that's going to be seen by millions of people that you don't want the most effective ad possible, well, that's just their minds about. And so it kind of depends on what you're going for a little bit and how much impact you're going to make. No, you discussed this at one point. How I think in the future, it's already, this isn't new, but when you have an advertisement, if you can connect it with a real person that people know exists, with their handle or whatever, how much more powerful that ad is going to be because people know that it's not automatically generated, or does that make sense? People are like boycotting the eye swap on the internet already. Like YouTube videos that are just AI garbage and like know how to voice over AI. Like people hate. I hate that. Like if I see a video that's just like, annoying, you didn't want to hate the narrator, and now it's like AI replacing you all the time. People are like, this video sucks. Clearly AI. But those are the ones that you know. There are, I can almost guarantee that you have seen some type of advertisement that is AI that you didn't know was there. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I just live. Yeah. So for whatever you want to call your company, I call it Cupcakes because it's easy for me to remember. You and you're talking to Mama Riser as well. She recognizes how expensive this could be, how this could make you an enemy. But all you really need is a website that can post links, a comment system, a voting mechanism, and then you would just go to different organizations to basically sponsor content. And once word of mouth gets out about it, everybody's going to come to you. So I think with this idea, there's limited overhead. Where this idea fails immediately is if you're hosting all the data. It's too expensive. But if you're not hosting it, it's just links that people would see. It's like Riser. If you look in this Discord below, you're gonna see a section. So under 24, there's 24/7 live stream, and then you're gonna see like a heart and a cowboy hat and a heart, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. Do you see that? Okay. The section below radio station. Yeah. And then at the bottom of that, you see TikTok music videos. You have to go and see it. There's no about section. It's okay. So below, there's a red heart, a cowboy hat, and a red heart. Do you see that? It says Rabbi Rothschild. Then it says moderator only, rank up, and then AMA technology, Instagram. create press releases, TikTok, YouTube, podcasts, leaderboard. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then do you see TikTok music videos?
There was one that says TikTok.
Below that, it's like 5 down from that. It says TikTok music videos.
So after Cowboy Hat and Heart, technology, yeah,
No.
mine says leaderboard, and then Rabbi interviews, Rabbi out here.
Oh, okay. Just one moment. This is very interesting. Okay, let me make sure that it is visible. The reason why I want you to see this is basically what your website is going to be. Oh, apology. Can you see it now?
No.
You don't see a section that says TikTok music videos.
No.
Okay, I'll just send you a link to it. And the reason why I want you to see this link is because um, it is essentially what your website would be. It's basically like hosted. So the only difference is you would you would be able to see the whole video on the website. And for like basically Discord isn't okay. I just uh, not what TikTok music video.
I see it.
Okay, so go there and you see that there's just like every 5 minutes or something a new music video that's being created. As I've been talking with you both, there are random music videos that are being made. But Discord is not hosting them. TikTok is. And your website would be essentially this. The idea that you would, except you could play the video, there'd be like some kind of embedded video that it would still be hosted on TikTok, but um, it would just give like a little thumbnail of it, and then people would vote on it. Discord doesn't have the capability under current conditions. They don't want to pay for all the hosting, so they limit how much a user can basically host in their Discord. However, TikTok allows for you to post whatever you want, generally, uh, from a capacity standpoint. So what you would do is do like the Discord. Like you will just have links like this, and when you click the link, it will take you to the person's page, or you'd be able to do an embedded version of it website. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get that higher than on this too. So that, explain where you think the cost of it.
I will another thing. Our dark is great.
I mean, I don't stuff.
I did. Basically, when you build a system, it depends on whether you're building it. If you're posting things on, I don't even know what Discord is, but if you're posting things on TikTok or stuff, Discord, I guess is a discussion group.
We're in Discord right now. This is Discord.
Oh, okay. So if you're doing everything, you can act system, right?
Okay?
Then you building systems, reporting systems, development systems, audit systems, operational systems. It sounds like you worked in IT, right? So
Absolutely.
all of the things that if you're building out a system, you need all of these parts to
That's
just don't build a platform that connects, creators, consumers than the general public or whoever else. I haven't really, that's why I say I don't really have, I haven't modeled this out or anything. But you need all of these security, like privacy, legal, all kinds of things. And it costs you doing all of it. If you put up a website and go, hey, vote on this thing, your costs are much
Absolutely, and that's why
so simple model where you do it the way you want and just try to use it instead of like you're just gonna build this platform.
that, that won't work. And I think we're all in agreement on that. If you have to host everything, if you are the even if you have some legal issues, but they won't be nearly as big as what it would be building your own platform. The big issue is hosting. The big issue is hosting the data because that is a monthly bill that you will get that will continue to increase. Essentially, I mean, I'm sure they have Craigslist in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Craigslist, think of it, it's a very simple website that doesn't have huge amounts of data that are being stored. So this would be like something simple like that. That let's use a real world example. The Coca-Cola company wants to get better advertising for what they're doing, and they you connect with the marketer or somehow say, look, normally you're going to pay a marketing agency $1 million to do your holiday campaign. That's great.
Right.
What you can do is give away $100,000 to the winner of a contest, and you're going to get, instead of the minds of a boardroom of 15 creatives, you're going to get 15,000 entries on this. And not only that, to people of Coca-Cola, these people are going to post their contest entries on their social media. So whenever their friends are just scrolling through their social media, it's a free Coca-Cola ad for you. And it isn't just for as long as you want to pay for it, it's free and it's free indefinitely. Some people are going to take it down the second the contest is over. Some people are going to leave it there for 5 years. And it's going to have impressions on people 5 years from now to drink Coca-Cola. And all you have to do is give away $100,000 in a contest that you guys do all of the time. And if you will agree to putting up the money for this, you wouldn't start with Coca-Cola, you'd start small. But essentially, that's the goal. We're going to be able to cut your advertising budget by, for just the holiday season, $900,000. They spend more than this on their digital campaigns, but we're just using round numbers. And on top of that, we're going to have 100 times more reach because all of the contest entries are going to be posted on social media, which is going to allow you to dominate digital platforms where you would never be able to get previews. You wouldn't be able to get on some artist's platform, on some artist's main page. However, the fact that this artist put in work to create some kind of video or AI or some type of commercial or whatever it would be, you are now going to be able to, the word would be almost seep into the areas where your marketing previously would fail. And you're going to be able to do it for cheaper. And for Riser's point of view, all he has to do is have the money and have people have the links, and they would just leave a picture, just like I showed in Discord. And they would click a button, and it would play a video, and then people would just upload it and have the comment entry. And then, let's say the contest runs for a month. At the end of the month, whatever one Coca-Cola chose wins. It's not necessarily who has the most upvotes. People can game the system that way. We just wanted to do whatever one that Coca-Cola likes. And Coca-Cola takes that and puts it out as their holiday 2026 campaign. And all of the people who didn't win, either out of sheer laziness or because they actually appreciated people said about their art and got more people to go to their social media, are going to keep up a lot of Coca-Cola ads when previously they wouldn't have. is will basically transform social media into being just, hey, here are pictures of my vacation, maybe 10 different pictures of those, to being maybe one of Coca Cola and another of Anheuser-Busch and another of Honda. And so for every 10 videos that somebody may upload, they may get some free advertising, and that could be long term. And on top of that, it creates type of a new type of industry for artists and creators and people who are into video editing and actors and uh, people who just say, look, we're going to put something together. We think it's really creative, and Coca-Cola picks it. And we have a chance to make basically a year's salary on this contest. And there are going to be a lot of people who apply for the Coca-Cola contest because that's a big brand and it's a big prize. But you're going to have some smaller organizations, maybe even a small restaurant that may say, look, we don't have $100,000 to give away. We don't have $10,000 to give away. We don't have $1,000 to give away, but we'll give you $100 in our gift cards, and they may get 30 entries for that just in a local contest that they're having. And basically, I've said to Riser about this. You're going to be able to lower the cost of marketing, which are extremely high for different uh, advertisers. You're going to be able to essentially invade people's social media uh, in ways that you wouldn't have been able to do previously, which is positive for the advertisers. You're going to allow creative people to be able to make more money with artists to benefit them. And all you have to do is host a bunch of links on our website. Now, will you need general counsel perhaps at the beginning to have your terms and conditions? Absolutely. You're going to have some type of, legal team. But in terms of this is where is brilliant by him not hosting it. Let's say that there's some kind of I don't know, just malicious content somebody doesn't like. Well, guess what? Riser isn't hosting it. TikTok's hosting it, or Instagram's hosting it, or YouTube's hosting it. So long as it gets past their very strict systems, generally it's going to be fine on Riser's website. And so you basically are going to utilize all of the general console of YouTube, meaning Alphabet, and Facebook, meaning Meta, and TikTok, meaning ByteDance. They're already basically the filter for all of the content that you're gonna have. So you don't have to. Miss Aquarius, leave us in a moment.
Sorry?
Okay. Go ahead, Miss Right. Authorize it.
I'm creating a constant post,
Yeah. Yes.
and I'm not allowed to do it right. Like, that without authorization.
Well,
So I can't pay to the program.
not
That's that on YouTube or Instagram or Twitter, or they'll shut you down.
people do that all the time. They have a Coke in the background of their video, or they drink a Coke on camera. There's nothing illegal about that. And Coke itself, once they can change their policy and say, we want people to be making more content with Coke with it. If we get too protective of our label or of our trademark, then we are going to get as much advertising. Now, where Coke is going to be extremely litigious is if you try to make your own formula that's like Coke and have a similar red trademark or red brand. That's where they want to be litigious. But basically, having people drink Coke is just better for their it's better for their drink.
As long as it's in the light that
Yeah, so we talked about this right here, and I did. What if you have a situation where you have someone who, uh, like maliciously takes Coke and just pours it down the toilet and says this is garbage. Okay, their entry is going to be all the way at the very bottom, and on top of that, under current law, they're able to do that anyway. So you just don't pay attention to those people. But you will get some people out there who create a better ad campaign than just your standard Coca-Cola and polar bears or whatever it is. And the people at Coke are going to say, you know what? Previously, we would have gotten from our marketing team and external marketing teams maybe 5 good ideas. But using Ricer's idea, we got 5,000 really good ideas. We had a bunch of people out on it. And on top of all of that, there are so many impressions because people are going to be voting on this that Coke is going to be on all these people's minds because they're going to see Coke at Coke at Coke at Coke. Anybody who's so previously, I mean, I could really say under what conditions do you have somebody who voluntarily watches 25 Coca-Cola? But in this case, you would have tens of thousands of people doing it.
Right.
And people would do it just to see the difference.
I love the idea. I noticed posting and all the stuff. You know, if you're voting and that's counting and that's a contest, there's a whole bunch of like it's a bigger idea.
Oh, it most certainly is. But it's so big of an idea that you have I don't know how many children you have, but you have 2 very successful sons. One of whom I think could be much more successful than the other one. You know, the other one is doing quite well. You have Reiser is the type of thinker, an outside the box thinker that has some ideas that can make him a billionaire. So I would say to you, by the time that you're of retirement age and looking at that perhaps few $100,000, you're not going to have to worry about that. You're going to have 2 sons who are extremely successful. And with ideas that Reiser has, if he were to create a website with the links and basically use the different social medias as a filter and just connect with some smaller brands just to start, and they will see how successful this is for their brand. He's going to have all the big boys who are going to want to play and going to want to be on this website. They're going to be able to save money on their creative. They're going to be able to have more effective social media and branding. And then on top of that, and there's no other condition, are you going to have somebody voluntarily put an advertisement on their social media unless they know that this is a contest and they're proud of it and they see it as art and not necessarily as an advertisement for a large corporation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I was right now. You should. I think there's next step to really sort of plan this out and I understand the scope of it. I understand it.
Well,
Yeah.
well, absolutely. Did Rice tell you how this came about?
But you know, that we're talking.
So,
So he did tell me this a while ago.
okay, so,
But yeah, go ahead, tell me again.
oh, absolutely. So, Ryan, do you mind if I tell her how it came about? Okay, so I was in the X space call with cryptocurrency, and they said that they had a website and all this, like they had just this plan, et cetera, et cetera. And I said to them, I don't understand why you're doing what you're saying you're doing. And I basically said, look, it'd be much better if you just were a marketing, whatever, contest. And so I initially brought it up with this other organization. And they were like, that's the best idea. I loved the idea. However, I haven't heard anything from them. And so a few months went by, Riser and I were talking, and I said, I had this discussion with this other person, but I don't know if they ever ran with it. And this is a big idea, like you're saying, and it takes a lot of it takes a lot of work to do. But if you want a million, billion, $1 trillion idea, here is one. And then we started to talk about it and brainstorm our names. some other things like that. So it was something that it was a conversation that I had with a different organization, but they didn't have it. Just it, to me just made sense. And I got a few of these really big ideas that I think could be really good. And Riser and I talk about it, but basically what I'm saying is that there is a void in the market right now, and Riser could certainly um, fill that void. And all of really all it's going to take is a website that is a name that's not memorable. And he has some other names. Riser, what did you say? What was it called?
It's called CrowdSpark.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I just it just sticks out in my head because it's like a food and tangible. Uh, Grab Spark is great. I like that one too. And so he's got the name. He's got to get the website, and once he gets the website, then he's going to start populating it. And once he did it, then he has to find someone to basically put up a little money for a contest. But it could just be gift certificates. It doesn't have to start out as huge cash prizes. And then he's got to get people to know about it in in the market as artists. And the way that he could do that is through social media that already exists. But it's and then he would probably have to, I'm sure, at some point to have some type of legal mind review it, the terms and conditions, because this is and to make sure that it's legal at your location and everything, because there are some issues with that. And then, you know, contest, this is going to be an international contest. Um, how is that going to work? And how can you assure that?
Need some kind of financial flow, right?
Yeah, so he basically needs to perhaps organize, he wouldn't have to organize this, but just find an escrow system. So basically, these already exist. So a company puts in 100, so they don't run away, and that the money isn't delivered until there's an actual winner, and all of those things. But he, uh, there, within any of this, have we not said he has to hire anybody, nor does he have to. I mean, he might have to hire some people at some point, but that's down the line. He could use just contractors, and he already knows how to program to some extent, so the website wouldn't be that hard. It's really about marketing, and if anything, and I tell him this, he's got to be faster at moving these things because the void's not going to perhaps be there for you, and people are going to want to take advantage of it as quickly as possible. Again, this was a conversation that we had months ago with a company. I don't think they were more, this is what they wanted to do. Instead, they wanted to give away cryptocurrency to organizations, want to run it as like a contest, and they didn't want to bring in, they wanted it only to be like small time creators. And I was like, why limit yourself to small time creators? Why not just pay cold hard cash to individuals, create like artists, run corporations, and these kinds of contests are done all the time. And they thought it was a good idea. I still think it's a great idea. It just it, like the big thing is the website. So, right, so let me ask you, do you have a website or are you able to host this anyway?
Okay. The first time, I need to basically apparently only use Google and Discord to sign in, and like that's like sign in without having bot issues because you don't want bots obviously. In order to make that happen, I have to subscribe to prove that the plastic not my own domain name. I was like, oh, I don't script up these stupid things. Um, that's as bad as I go on the website, but I am working on the presentation and also trying to identify any
potential use of the system, like AI, ending how the hell AI is fits in with this and whatnot. To begin with, so they don't want to start something if the balloon's going to pop. Absolutely. I think it is a huge opportunity, and I do want to, along with it, dedicate a bunch of time to bring it like as fast as possible, so as possible, for like challenges every day, and like building businesses. So, right, if I would do this, is what I would do. I would start like like have like very difficult because you need companies that are going to make content, there's awareness, and then you need almost a sales team like that really to companies where you're probably provide like calling people and actually explaining it. It just takes better. It just having website explains the benefits. It just takes with it just makes it you don't need a cold call. Guys, if I were you, this is what I would do. I would recognize I don't have the funds to do this, and my parents are not going to do that. But you have your brother now. Come on. I would come up with a really good pitch to him. I would come up with a really good pitch. Why not? I would it's not that much money.
It's important to keep it intact and get it close together and not every step.
Okay, I mean, would you eventually tell him about it anyway? Wouldn't you eventually tell your brother about it anyway? That would be investing in startups. That's okay. Okay, that's fine. It's just if you go to venture capital with this, they can easily just take this idea and leave you in the dust. I mean, basically, you're going to be giving them the golden ticket. If you go to venture capital, you say, "Hey, I can put all the marketing teams out of business and create this." And I say, "Okay, that's great, guys." They're going to do wrong. And let me just say this: I know that I don't know. You, Riser makes an excellent point. It's not good to get into business with your family. However, you could at least tell your brother about this idea and say, "Look, I know that you found success in some other ways. I want you to know that I would basically run this organization. You could just be an angel investor. And it's not like you need hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking like maybe some small startup capital. And he might like the idea. If you put together a nice video for him and show him the website, he might say, you know what, I'm doing really well right now, but this is a really good idea. This might take me from millionaire status to billionaire status. Because generally, YouTube, unless you become a major influencer, that's difficult to do. However, it's not if you have some type of idea like, and just run it by him. If he says, I hate that idea, that's the worst idea ever, okay, so you try. But he's not going to go run away with the idea and make a ton of money off of you like venture capital. I don't think it'll be, I mean, maybe 10,000 operational ish, but I feel like I should put it up for influencers to promote that. Startup equity or different money that whenever those people actually get the word out there. And we want to get the ground running. I get that it is actually like taking steps to baby steps to start with little flashy jokes and flashes or whatever for people. But I don't think it's much people are like effective. or people that are into comedy or just creators in general, and directly target those people. That's one side of that. They're like, this is great opportunities on this, or you can I think if you go the influencer route, you're throwing your money, in my opinion. There are enough small to medium-sized businesses just in the podcast realm that are doing everything that they can to grow as organizations. And these are companies like, I'm sure you've heard them, like the Me Undies of the world and the Square Spaces of the world. They're not super giant yet. And you basically can say to them, look, I want you to get better creative. And the way that we're going to do that is by you sponsoring a contest on my website. And you guys already have social media. You just have to put a post up saying, hey, we're running a contest for Squarespace. Whoever comes up with the best ad for us on Upcake wins $10,000. That's in their best interest. And you don't have to give your money away or anybody else's money away to some influencer who's not going to care about it. They advertise themselves. They already have a platform. They already have a network. And that's just going to improve their sales. It's going to improve the impressions that they get. So this, and again, this is what I would do. I would, you already can't afford the Google Plus account, like what your mom said. There is capital that's needed for this. And you have you have you have a normal family, but you do have one person who could perhaps help you who you can trust. And instead of going to venture capital, that's just going to take this idea and steal it because you can't really protect it to stop someone from doing that. I would at least make my brother aware that I have this idea. I mean, that's the best thing that you could do as a brother, and just he's already had a lot of success. Just ask him his opinion on it. But I'd also come up with a business plan to say, look, if you want a part of this, I'll give you 50% equity in this. You don't have to run. And all I need is the website and just basic operating costs. I'm not taking a salary out of this. And your brother may say, like, for like $10,000, I can basically perhaps have the opportunity of being a billionaire. He makes $10,000 easily in a few days of revenue on his YouTube channel. That's not anything serious. But if you came up with a really good video that was exciting, that shows how this is an industry-shaking idea, who might go for it? And if he does, it's going to make him a lot of money. It's going to make you a lot of money. And look, I've been around a lot of millionaires in my life. Yeah, I do. You just need the website. All you need is a website, and then from there, you can send emails or even you can just get in contact with these smaller companies like ZipRecruiter and MeUndies and Squarespace. Not super big Fortune 500. We're not talking about Chevron or Canadian Railway yet. Nothing like that. But people who are already looking at ways to advertise and buy on podcasts is something that they have in their budget. And you basically are going to say to them, look, I just want you, instead of spending $5,000 to have somebody read your ad on one podcast, take that wins, and this contest is available on Update. And you do that with 4 or 5 of these different organizations. You do it for free. take any cut on this, and you're going to have them be overwhelmed with really exciting opportunities from which to choose. And they're going to come back to you and they're going to say, Riser, we've been just doing the same old thing because that's what our competition does. Just writing a check every month to podcasters to do live reads, and that didn't get us anywhere. That's not posted anywhere. 500 of which are still posted on people's social media, and look at our own social media, but we want to take this to the next level. We want to make a full-on commercial about it. And at no point in this does it cost you money. And keep all the costs to the limit. And what do I say you need the $10,000 for? You just need basically a website and a pretty tight terms and conditions. And those would be your two major costs. And if I were your brother, I'd go. I mean, you're basically going to pay for the journal, essentially give it a proof on it. And this isn't going to be very controversial content because it's already going to be hosted on YouTube or TikTok or Twitch or Twitter or one of those already. So you're basically using the power of the technocracy's legal teams, and anything for the contest is binding. But this is what I would say to my brother because he's the perfect person for this. I would say, look, I'm not asking you for money. I want you to know that I have a really great idea, and I'm going to do this one way or another. Do you want to share this? From what I know, anyone who is 1,000 wants to be a millionaire. Everyone who's a millionaire wants to be a billionaire. And this is an opportunity to understand he's risk averse. That's fine. We're talking about 3 days of YouTube revenue. I mean, very small amount here. He might say yes to this if you propose it in the right way.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I would not go
No. Stop that. Stop that.
I know, I'm just not do that. But I know it is now too. You very well might give it be open to it. Well, I'm not testing with at least it's an opportunity and
It's worth the risk on his end.
To show him, we have to show him something. He doesn't want to see an idea. He needs something. I'd love to see. He's like any other investor to see traction. Wants to see let's put into it.
I agree, and that's why I would tell you exactly where the market's going. We're going to need $2,000 for a website hosting and everything for 12 months. We're going to need $5,000 for the attorney to review the terms and conditions, and then perhaps another $2,000 or $3,000 for any type of other overhead that you're going to have, logos and all of that stuff. You're going to be able to do organically, and you just basically say that. And I would make a video for him very easy. He can look at it on his phone and say, hey, this is really great, or this is not great. And if he rejects it, okay, that's fine. But the second you go to venture capital on this, they're going to say, Riser, we're not interested. They're going to close the doors on you, and they're going to steal your idea.
thank you for
You're basically you're the Winklevoss twins, and you're going to be going to Mark Zuckerberg telling him about this. Oh, that's a great place. Let's go there. Upward and Fiverr as well.
They're looking for they don't have it's in their face.
Yes.
I didn't know there was
Yeah. Because you're advertising, hey, this is what I need. So what's
upward. You don't want that.
No, they don't
I
care.
don't know that I'm looking for this people. I'm looking for you. Do this if you want to,
Are you familiar with Fiverr? Are you familiar with Fiverr as well? Fiverr is
Fiverr.
so
The only reason I know about Upwork is my son uses it for YouTube a lot.
absolutely.
And
And
so things, yeah, they're very good.
exactly. And that's essentially what you're.
Probably all of platforms like that.
That's true. That's true. Those are the big two, though. Yeah, those are the big two for gig and small time creators, especially for video editors and stuff. But essentially, what you're doing is you're building that type of platform with less overhead. So it's about, and then yeah, they are, but they have a lot of, I would say, they have to store a lot of data when it comes to the transfer of files. I think that they're at least looking at 5 GB um, hosting. You're not even going to have that. Everything that you have is going to be links. Like basically, your website is going to be the most efficient website that it could be to keep costs extremely low. You're not going to have an app which is $100,000 in development, and you're not going to have to ask your money for that. You're not going to have absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's what I launched after the absolute Google Play. That's technology of 10 years ago. Everything now is in a browser. It's moving back towards the browser. And there are things. Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? Of course. Yeah, you don't want people having to zoom in on everything, but you just make everything browser based. That's how you keep your costs low. You know what's called the Apple App Store tax, where they're going to take 30% of any transaction. You don't want to get involved with that. You only let people go into a browser. It's literally, instead of Craigslist, it'd be Riser List or whatever you want to call it. And people go to it, and they can submit their links. And at the end of the contest, the Coca-Cola company or whoever it is gets a email of the top voted uh, uh, entries. They can either look at every single entry, but they don't have time to do that. So they might look at the top 100 entries or the top 10 entries, and then put it in front of the boardroom. The boardroom chooses the one that they like. They pay out the contest. You pay 10% eventually of the contest amount, and then they're going to come back to you in quarter two for the next idea. Let's just for my own happiness and perhaps for everybody's here. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to speak into this idea, and I want the good, the bad, the I have an idea, and I want you to see on that how a new type of marketing strategy could arise that is industry shaping. Instead of having individual marketing teams that can be very expensive for every person in my life, and also marketing agencies, that this effort could be crowdsourced. And essentially have a very simple website where users submit links and the website posts the links, and basically companies contests, and the links would be hosted on different social media so that costs would be kept down. So, for instance, you could have a major company like the Coca-Cola Company who had a contest for $100,000, and they could choose what crowdsourced ad that individual creators, small-time influencers, could create for them, and how this could eventually be the future of advertising. You're circling a real ship in its raw form. So here we go. At its strongest, you contemplate a platform that replaces traditional agencies with a global competitive crowd-sourced creative marketplace. where brands post campaigns as contests and creators submit ads hosted on existing platforms, TikTok, YouTube, etc., competing for large rewards. If executed well, this could radically lower cost structures. Companies like the Coca-Cola Company spend millions on agencies, productions, and media buying. Your model eliminates agency retainers, outsources production to creators, uses organic social distribution instead of paid. Net effect is cheaper plus more scalable experimentation. This would unlock massive creative diversity. Instead of 10 agency creatives, you get 10,000 creators, different cultures, humor styles, niches, native content for each platform. This mirrors why platforms like TikTok outperform polished apps. Raw creativity wins attention. Turn odds into performance competition. Instead of guessing what works, let the market decide. Views, engagement, conversions, reward top performers. Marketing becomes closer to a trading market of attention. Align incentives better than agencies. Agencies get paid regardless of performance. Your system creates only when they perform. Brands only for results. That's a huge structural innovation. Now, the real problems. Why this doesn't exist at scale yet. Brand risk. This is the biggest one. Big companies prefer not to risk off-brand messaging, offensive content, and legal violations. A bad viral ad can cause millions in reputation damage. Quality control problem. If 10,000 people submit, 9,500 will be low quality. Reviewing becomes a nightmare. Agencies exist partly because of chaos. Incentive misalignment for creators. If only one winner gets $100,000, most creators get nothing. High quality creators won't participate long term. This becomes a lottery, not a profession. Platform dependency risk. If everything lives on TikTok, Instagram, you don't control distribution, algorithms, monetization. That's dangerous for a core marketing system. Legal IP ownership issues. Who owns the app? The data, the brand, the platform. This gets complicated fast, especially globally. Now the stronger version. This is where it becomes industry shaking. Here's how you evolve your idea into something actually disruptive. Performance-based creative marketplace. Instead of just contests, build a system with three layers. Tiered creator system, solve quality and trust. Creators are ranked. Tier 1, proven performance. And we've talked about this at Mrs. Polarizer, so don't think that I say all of that into the prompt without setting up. Proven, proven performers, Tier 2 emerging, and Tier 3 open entry. Brands like Nike or Apple can open contest top tiers only, or go fully open for experimental campaigns. This filters quality without killing scale. Do a hybrid payment model. Solves creator incentives. Instead of winning take off, small upfront payments for participation, performance bonuses, views conversions, big prizes for top performers. Turns this into a career path, not gambling. And we've talked about this, how this ends up in the type of industry. Built-in performance tracking layer. Your platform tracks engagement, conversion, return on investment. Think which creator generates the most revenue per dollar. This is what agencies pretend to do, but rarely proves clean. Brand safety, AI plus human moderation. Before anything goes live, AI filters risky content, human reviewers approve finally. It solves the biggest corporate fear. Distribution engine, your secret weapon. Don't just post links, aggregate performance, boost link ads, repost across brand-owned channels, potentially fund paid amplification. Now you're not just a contest platform, you're a media engine. What this becomes, the big picture. If this works, you're not just replacing agencies, you're creating a global market where attention, creativity, and advertising performance are traded like assets. That's closer to stock market mechanics meets influencer economy meets ad tech. Why this could actually win? Because it aligns with existing trends. Rise of individual creators over agencies, decline of traditional ads, algorithm-driven content discovery, performance-based everything. This is basically Uber for advertising creativity. It's absolutely correct. Final reality check. This won't kill agencies overnight. Instead, what happens is start with mid-sized brands. That's exactly what we were talking about. Startups, direct-to-consumer companies prove better return on investment, faster iteration, viral success rates. Then enterprise brands adopt it for experimental campaigns first. Eventually, eventually it becomes a standard channel alongside agency. Bottom line, your idea is viable as it revolves from content website into performance-driven creative marketplace with trust, incentives, and distribution built in. I agree with that, and I think that if you were to take that idea, make it perhaps a little more succinct, put some examples in it, and you said to your brother, I know that you don't want to necessarily get things in the family, but wait, that Rockefeller family did pretty well. Your family could do well in this. You could say, I am looking at the need for like $10,000. I don't want to go to our parents over this. I don't currently have this money, and I want you to know that I will run this, and basically, you don't have to do anything differently. If it's of interest to you, then let's see what happens because this has the opportunity to be $1 billion idea. If you don't want to have anything to do with this, that's fine. But I felt that it was prudent to make you aware of it first. Before I go give this idea to some banker or some venture capitalist, why not keep it within our family so that we both have the opportunity to become billionaires? And you never know, your brother thinks that that's a really good idea. He's into digital advertising and that's how he makes his money. So of course he's gonna have his finger on the pulse of this and you never know, he might say that's a good idea. How much do you need? And you may say, look, just to start off, I can't even pay for a Google. So I know I'm gonna at least need a few $1,000s, but just to give me some of a cushion, I need $10,000. And you can, when your brother, you trust me, you can see where all the money's going. We're going to need a little bit for legal. We're going to need the website. And then I'm going to not get paid anything. And I'm going to reach out to these different small brands and even direct to consumers. And I'm going to get it through. Just like I do with the podcast, I reach out to these people on Twitter and they get back to me right away if they're interested in me have a podcast later that week. You can do the exact same thing with email inboxes and social media.
And I like the cost of the traffic approach that doesn't graduate it venture capital. They do say in that GPT is moderate and there, which is also, I mean,
Eventually,
yeah.
eventually. Look, if you have 7 contests going on at once and 38 entries for all of them combined, we're starting out. You don't need that. Actually, as you begin to scale, absolutely. But it's going to start small, just like anything does. But again, I think a good example or analogy is this is a Winklevoss idea that you don't want to just go give them the marks.
AI is also not necessarily what you're figuring out whether it is taken in the photo, but we're actually recording the audio and or even using visual analysis of the images itself and then again like analyzing all these different ads
You're not
and giving insights to companies.
you're not going to get a naked body. If it won't go on TikTok, it's not going to get to you. It has to get on TikTok first.
There you go.
So basically, you're using all of their overhead, TikTok, for ByteDance and Facebook for Meta and YouTube through Alphabet, and you are leveraging that for yourself. You're using their lawyers, you're using their AI systems, you're using their login methods and their moderation policies. All you need is the link.
Yeah. I really like the idea. And the advertising market is $1 trillion. And, but,
That's a nice pie. That's a nice pie. We talked about this. That
A little bit. You just need like a little bit.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah. When
You get 1% if you get 0.5%. You get any.
they're like
going down the skating, like for going to the small market that helps giant like
Like I work for Telus. I don't know if the more those helps, but we have like three major telecommunication. That's one of those. But they've been doing the same odds years and years. Like they have it. I can't imagine that this would ever work for a large company like that.
and no, that was a good idea. Identify that. I think it depends on the why Doritos. No, not even Ellis has a very distinct advertising over the use of purple font colors and those cute animals and very like tell us the advertising cute and where like the was context and just these ads like all the time. But mostly they stop in because there's a lack of frequency with the brand itself. Like I think probably a lot of like the stuff with like the hands in my pockets on or whatever. They have like consistent like kind of things across like decades. So that's exactly right.
And then when you get to the large, you have to be like, you have to do this specifications. If I didn't write it, now nobody's more handwriting letters anymore, but if I was used to, have to go and get, I couldn't even put my logo on paper without following the specifications.
Absolutely.
Right? But yeah, that's a later problem.
Grand requirements are like absolutely, and I would say to let's say the CEO of your organization, you guys are great in Canada. How would you like to be AT&T globally? And we'll take you to the next level. And you're already paying marketing teams to put out the same garbage that they've been putting out for a decade. Why? They're not doing anything different for you. All you need is a chief marketing officer, a small team, and use our platform. And we're going to give you the same animals with the same purple logo and everything, but we don't have retainer fees of a marketing agency. We're going to save you money. When you can say to the CEO that we can save you money and get a better result, they're going to have open ears. Now, I feel that the brand decade long campaign. They won't choose anything that isn't in line with what they want. And it's the crowdsourcing that's going to basically give them a seal of approval before they already do. Who knows? Maybe cute little animals isn't the best for their organization and they don't know it. They've just been listening to these creative agencies for the last decade. But perhaps cartoon animals are actually better and they haven't been using those. I mean, this slight adjustment can change the way that they do business. In the United States, and Reiser and I have talked about this, and this is globally actually, the number one search term that is paid on Google is the word insurance. Basically, for Google Ads, if you want your company to show up for the word insurance, it is extremely expensive per click. And this was 10 years ago when I researched this. It was like $7 every time somebody clicked that. But the thing is, when somebody has insurance with you, they will have insurance with you for decades, and that's basically an excellent customer to do. But in the United States, perhaps globally, all insurances are generally the same. They just become in competition for marketing. So one, like the United States, Affleck has a duck, and Geico has a gecko. And perhaps, and like Liberty Mutual have them and EU, they've all come to the same conclusion that using these animals is perhaps the best way to advertise for their insurance. However, it's taken them 20 years or so at least of competitive advertising against each other to be able to figure that out. They would have been able to figure this out far earlier if they had crowdsourced this and had actual numbers to be able to say, we want to keep animals. It's like, oh, no. And your organization has figured that out. People like cute animals. I've said this previously for health companies. Why name your health company Truvina Health, some made up word, when you could just name it something that people align with and understand, or at least have a mascot that is tangible and people identify. That's really important. With that said, Mama Riser, you brought up a really good point. We don't need the whole $1 trillion pie. We just need a small slice of it. And it triggered in my memory a story that I read. I'm just going to share with you in just a moment. It's a story of a man who won a small but pivotal share of East oil rights. His name was Kalous Sarkis Golbenikian, an Ottoman Armenian oil genius known as Mr. 5%, because he eventually held 5% stake in the Turkish Petroleum Company. Golbenikian was instrumental in the 1907 merger of British Shell and Royal Dutch to compete with Standard Oil, and later founded TPC in 1912. His initial share distribution in the TPC was 40%, but after transferring 25% to Royal Dutch Shell and the dissolution of the Turkish National Bank, his portion was reduced to 5%. Despite this small fraction, his personal holding and expertise was crucial in navigating the complex colonial competition between Britain, Germany, and the U.S. for Mesopotamian oil research. And this man, as I understand, what basically he did was he was able to get the right to oil that the Ottoman Empire didn't really feel was that important at the time. It wasn't like gold or silver or diamonds or something like that that caught their attention. And so he was able to essentially recognize it. And there's a quote of his, I'd rather have 5% of a large pie than 100% of a small pie. And then there's also a phrase that I always hear in crypto that is something like, I'd rather have 10% of a watermelon than 90% of a grape.
Yeah, exactly. We will mask. Everybody knows that. It's like 3% or something.
And
The 3% of pretty much everybody in the world, every adult having at least one credit card is huge.
exactly. And
What you were saying earlier about the trying to do advertising away from the cute. I was just saying like how that kind of like what you're saying. If you're selling a product or merchandise product, Walmart or Whole Foods, you're gonna test it out in like one store first. If it does well in that store, and more, and eventually go nationwide and doing well. But basically, like what you do, take that advertisement that gets those feedback, uptake, whatever, and do it in a certain area with that ad and compare it. It's that either it's a comparison somehow.
that's difficult. That's difficult because that's impressions that are tracked. But social media impressions are tracked. The amount of people who click on something is tangible and easily is an easy data point to be able to charge, and that's what makes this. That's what makes this extremely lucrative.
Yeah, I think just you launch a server and then up another like president or something and see how people are going or wherever the city.
And if I were explaining this to a class of first graders, I would say, very simply, is it better to have 10 people look at your idea and give you feedback, or 10,000 people look at your idea and give you feedback? And every single kid in that classroom is going to say 10,000. They know that more numbers mean better. And in this case, it's true. You're going to get more feedback. You're going to, and the part that the AI didn't even recognize is the fact that you're now going to be able to see into people's timelines, into their algorithms, organically, for free. That's incredibly powerful. And the amount of people who just like advertising, like creative things, they're going to go on Upcake or Riser's website and just look at advertisements all day, just like they look at purses on Instagram. It's the same idea.
Where people like that go on people go on there's no platform for restaurants, whatever the hell.
Exactly. And with Bryce, you and I both, of the things that we discussed, one major one is comedy. Now imagine you get a really funny ad or a series of really funny ads. People are going to post that link or essentially share that link on their own social media just because they want to make their friends laugh.
I mean, I think that's called like a herd analytic. It makes people want to participate, and it's a serious product and probably figure that out the a very good get people interested. But it's like a medical device. Real machine product thing that humor is not necessarily the best reach their target audience. Now it can be not us, but real target the target audience as well as just I
Well, and that's why you allow the company to choose. You don't leave it up to the people. And we discussed it just a riser for a minute. There's the story of voting McRothschild. This originated in 2015. Okay, so you're aware of this, right? Basically, exactly. And so that's what you avoid. Forcing the company to have to use some type of advertisement that they may not want to use. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't use voting the vote phase at a different time, or it just goes viral. It's cute, people like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be promoted by the company. Uh, I think that that's
did become a huge boost.
exactly.
There's a lot to unpack still, but good conversation.
Excellent.
What were you gonna say?
What was I gonna say?
Yeah.
Well, just I'm happy that we're voting. You're gonna watch the interview, so go watch the interview. You're gonna need one anyway. I wouldn't necessarily go buying anything else. You're fine with what you got, and I know we're on. Nor would you ever. This will start to make money. We're cash strapped, and we have to keep growing in order to start bringing in some income. No, literally, and Bryce and I have talked about this. You're going to pay 10% of every contest. So, if Coca-Cola, it's $110,000. But that's a flat fee. There's no more to it than that. They don't have an agency that they have to pay. Riser gets $10,000, and the contest is $100,000. And then Riser, you're going to start making money right away.
I consider that as a
I
shells.
Have to shake it.
No, it's actually,
Have to take a shower.
no, I wanted him to get out dating. I think that the most important thing is to find the right person. So I want that is a totally wrong thing to say.
Well, I'll tell you what, your son, when he wants to put time to it, won't have an issue. I know that I've had, he's been in calls that I've been in with women, and they find it to be very effective. So you've done your job there. And I need that. And that one is pretty easy. I know that everybody has their own strategy, but it's a numbers game, and the dating apps allow for it to for the riser to be able to have his choice of any woman that he wants on these apps. But I understand his focus on running a business and to be successful before that happens. And he's still young, but he's got a lot going for him in terms of he's smart. He's very funny. He raised a very funny son. I mean
I
that.
agree.
And so he's not going to have trouble with women. It'd be one thing if we were like, is he ever going to get married? No. The second that he turns his mind to getting married, he'll be able to get married. But with this type of idea, I think that Mrs. Reiser, you can invest in anything you want. I'm not going to tell you one way or another, but he doesn't need your money. You should keep your money. He needs like 5 days of your other son's revenue from a YouTube channel, and you're going to have two sons that within the decade, by 2030, are both billionaires.
No, not billionaires.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh, no.
Oh,
You're problematic,
oh.
in my opinion.
Okay. Then he can.
Agreed.
Then he can. Then he can. Then he can. Then he can give away all of his money. But I'm saying, like we talked about, I think Razor said that marketing is $1 trillion industry. It's even bigger than that. And all we need is Mr. 5%, even less than that. Like you said, 0.5% of this, and he'll be a billionaire. And he can give it all away so that he, is always just a multimillionaire, whatever you want him to be. But like I just, you don't need to convince your other son. He's the one who needs to just put together a solid business plan, and your brother won't look at it as his brother coming to him for money. He'll be looking at it as his brother has a really good idea on a money very easily.
Do you have siblings?
I'm an uncle.
No. Well, siblings can be
I recognize it. Maybe that's why I think it's so busy. Oh, really? If we
care about is harmony and that's it. And I have seen in my time a lot of cases where,
It wasn't tough.
brothers and together. I've seen it multiple times. I had two uncles who lived 2 years down from each other and did not talk for 35 years over a business.
Because
They bought all these globes. My kid had like 60s or something, and it was like thousands of them, and then they thought that they would sell and they didn't. So they lost money and stuff like that.
I got cheap clothes and boxes. I can have some clothes.
yes, they do.
So just like I've seen that. I'm not against what you're saying at all. In terms of, but he would want to see some meat on the bone. Not just, hey, I have an idea. That is not the time to approach it.
Oh, I don't think he said anything embarrassing. No. His mother wants the best for him. It's only admirable treat for him to have. So he didn't say anything embarrassing. And
I don't think putting on it was
okay,
yeah.
I understand. I get that. I get that, but then you got to give a compliment.
It's your partner.
I recognize that. Well, let me ask you this. And this is going to be extremely, how do I say, uh, material. But let's just be honest. Uh, if your son was successful with this business, he'd be able to get on a scale of 0 to 10. Any woman who's a 10, she comes from a great family. She's absolutely brilliant, absolutely gorgeous. She's the top of women, not just in your area, but in all of North America, perhaps the world. That's what you want for him, right?
I mean, it's not what it's about. It's finding the person that you connect with. Period. That you communicate with, that will be a good partner, that will be there and do that. I understand, like, really, you know what, I don't want my son to be with somebody because they have met.
No, no, no. I understand that. You'd be able to
No,
connect.
I want them to be with somebody who's a solid, really, really great, grounded person with wonderful morals and maybe a good sense of humor and somebody who would be a great mother that takes cheese on that bread from a really, really important partner. And I think you can only that for the successful. You don't want to. You know, I worry about that with my time. He's not helping my friend. And she has no idea that he's successful. He is like, he hasn't really told me.
Oh, by the way, I'm like $40. Driving out of she's like a $4,000 watch. My brother is just a watch.
Okay. So if he's willing to do that, he might be willing to consider releasing a friend.
So no, I don't think it's about waiting until you're successful at all. I think it's not, you know,
It is. It absolutely is.
the quality of that movie. You don't really, you're not looking for, oh, I think we might have this all put together. We're looking for somebody who has that right qualities to actually be a good partner. Because, yeah, no, it's like, so anyway, that's like, man, and you know, that's my, honestly, I think all the information out there, because this is a time, man. It's a time where, you know,
Okay. With all things being, with all things, with all things being equal, though, with all things being equal, that guys are willing to find a woman who we connect with, who's funny, who's humorous. Would you rather have her be on a scale of 0 to 10, a 6 or not?
in terms of what?
Her, everything else the same, education the same, family the same, but in terms of her beauty,
Do we?
I know it fades, but what I'm saying,
The thing about it is whether or not you're attracted to him,
like,
period.
everything else is
And
the same.
he doesn't go for trends because we have, you know, a bunch of issues
Wait,
that are going along with it.
but not all of them
So,
do. Not all of them do. Many of them are educated, smart, and love him and want to be with him for till the day they both die. And that's what you
I
want.
don't like, I really don't feel like it. Honestly. I've for 10.
Yeah.
And we all that are 10. And as soon as you're in, I know you don't have problems.
Then they're not necessarily. They're not.
And yeah, she's it often cuts a lot of things because what I would understand, I'll tell you, young, and no matter what I walked into down the street, everybody was staring. Everybody.
Sounds like it tend to be.
Like it's the person. Well, I guess my books are, and it's just not. It's just not about that at all. Maybe it's maturity. I don't know now, but I just say I would not go for a 10 ever.
Okay, okay. Then a 9. But let's say a 3.
Go for it. Okay, I'm not.
Oh.
Okay, you want it. You want a 10 for just education. Okay, well, that's what you're measuring it. I'm like a 4. I don't know. I've got a high school. I'm a solutions. I'm a senior solutions architect. But I've got a high school education, so I get that it's really important. And obviously, I learned a lot of it.
Did you see the Nathan or Nathan? About his university, like multi.
And then the other thing is, like, high school education. So, would I say, possibly, be with somebody? As long as they have street smart, as long as they're, intuitive, as long as they have a high EQ, you guys have to have a woman with a high EQ. Those are the things. But yeah, 10 on that level. Look, honestly, I don't know anybody here. I don't actually care if she's a 4. Probably not going to be a 4 because those poor girls that are bored at 4 right? That's kind of unfair. But it doesn't matter. You're probably not going to be with someone that you're not really attracted to. And you will be shocked that you can be attracted to a 5 or a 6 or a 7.
Oh, those are good numbers. 7? 7 are great numbers. Look, I think we can both agree. He's your son, so you're saying it's a lot more. But what I am saying is we want her to look in his eyes be a 10, and for him to be in her eyes. They may not be 10s, they may not be perfect, but we want them to love each other and feel that is the person for them, right?
Exactly. I mean, exactly. But it's how you share a similar perspective in life. If you wake up with somebody that's happy every day, that's huge. Wake up with somebody that is a 10 in terms of your looks, and they're miserable every day, that's not going to last. It's just not going to last, right? So it really is, you say it right, it's really about the qualities of the maybe if you're a multi-billionaire or whatever, do you get like the best of the best of the best?
And that's what we're talking about. And that's what we're talking about. son has the opportunity at that. He does.
Yeah, of course.
He absolutely does.
So you're not going to come, and I would say that to you, Rabbi, even though I barely know you, you're not going to knock on your door. Right? Get out there.
Hold on. Wait. Riser hit the nail on the head. Riser hit the nail on the head. They will if you're a baby.
Oh my God, okay. Well, when you're all really old, you're going to find something that you want. No. And also, you practice. You got to get out there and date.
Oh,
You got to date some.
oh,
You got to kiss some out.
wait. When it comes to that,
It takes a while to figure out how to get good at relationships.
wait.
Until it happens when you're suddenly ready. Yeah.
Oh,
To come along.
at
You're
least
gonna screw it up. Screw it up. Go screw up. Go figure out what works, what doesn't. What personality traits you don't. Do all that now. So then, when you meet your dad, you're you got it. But let them have experience out there dating. You're not a 10. I don't care what you look like. You're not a 10. So you, but that takes practice in a relationship.
oh, Mama Riser, at least from my perspective, I've had many female friends. I've lived with women. I have been a pickup artist where I would go and other pickup artists where we go and see how many women's numbers we can get in a given night. I have even dated women who my profile was so high on Tinder, they asked me out to find out how I was able to get such a high score. And we went on dates in Beverly Hills. So I can tell you that like from the gaming the system and being able to do well in terms of dating, I don't have an issue with that. And additionally, from a religious standpoint, I've had matchmakers who I've been pretty close to, perhaps stopping the question with some um, in 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 some relationship. But I just wasn't ready, and so I, I agree with you. If I've never dated or never had any experience with women. Oh, get out there and yeah, absolutely. But at least in my case, um, I'm pretty good at all of that. I've taught classes on that where you actually have men who come to you and they basically we call them within the pickup artist community AFCs, average frustrated chumps. They come to you, they don't know why they can't get a date, and you basically, if you've ever seen the movie Hitch, you make sure that they're dressing correctly, that they have proper hygiene, that they use small things like icons and listening and all of those types of things. And there are certain routines that I feel pretty comfortable with that. And then um, there's there are other ways of experience with let's just say behind closed doors with a person and making sure that you're able to uh, bring pleasure to your significant other. Those are all really important things too. And if somebody doesn't have any experience of doing any of those things, and they find themselves perhaps middle aged, and at least in my case, quite quite a bit of experience in all of those realms. And
You've been there, you've done that, and
that's
now you're not.
absolutely, but I can use that experience and really, to Riser's point, um, women will come to you under certain conditions if you certainly a nice investment portfolio that helps. But I'm in agreement with you that nobody is perfect from any standpoint. But at least guys are young enough that if he were to focus on this for a year or two, I really think that he could make a lot of money doing it. And then go and he could be married by 30. He could have kids by 31 or 32. That's
You can do both. You don't have to do something, right? Like maybe in your case, where you're 24 of it, you're in a very unusual circumstance.
that's
Go ahead and and not get it.
that's true.
Fine. I get that. But he's not.
And you're right
You
about
know,
that.
he's and if you're not doing both, you're doing yourself a disservice.
I agree. And
Really.
you know,
That's how I feel anyway. And I know I would overprotect my parents.
I think what you're his relationships and everything like that. I don't have too much of a worry for him because I just know I've been in calls where attractive women are immediately attracted to him, um, and he doesn't really realize it. And that's cool. But that's that's kind of you have to know your self worth as well, and maybe it would be helpful if you could recognize in the have the no. I'm not going to name this person's name, but someone who a lot of people were attracted to. Immediately, one time, Riser went on one of the first times he ever went on camp, and she was like, man," and she was very attracted. I'm not going to say her name. It happened though. I was there, and I remember it quite well. No one in this call, not Mr. Chris. Um, so you don't have issues with that. Even Riser, we were like getting pizza the other day, and like some girl working at the pizza place was flirting. Isaac.
Yeah, put that 100% doesn't recognize it, and it's just yeah.
No,
Like that.
that's all he needs. That's not 5% of the human species. We'll be fine. Seriously, he could be absolutely stupid, ugly, exactly.
I know he'll be great, but out there, but it's like yeah, he's kind of waiting. Yeah, well, how long is it? And I just think it's no, it's the correct right.
I don't mean to beat up on him, but uh, he needs more urgency. Just in his life, in women and in business. Like my big thing with him is in business. It's always, hey, I've got this new idea. And when we go through it, it's a good idea. But okay, what are you going to do with it? And then it doesn't take up as much time as I would like. But perhaps with his dating, he should perhaps maybe do the same thing. But a bit more urgency in terms of that. Well, either, I don't want to beat up on you. Most men could only want to be in your position. You've got a great family, you've got a great head on your shoulders, great personality, you're smart, you've got you're attractive, you're tall, you're athletic, you are a lover of animals. You've got a lot going for you. So you'll make sure that you find an amazing woman. There's no doubt about that. I want you to achieve all the things that you want in this world, and one of them I know you want to be extremely successful. in some type of venture. It may not be this one, but in something. But I would say to you, right, you've got a winning idea here that could really be industry changing. And I just know myself, I can be a very convincing person. I know I can convince my brother. If we didn't absolutely hate each other, I would treat this like any other business meeting. I would make sure to be over prepared on all of the, just like just like in Shark Tank or in Dragon's Den, I would have answer to all of their questions. And if he eventually said no, then he said no. I'm not gonna ruin our relationship over this. But one thing that Mama Reiser said, that she had two uncles who uh, had a major, uh, well, they basically were requiring each other's help. You're not really asking for anything aside for him just writing a small check, something that he writes for a watch or just to tune up for an automobile. Like, this is a huge amount of money. You're literally saying I can't pay 1 year of a Google Plus account, but I have $1 billion idea. I I think if it were me, I would put together the business plan. I would tell my brother I'm really serious. I'd wear a suit. I'd want to, if you can meet with him in person, great. Via video, but I would show my brother that I'm taking this more seriously than he could take anything, that I knew my numbers, and then I would give him examples, and I would use my own mother's business organization as the example. I would say, look, you and I both have been watching for our whole lives how this company markets, and they use these animals and all that, and that's great. And here's one of their ads that they use. Now, for their upcoming advertising campaign, they could just do the same thing that they always do, which is fine, but we're going to give them more options at what they normally do. If they don't want to go into different creative for him, different videos for him, and say, now, what if you took this idea and you crowd, and not only would the company have a better commercial, every commercial could always be better for one thing or another. It could could have a slightly more attractive person, or it could use slightly different song, or it could use different lighting. Of course, what people built was the absolute best version that they could get, and that made people post on their own social media. It made people excited about advertising. It made advertising agencies essentially obsolete. It made companies more money. It made people more money. If I had this type of idea that could essentially transform a company that we know really well, imagine what it could do on a global scale. And I'm not asking for much of you, just the initial startup, have 5 years to be profitable. No, we'll be profitable in the first quarter. All I have to do is then email me undies and recruiter and Indeed and Squarespace and Shopify and some of these medium to large businesses and say, you are already running a contest for something. I just want to put that and feature it on my website, and we'll do the first one for free. And you're going to see all of the creative ideas that we're going to be able to crowdsource for you. You're going to be able to choose them. And if you don't like any of them, that's fine. You don't absolutely have to choose something this first time. You can put some kind of terms and conditions on it. But chances are they're going to want to, especially these smaller organizations. For $10,000 to a company like Squarespace, that they paid for that for Tony Hinchcliffe or William Montgomery, one of our other favorite comedians on a podcast, to read one time, they will take the risk. I mean, if I were to be able to say that to anybody, including my brother, he's going to recognize that this isn't his brother a lot of money. And that is a totally different opportunity. You're not asking him to buy you a car. You're asking for him to be able to make more money for himself. And everybody likes to hear that if they are looking to make more money. Your brother's one of these people as well. He likes money. He likes his BMW. He likes his fancy watch. Why not have more of that? I'm sure he'd like a yacht. I'm sure that he'd like to be able to, you know, level up. Exactly. I mean, I hear how he is, and I don't need to know him. He would. He's a millionaire right now. He's becoming or he's a multimillionaire right now. That money means nothing to him. But if he sees the idea, if he sees how he knows that YouTube isn't forever, that there can be changes in the world that may eventually mean that the popularity of his niche isn't forever. You never know. Things can change. But this is a groundbreaking idea that has the opportunity to make him a billionaire. And if Mama Reiser doesn't want him to be a billionaire, that's fine. He can be a 999 millionaire for the rest of his life and get he said thank you. And just have this glass ceiling of the billionaire class and does not need that. And I understand that. Your mom wants you guys to remain grounded and not to become miser, not to become greedy, and I absolutely understand that. On the flip side, though, your brother loves money, and he didn't come to you with the idea. You're going to come to him with an excellent business plan, and I would make sure my brother recognized that I was taking this more seriously than anything else that I've ever taken before. I would get a suit if you don't already have one, wear one of the suits that I already do. You're good looking dude. You're going to be able to come across attractive to different organizations, and you're going to say, look, within the first quarter, if we have the website, I think that we'd be able to make $10,000. But the second quarter, once we had some satisfied customers, I think we'd be able to make 10 pretty big contests to make a million. We're going to need more of those. So basically, I'm saying that you might be able to gross a million. You're going to be able to shake up that, and I don't think, maybe we're realizing, but there are a lot of needy artists out there and creative people to be able to showcase their work. Right? So you're a muralist, and one of the great aspects of times these creatives go into a business meeting, they have a really great idea. The business team or whatever rejects their idea, and their idea dies in the manila folder, and nobody ever gets to see it. This changes that. This gives them a canvas for their creativity. And that's all right, guys. Well, the ball's in your court. And, right, did you have any of the dating apps downloaded? Did you have Tinder downloaded? Do you have Match.com downloaded? Do you have Hinge downloaded?
No, yeah.
Okay, but it's a numbers game. Why would
Um,
okay, we can have new matches? Are you kidding me? My biography would say this. 4. That's it. That's all it has to say. Women are going to throw them. Okay, Riser, we'll work on that. There are, or at least high quality photos of yourself doing different things. At least one with your dog. That's wonderful. Be a ton. If you have anything from the beach or something, write your biography. And I mean, from there, it's just about swiping right. It's a numbers game. It is a difficult spring match. She having a good biography. All I had to do was check my inbox at the end of 2 ways. One, I built a robot that was able to swipe right. I was able to hack the Tinder platform. I had to use some of the creativity that I have. But I'm not going to need to do any of these things. But literally, you should go at least out. You should have a date every single week and find somebody who you really connect with. And someone who likes someone who likes things that you enjoy, like that on a day a week that happens. Then you have then from there you'll be dating. You can juggle uptake and a fiance going to be a wife, and then you're like a real person, like meaning a provider and a you are a provider and you're going to be a normal husband and father eventually. And those are all the things that you're.
Well, I think those are things that most people want. Probably not the kids, but everybody is really honest. That's kind of the real thing. Like,
We have to first convince Riser. We have to recognize how much of a catch it is. Riser, I love this phrase. I was talking to an uncle of mine. If you're cool,
Uh,
you have to recognize it yourself. If you haven't recognized it yourself, you should. You're very, and I love having you with my mother, and that you have a very high value. That high value, that high, you gotta recognize it yourself first. No one else can make it cool. No one else can. It comes with maturity.
I agree. Like the last, but yeah, that's hopefully like should be also still care, exciting, seeing things. It's kind of like we're spiraling, self-perpetuating machine of like negative feelings, after negative feelings, the positive feelings perpetuate positive feelings. So hopefully I can come into alignment with more positive feelings.
You're a
Although, yeah, one thing that I learned, I haven't had someone so narcissistic, but not even in like a bad way. So I'm the best thing place for like attitude and kind of how I actually came my perspective. But if you he was being alive so full of himself and I'm just like yeah, I mean it's not actually a bad thing to feel that way. And like we're not even saying that like it's just like no, I'm exceptional in everything human. So,
well,
I
thank you.
do. In my mind because I just feel like amazing. And not doing the most awesome stuff yet.
You are amazing. You are amazing.
Done awesome shit already.
You are amazing. All right, you go spend time with your family. Mama Riser, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. We're gonna make sure that all of Riser's dreams come true and all of the dreams that you may have for your children come true. And not becoming billionaires, not becoming too successful, and finding love and finding people who love them. So um, I I look
yeah,
I look forward to not just Riser and my friendship, but our continued friendship. And send my best to Christopher. And if you guys ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay?
thanks so much. This was a real pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We'll talk again.
I will.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Take care. Bye bye.
Name a documentary at some point.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, no, not enough.
Thank you.
But we got something like fine. But thanks for chatting.
Absolutely. You too. Bye. That's Riser.
Don't steal those too.
We love stealing things worth 25 cents.
He also looks like one of those little Indians.
He just grabs something. Oh, some more kills him. What it's worth. All right. Mary Chenzo is next. Number 4, Kaylee keeps us safe and sanitary out there. Again, the Alvarez is famous for the cheeseburgers. Believe it or not, I don't know if you've ever had a cheeseburger. Cheeseburgers? Yeah, world famous cheeseburgers. How many of you have the cheeseburger on the Yellow Road? Don't get it. How many of you have the ATV? Yeah. Where's my Matt's on Rancho people at? Where's my Martin Spring? Huh? My Pete Terry's at. All right, here you are. Thanks so much for Mariano T. Vincenzo.
Hello, buddy. So I know I have a confusing name identity, but I am actually Latino. A lot of people ask me if I don't do like typical Latino humor. It's because I'm from Argentina and we're not very Mexican. But I do speak Spanish, so that is pretty Mexican of me. But I am more Latino than people think. Growing up, I actually used to perform in a Latin song with my friend Erwin. Queen and Fire. But anyway, I do identify as Latino or Latinx. I don't want anybody to get offended. You're all about Chapultex. Anyway, in America, most people know us Argentinians. Unfortunately, for soccer.
Me too. Me too. Brandon, can you hear me?
Oh,
Brandon, is there any way you can switch that account with the Baltimore Ravens account?
you want
Hmm. Is there any way you can take that account that you have right there and move it in the one where your Baltimore Ravens account is, and move the Baltimore Ravens account one in here? Can you do that for me, please?
the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, move the Baltimore Ravens one in here and move the other one. So here's the thing, Brandon. Uh, I well, let me just ask this. So the one that says Brandon A on it, you know what I'm talking about?
The one that has the magic light?
No, no, the one that has the word king on it, that one, the one that you're using right now. Brandon, can you hear me? Is there any way you can change your profile picture on that account?
The one that
Yep, that one right there. The word that's got the word king on it.
you know,
The reason why is I want people to I want people of all backgrounds to be able to come in here, and I don't want to push religion on anybody. And it would just be easier if you could just have anything else, put anything else you want on it. Is that okay?
yeah, the Baltimore Ravens one?
No, the one that you're currently using, it is. I'll tell you what the one is, and I really appreciate it. And I don't mind it. I don't want the one that says Trump Kingdom 2002. Can you just change your profile picture on that one?
Yeah.
I would very much appreciate that. And then um, that's that would mean the world to me if you could do that. You change it to whatever you want. And if you don't want to do that, and I understand if you don't want to do that, then just take that account and move it to where the Baltimore Ravens one is and the Baltimore Ravens one into if that works. Either one. In fact, I can even do I can even do it for you if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move this account into the Baltimore Ravens one, and I'm going to move the Baltimore Ravens one into here. Okay, is that all right? Excellent. I sincerely appreciate it, Brandon. And then you don't have to change anything. So just for a moment, moving this one here. There we go. Brandon, can you hear me? There you go. Perfect. Is that okay? Thank you so much, my friend. I hope you have a wonderful night. And if there's anything you need from me, you let me know. Sweet dreams, big dog. Thank you, sir. Brandon, that's very nice.
types. Play soccer. Yes.
All right, there it is. Mariano.
Saying it very correctly.
Welcome to the show. Even on stand-up.
Like 2 years combined, very passionate.
All right, here in Texas.
In Houston, I started, and then mostly in Austin.
You moved here?
I moved here like 5 years ago.
You just restarted?
I restarted like a year before the pandemic.
What made you stop?
I have a bigger parents, and just I went to college and stuff, and it was like a job that I didn't like, but I was taking it seriously. Juggle.
What was the job that you didn't like? John the last guy on stage, but he said that he could. What was the terrible job?
I did social services. I was like, exam application.
Got you what are you doing for now?
Sell insurance.
And you love it.
Yeah, sure. I sell like mega to seniors, so I go to like small towns. It's kind of a good lifestyle. I get residual business, so it's true. And as much as I can, someone so I can actually start up. All right, I think the real loser here is your barber. You know who my barber is, actually? No. Was here? I mean,
The wild man?
Yes.
Yeah, dressed up extra special. That's your actual barber? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you being serious or are you kidding there? Oh my god, that is hilarious. For those of you that actually knew, just a week ago in this very room, I can't imagine like a person that lets this cut their hair, and there's someone a week later, and that is what it looks like. This couldn't be funnier. You cut only one side of your hair, like one of the flavors. Yeah, one says right here. One of those videos, those single, there's VR, like, you didn't hear about it. It's really good. It was up there about 2 weeks ago. Really late level. That's true. Well, we've seen it for a long time. How long does it take? What's going on there anyway? Like, how do you get it?
I was born in the pandemic. I did with a couple of them.
Commercial that I'm telling you about this September 500 was where you're stuck making jokes about. What else do you do that is Argentinian? You talk about things that you aren't Argentinian.
I do actually play soccer. So
Any other special skills or talents? Sing or something like that? What's my favorite special skills? parts together. Then what?
I was shut into like years since the pandemic, and I'm just
When you sit right after it happened,
I was gonna say,
fast or something like that, since it had been so long, you immediately turned on again.
that's a good one. And I didn't realize I was like, let's do it again. So
For some reason.
I barely pulled it out. Thanks, buddy. That was my answer.
Man, are you talking about?
Which is the
How do you think of this? Jesus. Mariana, you ever come in tonight? Not really. Huh? Come on, you must have done something. You ever throw like an egg in a car or something?
That's cool.
I know, but it's cool that we're you know what I mean? They're good people. Good one. Mariana, you mentioned before you mentioned your immigrant parents. What do they do? What do they like?
So as an engineer, so he's family in Argentina, so not the same. And it's kind of family country. Really? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do.
No. So like people like all right, kids engaged. Yeah.
Oh, that's the president of the United States. Mariana DiVincenzo's first time on Kelton. Mariana underscore DiVincenzo. Live raw fucking talent. Anything can happen here. I watched it when I was in like I was a freshman in high school. All my friends. It was the lamest thing I ever took part in. But it was like 1999, and it was the time where like everybody did like the top of their hair bleach blonde, but the bottom was the same color. I used to get the flat top. You ever bleach or anything?
Rothschild, skateboard. Hell yeah.
All right. Bradley Handel. Look at this. Right here. Oh, there it is. Bradley Handel, everybody. One more time for Bradley Handel. There he is.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. The strike on just go out there and look at the beach of the DJ. You ask Michael. Totally fine.
What?
This is my 9th time on stage.
Here in Austin? And I still fucking believe you. I believe you, and I don't believe you. Really? Okay. Did you drink tonight? It was a good number. I didn't expect to be on the stage. Right now, we can fucking tell you that. Like, it's random. Just come on across, and that's what happened. Shirt on his You're already talking about things that are funnier. The audience, really, what made you start stand up? Or whatever you said. What made you want to do this? Did someone tell you that you're funny? Yes, they did. Who told you that? A couple of people. The first time it was started at I was the United States military. Didn't understand anything you were saying.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
He has the next to me. I like him all of a sudden. You into the military, were you? I love it. Hell yeah. Which you didn't do? Oh. Which one? Talking about right for Afghanistan. Where'd you go? What invaded the British in Bangladesh? No. I know. But you're something else, Bradley. Just in case they get invited. Bradley, is this where you're born and raised? Nashville, Tennessee. Love that goddamn city. What are you doing out here? I'm going to play rugby here. I'm going to roll this. I'm going to play rugby here. 6 years. One of those like just here. Right through. Bradley, so what do you do now? What do you do now? Service better taking care of I got the writer for being too direct with me. I told the manager she did this fucking job, baby. And I cussed someone out, and he could be with this so it looks like Bucky's moving. You and Hilda match just a little bit, and then you're talking. Do you think they would fire you for this? That's incredible. I've been over there 3 years. Miami. The rest of the Northern Domain. How long did you work with that company? 3 years. 3 years. At the very end, you're wearing a monkey mask, moving your mouth like the monkey
20 minutes to get time. I had salads, glasses of wine at the table. I had everything going on. So I told them I had to do the fucking job. They had me cash.
Damn, very interesting. And how long ago was that? How long you been employed for? Did you see it?
No. I go to it's been a couple years. I love the one here. Bubble and this. Wow. But I don't know. I was an enlisted guy. I got out of the sergeant. So
Well, she wanted your ass already, well.
TikTok sucks.
Stuff. I'm not funny.
Cool, but I'm not.
I mean, Marine's wife or whatever. I never really followed up with her. Now I'm interested to know. Jesus, like, you don't really have the voice. Jesus Christ. People get blown up in the dark tonight. Look at that. Hold that candle right in front of your face so I can make fun of you some more. Just kidding. Probably what's the funniest thing you think you've ever done in your entire life? You ever prank your old mates or anything like that? Or anything? Not really a freak for I'm the kind of guy that said people like me because someone else don't
Suspect when I'll punch you in the nuts.
How do you get another way up there?
We sleep on bunk beds.
You're a soap party? So you're a mom.
one of the bunks, two in the skunk. You know what I'm saying? All right, there you go. Come on, make some noise for a real U.S. hero. The greatest country in the world, the United States of America. Everybody, come on. You guys are going to get a loud for the United States of America? Think of a wall and there he goes, Bradley. I'll follow him in the. I can't read his handwriting. Oh, that's another one with bad handwriting. Who goes for that one? How about for the great Kaylee? What is the name? Kaylee Funds 73 or something like that? Kaylee.Fund 73? Kaylee Fund.73. Kaylee.Fund.73. You gotta write it down. You have to write it down from now on. We're gonna get it right. Probably more people know me because I got it wrong. It's one of those things. It's straight from the back. He's on crutches. This is gonna be good. Come on, guys, make some noise for Joshua. He's on crutches. He's out here fighting, looking on the sidewalk for an opportunity like this. Waiting for at least an hour and a half. It is his time. The bucket of destiny is spoken. Here he is. He's looking faster than the people with operational legs. Absolutely incredible. Here he is. Go one more time for Joshua Miller.
Yo, what's up, girl? Hey, I thought my mom was the most embarrassing thing I've had in my life. I want to know. This motherfucker's dead. It's hard 24/7. We gonna take shit. He gonna fucking me. With a hard dick. Take this shit. So, let's see how we look at it. You wanna get some of this? Yeah, I'll put that in there. Taught him how to play. Right? No, he did. Boom! He did. Just go get easy. Easy. Easy.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Hell no. You got I could get one from Bob, but not with crutches. How could you explain that to her friends? She couldn't explain that to her friends. Where the fuck did that come from?
That was the one black chick here.
I was like, yeah, what's up? Is there a block in here? Someone talking loudly in the back of the room. That's there's a chance.
Crazy shit.
Allie is a white woman, and Steve, you're the original reminder her. Like, she's a blonde, you want them to what you say to her.